What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the Celtics Talk Weekly annual trade deadline special, guys. We got a lot to go over. A lot of moves yet to happen. A lot of moves that have happened. League's shaking up, guys. You see the Sixers making the moves. You see the Hornets making moves. The Raptors are making the moves. Brooklyn's on a fire sale right now, guys. But we're gonna get into it again. Thank you guys for joining us. We're gonna be live all the way through the 3 o'clock deadline here, talking trades, sitting back, waiting for the Celtics to make a move, guys. Just to go over what's happened so far. You got Hayward going over to Oklahoma.
Love it.
Like it.
Love
I
it.
agree. You have Grant Williams, former Celtics, and there's been a lot of former Celtics on the move here.
Yeah.
Grant Williams, he's heading to Charlotte in exchange for PJ Walker, there's a first-round pick involved.
Washington.
To Charlotte?
No, PJ Washington.
Oh, right, PJ Washington.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, that's another great deal for Dallas.
They got Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington right now, so
that makes me think. Not to interrupt you, Franco, and Rob, because I know we're moving along, but it's also kind of a chill stream. But I wonder what's going to happen with Dwight Powell, because he's been in and out of the rotation. Probably. He's been there since the Rondo trade, since we traded him there about 10 years ago. So I really wonder what Dwight Powell, if he's going to be moved within the next hour and a half.
I would think so.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they made their direction clear. They're looking at size and athleticism. So, but who else do we have? So we also have Kelly Olynyk, O'Shea Akogi. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. They're heading over to Toronto.
Toronto's kind of like I don't know what direction they're going in. Okay, so first of all, they got rid of the Otto Porter contract in that deal,
and Thaddeus Young,
as well. It's hard to see what direction they're. I don't know if they're just trying to build a team of Canadians with RJ Barrett and Kelly Olynyk, but yeah, I don't know. And then they shipped out Dennis Schroeder, but then they brought in
Spencer
Dinwiddie, which I don't know if that's I don't know what's going on with that. So I really don't know how this kind of Toronto team is looking. So yeah, it's a weird situation in Toronto, Franco.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster right now. I have up fanspo.com for anyone doing the trade deadline. That's where you can move all these people. But right now, I believe Toronto's starting lineup is Emmanuel Quickly. They're probably going to go Bruce Brown, who I'm not sure if he might stick around. I think Toronto's still up in the air, because right now I don't think their roster is completely set. They are extremely heavy on guards right now. I mean, they got Brown, RJ Barrett, and Gary Trent, Dinwiddie now.
Right. I mean, so this is another thing. Gary Trent is still there.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a bit of surprise? I'm not saying, I think he's a very good piece, but I'm a little surprised he's still there, because he's been thrown in talks for the last, I feel like, year and a half to 2 years.
Yeah, I think he just has been kind of stuck there. Kind of hard to find a partner to deal him to, but I feel like there's so many players of his caliber in the league right now who are all available to be traded for, right now as we speak.
I'm just confused in what they're trying to do, because they added an expiring deal with Dinwiddie, the Raptors did, and then you bring on Olynyk, and then I like the Oshie addition, because I think he's a solid young piece. It's just kind of weird. I don't know. I don't really know what direction they're trying to go in.
In the middle, I think everyone is fighting for that 8, 9, 10, and 7 for the play-in tournament.
Why?
because I guess they just want to get their asses handed to them by the Celtics in the first round. I mean, I think teams kind of feel like they have a chance this year to be aggressive, and I think it's just the huge contracts that are be, being forced upon teams to take on these players that they really don't need. But if they want to get an asset across or a team needs to get rid of someone, that's why you're seeing all these players getting moved. Like young.
I want to talk some C's though, right? Because guys, we talked to Tillman a little bit on the post game show last night. I saw a stat today. This guy is tied for second in defensive not net rating, defensive, not win. I forget the stat. It was defensive. I want to say win shares. That's like, people ask, oh, who you get? You look at the stat, because you look at the stat line, right? His stat line is like 6 points, 6 rebounds, a steal and a block, which the steal and a block is very impressive for a big man, mind you. But I just think the defensive impact, he's one of those players where he's like, what he does doesn't show up on the stat sheet, I feel like. He's just kind of like the impact, right? Yeah. The impact is felt not with his 15 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. His impact is felt through the game.
Right, and I think that's extremely important because I feel like the Celtics team really lacks that. We had it last year with guys like Smart.
Breaking news! I hate to do it to you, Justin, but that is the flow of the show.
I'm done.
Sixers are trading Pat Bev to the Bucks, so the Bucks make a move right there. Have not been released yet. Sixers are trading Pat Bev to the Bucks per the Pat Bev podcast.
So he broke his own trade.
He broke his own news. Got off the phone with the agent. Boom, straight to the pod. Respect. I mean, you get your dog back that you lost with PJ Tucker, right? And you talk about a guy who's not going to impact the stat sheet very much, but you got the guy who's going to do those nitty-gritty things. I wouldn't assume that they gave up, with all due respect to Pat Bev, I wouldn't assume that they gave up too much for Patrick Beverley.
Probably a couple seconds if I had time.
Right, but you have that intensifying veteran that you lost with PJ Tucker. Now you got that back with Patrick Beverley. It's also going to be interesting to see Milwaukee, before we go back to talking about the Celtics and what they've done so far, and what they might be able to do moving forward. I wonder what the Bucks are going to do with Bobby Portis, because Bobby Portis has been in the rumors recently. He's been kind of, he's had a great game, and then he's had a really horrible game, and then back to a great game, and so the inconsistency in a year that the Bucks can't be inconsistent. They can't, they got to make a decision here. With
this
Bobby
Pat
Portis.
Bev move tells me that I don't think Milwaukee is gonna move Bobby, because I think they added. I think they didn't want to lose much, so I think they added without like losing anyone, which I think is probably the best case scenario for them. I was really interested in what they were gonna do with Bobby, because I thought some names. You saw some former Celtics like. Grant Williams was in the trade talk. Obviously, Smart was also
Campaign was traded to.
You lose your offensive guard, and you get a defensive guard. So that makes sense for Milwaukee. I like that move for Milwaukee. It's the first thing I think they've done all year where I support, honestly.
Well, you get a lot of defense back as well, which I'm not saying that he's on the level of a Drew Holiday, but clearly they're not going after Marcus Smart. And obviously they lost Drew Holiday. You lost a lot of defense. I wouldn't say Patrick Beverley brings that all back to you, but offense is not the problem in Milwaukee right now. It is the defense. So that is a very solid move for the Milwaukee Bucks. It might not be the needle-threading move for the Bucks, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. You also get an experienced veteran who's been around the league, who's been around the winning stage, maybe not winning titles, but definitely in that playoff atmosphere. So you get that brought to Milwaukee, a guy you can stash at the end of your bench, and a guy who can still produce minutes in the NBA. We saw him playing minutes in Philly this season. So Very solid move. You get some offensive veteran guard in Campaign, which Campaign, say what you want about him, but he has really worked his way back into having himself an NBA career, worked his way out of the league, now has worked his way back into the league. So, just a solid trade for both teams, in my opinion. Nothing crazy, but nothing
Right.
like, nothing,
I think he's going to
insane. The
bring that
Bucks are also
mindset.
sending a second-round pick as well to the Sixers in that deal.
I think you could bring a mindset that's healthy for them. I think that, it's been such a mess in Milwaukee, quite frankly,
Right.
that I think any guy like Pat Bev, Pat Bev isn't the most talented player in the league, but one thing he's no question going to bring you is that dog mentality.
Right.
He's going to show up. He's going to, he's not willing to get in your face and let you know if you're doing something wrong. And I think that's super important when you're trying to win a championship. So I like that move from Milwaukee. I think that could help them. Again, Campaign, I think that tells you the direction they're trying to head into, which is they're trying to add defense with sacrificing some offense, and
Which is understandable.
Right. Campaign's offensive impact really isn't high enough for the defensive impact in which he takes away from your team. So again, I like that. I honestly think he'll be their backup point guard.
Well, it's funny, Rob, because you and I the other day on Tuesday on the podcast talked about the Milwaukee Bucks and how they're dysfunctional, how it's so weird how they're one of the best offensive teams in the NBA, yet one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA. And that's not a recipe for success, especially come playoffs when you're playing teams like Boston, Philadelphia. Now New York is in that mix as well, and Cleveland, who's firing up right now. You're not going to win games in the playoffs out shooting the other team. At least not through a course of a 7-game series. You're not going to win 4 out of 7 games, scoring 140, 150 points in the game, right? You're just not. You're going to win games in the playoffs. Game is slowed down, a lot more high, gritty, nitty-gritty plays being made. Bucks didn't have that. Now they have that with Patrick Beverley. That does not mean that they're going to go out and beat, a team in a 7-game series, but that's certainly you're stepping in the right direction. You're progressing with a move like Patrick Beverley, who's a veteran who could also provide you defense. You got better defensively in this trade, and that's exactly where the Bucks needed to improve on right now is on the defensive end of the court.
Graphic in the middle. It's going to be interesting if these two teams match up.
I think that I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Seamus, how we doing? Seamus Arlingo joins us in. Seamus, we got some deadline talk, man. We got some deadline talk. It's like NBA. It's Christmas today for NBA fans almost, right?
Oh, yes. I was just about to say it, Rob. Today is Christmas morning for the entirety of the NBA community, and the NBA trade deadline is well underway. I thought we were going to come on here and react to a couple deals as they came along, and we really are right now. You guys just reacted to the Patrick Beverley move to the Bucks. That one's a little weird to me. We'll break it down more as we go along in this show, but oh my goodness, every single year it feels like trade deadline, not too much can happen. The NBA putting up new stipulations in place where teams might not be able to maneuver as well yet. Look at today. We didn't even have all the trades in the ticker to start out because there were too many for us to type up and put in there. That's how many trades happened this morning already, and we're getting to it right now. In the Celtics, we already made a Xavier Tillman deal yesterday, but I believe there's still more on the way because why not? There's more salaries, there's more TPEs, there's more second-round picks to go out and utilize. So why wouldn't the Celtics right now go out and completely bolster their roster yet again like they did yesterday with the Xavier Tillman trade? I'm waiting for this deal to come somewhere in the day for the Celtics. It's what time is it right now?
T-minus an hour and 17 minutes. We have
this is the
witching hour.
I do want to introduce, guys. We got a special guest joining us today for the trade deadline special. Our boy, he's been here before, Finn Sands. Finn, how we doing? Welcome in.
What's up, guys? Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. So we're talking right now. Again, this is like free flowing, so we're kind of just going. Obviously, news is going to break, but we're kind of talking right now as league's been making some moves, right? It's a lot of moves. I mean, I think we're over, 12, 13 moves already. Boston, though, there's nothing yet. What do you think? We making a move?
I think if we do, it's super last second, like a 255 trade. I think everything kind of revolves around what the Bucks do and what the Sixers do. Like I know the Bucks just made a move for Pat Bev. I think that could have some influence. I mean, that's what I've kind of been reading this morning. So I think that's just something I've kept my eye on. And I think like Brad likes these buzzer beater moves, so I would
Right.
not be surprised.
Well, Nets are on a fire sale, guys. I mean, literally, they're selling everyone. There's that guy, Lonnie Walker. We'll see. I don't know. I really don't think it's going to happen. But I think the Knicks got a lot better today, and I honestly think they just got a lot more competitive against us today. I would personally like to see. I would like to see that happen.
Okay, so right now let's talk about the Knicks, because I believe we haven't really talked about the Knicks at all on our program on postgame, because we haven't faced the Knicks in a while and we haven't really been paying attention to them. But my goodness,
Pistons just released Killian Hayes.
Yeah, that's so funny.
my goodness, the 7th overall pick. That was actually a good pick for them, because at the time it was like, oh, this guy's falling. Why don't you go ahead and pick him, Detroit? But oof, man, right now the Knicks, today's moves for the New York Knicks. Bojan Bogdanovic is going to bolster their roster. OG Anunoby already brought a new level to their roster when they traded RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley for him. I believe the New York Knicks, if we face them in a playoff series, they could be the new Philadelphia 76ers in terms of rivalry, because the Philadelphia 76ers, without Joel Embiid now going ahead, looks like they're selling just a little bit, just a tad. I wouldn't say they're exactly adding to the roster entirely right now. I believe the Knicks, with the Sixers falling in the standings, could slot up and be the Celtics' next rival in the Eastern Conference with Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, OG Anunoby is now there. Bojan Bogdanovic is going to be a great addition for them too. And Tom Thibodeau, he's no look-over head coach. So I believe the Knicks, they're a real team all of a sudden, and they're not some opponent that we're just looking past, although we have handled them this season.
I will say though, I really like the addition to the addition of Bogdanovic was great, but I also liked Alec Burks. I mean, that is like to get both of them. I mean, I said it on the podcast, Justin, and Knicks, man. Knicks are on in Cleveland too. I'm interested to see if Cleveland does anything, but
yeah, I mean the Knicks are just they're doing everything right in my opinion. Like we've seen them fumble a lot at the recent trade deadlines, at least within the last 2 to 3 years. So it's been, I know the Knicks are in our division, and they're a little rivalry of ours, but it's really good to see the Knicks. I think we can all agree the Knicks. The league is fun when the Knicks are good. Knicks and Celtics are in the Eastern Conference, but listen. We still have an hour and a half left of the trade deadline, but if I'm sitting here and I'm Boston and I'm looking around and I'm looking at these, Philly and the Milwaukees and the Clevelands and New York. Right now, I'm not worried about Milwaukee. I'm not worried about Philly. I'm worried about the New York Knicks and what they've been able to do with this trade deadline and in the depth. I'm not saying that the Knicks are going to beat us in a 7-game series, but if there were a team that the Celtics would probably want to avoid until the conference finals, probably be that New York Knicks team. And let's face it, Knicks are doing good right now. Knicks aren't healthy, right? Mitchell Robinson out of the lineup. Next 3 weeks, no Julius Randle. OG Anunoby's missed the last, I think it's 6 or 7 games. Josh Hart is dealing with a knee injury. So it's like these guys aren't even healthy. They're winning basketball games, and they're just getting started right now. And I think
just went down too.
Right. So the Knicks are just getting started, and this is like the downfall of the Knicks the past few years has just been so horrendous. It's like, how could these guys be making these moves and these draft picks and all this? They certainly have won the trade deadline, at least at the moment that we speak. I know there's still an hour and a half left, but, you're looking at it, and these Knicks are really sharpened, at least compared to where they were in October.
I do want to talk. Can we talk about the Bulls? All indications suggest that the Bulls will not make a move at the deadline.
Really?
I mean,
it's brutal.
So what?
Lakers too.
The
Lakers are
direction of a lot of
expected to
teams.
keep their same roster. So Lakers and Bulls not making a move.
Well, I think that makes sense for the Lakers, honestly. I think they have they can trade 1 first-round pick right now, but if they wait till the summer, it's like 3.
Yeah.
okay.
And then
That's the detail with the Lakers.
you never know with LeBron, right? Like if they get the 7th seed, what's stopping them from beating
That was
OKC in the first round?
Well,
That was
LeBron might
also
not
the
even be there.
holdup in the DeJounte Murray deal, I believe, that was reported by Jake Fisher, that those 3 first-round picks the Lakers will have available to them this summer and potentially dealing for DeJounte Murray or swindling him from the Hawks. The Hawks know that other teams will have picks available to them during the summer, and that's why DeJounte Murray might not be moved today, but that was also another note in regards to what Finn just said. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
Those are 2 teams. No, you're good, Seamus. Don't worry. Lakers, Bulls, Hawks are like 3 teams I kind of like put into the same category because it's like the one thing the Lakers have going for them is they have LeBron. And then you look at like the Hawks and the Bulls, it's like they're consistently sit over the past 2 seasons at the 9-10 spot. I don't really see a path. I mean, obviously they could get into the playoffs. I don't see a path where either of them do get into the playoffs. So it's like you have all these assets. You have this rising star in Kobe White. So why aren't you? Why are you not like? Yeah, like what you have DeRozan, you got Levine. I get Levine's harder to move. Vucevic. Those are 3 players. Caruso, 4 players. Championship teams want that, right? Like I'm sure if you called up the New York Knicks, you could have gotten a good package for Alex Caruso. You call up those teams, or the Dallas Mavericks. Those guys wanted Caruso. They want those types of players. For some reason, though, they're just content with being in the middle of the pack. Not even like outside the middle of the pack. And that's just, you ask me, that's just the worst spot to be in any sport, is just like you could maybe get to the playoffs, but you're probably not.
I mean, wow, yeah, the Bulls. That's just shocking to me, man. Like the Bulls are just in a mess. It's a mess in Chicago, and now Lonzo potentially out for the year. Zach LaVine out for the year. There's just so many tradable pieces there as well. There was talks about DeMar DeRozan potentially being moved at the deadline. Maybe a good thing, considering that move sounded like it was going towards Philadelphia. I wonder what stopped the talks there. I wonder what the offers were between the 2 teams. But to Chicago, I just look at that team and I'm like, geez, that's a really weird team to not kind of, trade away. It's weird. It's shocking.
It's just weird. Yeah, I know. Well, also, can we talk, I know we didn't really get to talk about the Grant Williams trade with everyone in here. I got a comment yesterday. I responded to it because I thought it was really funny. I was talking about the Tillman trade over on TikTok, and someone said, or maybe it was Instagram, I forget. They said, why, if we traded for Tillman, why wouldn't we just sign back Grant? It looks like Grant might be kind of not toast, but he got kicked out of the rotation in Dallas, which was like, right. It was like Dallas was supposed to be like the ideal spot for him. Like you get to play sit wing with Luka Doncic there to find you. You're going to be the defensive stopper that they have. Absolutely. I mean, he's making $13.3 million isn't nothing. Like the fall off of Grant Williams, it's just another example, I think, of Brad just knowing what he needs to do, right? Understanding that, listen, I'm going to go get some extra space, especially if he makes a move with the Grant TPE. He handled that, again, to perfection.
I completely agree. I think, when you look at Grant Williams, he had one job in Dallas, and it's to hit 3-pointers and guard. And if you look at the first, 10 games, he was really, really good. But I think it's just one of those things that worked out better for the Celtics when you look at a guy like Sam Hauser. He's getting paid just over $1 million or $2 million a year. And now you look at Grant Williams and you look at the production and the value. It's like the Celtics are going to need contracts that are worth it. Like a guy like Payne Pritchard, his contract is valuable to the Celtics because of our top players and how much they get paid. Like you look at the value of a Sam Hauser contract versus Grant Williams and letting him go, and Brad Stevens is just walking away with another win.
Well, that's what I've been saying. I've been saying that the Celtics at the top half of the New York Yankees, they can spend as much as they want. The bottom half in the bench is they're the Oakland A's, man. They're playing Moneyball because you really have to evaluate with that bench where's the bang for your buck. And Hauser, Cornette, you know me, I'm not a big Cornette guy, but bang for your buck. Although I will say, Finn, I wouldn't be opposed to moving Pritchard because I do think for that $4 million cap hold that he's hitting, I don't know if you could contractually, maybe I'm wrong here, Seamus, you'll know this. You could flip him for Sadiq Bey. like contractually. I mean, Sadiq Bey makes $3 million, right? Am I off there or no?
Sorry, reiterate which player you're talking about again.
So Pritchard is making 4. Sadiq's making, I want to say 3.3. Contractually, Boston could flip a guy like Pritchard who's making more than a guy like Bey, right?
So Peyton Pritchard is a poison pill player, which means so a poison pill player is essentially a player that is signed to a rookie extension or an extension in general, and they're under the last year of their last contract until their extension kicks in the next year, which means Peyton Pritchard, he's at $4 million right now. He's at $7 million next year when his extension kicks in. The team trading for Peyton Pritchard, the salary number for them is $7 million. Or wait, let me get this straight. So essentially, because this one's a little like complex, right? When we trade Peyton Pritchard, we'll take off $4 million from our books, but in that scenario, we have to take back more than $7 million worth of salary because that's the number representative towards Atlanta for the next season. So that's what a poison pill is. You're essentially trading a player based upon his next deal in terms of the money you have to ship out, and you're only getting rid of the money they make this year. So it's a little bit of a negative for a team to go ahead and trade a poison pill player because usually you're not getting back the value in return contractually. So Peyton Pritchard, yes, you could theoretically go ahead and make a deal for Sadiq Bey using Peyton Pritchard, but there would be extra provisions in place in which would need to be maneuvered around.
Do you think what do you think? Is Pritchard lock in staying?
Staying.
No.
You don't think so?
Pritchard, Cornette, everybody on the bench right now except for Al Horford, because Al Horford last night, I believe he showed why the Celtics cannot trade him whatsoever. I was tossing around the idea, maybe the $10 million, you never know, but last night against the Atlanta Hawks, it's like, this is why you cannot trade Al Horford whatsoever on this team. Outside of Al Horford, I believe everyone else on the bench, and Xavier Tillman, we just acquired him, obviously, they're available. They're very available. We're still, an hour away? So it's 3 p.m. Eastern. I'm in Central Time. That's why I'm always confused with these times, right? So we're 1 hour away right now. Something could still happen with the Celtics in regards to Peyton Pritchard, Cornette, anybody else on the bench, whether it's Sam Hauser. I hate to say it, O'Shea Brissett, if he owns value in a deal, I guess he's been all right for us. But if he does own a certain level of value in a trade and a team does want his contract and say they go, we don't want Ben, all right, we want Brissett. We don't want Ben, we want Brissett. We want to look at Brissett for half a season rather than Banton. Maybe that's something the Celtics have to go ahead and pull the trigger on.
I think the Celtics, again, I've said it so much, Lonnie Walker is just like the guy. Like, I think, especially with what we're seeing Brooklyn do right now.
The one that I drew up.
What'd you draw up?
I drew up Lonnie Walker and Harry Giles.
Harry Giles just got released.
Yeah, Harry Giles just got waived. So, but again, it's like, when I look at that, it's like, Walker is making a veteran minimum. You talk about Celtics needing to play Moneyball. It's like, I think you could get Lonnie Walker 3 second-round picks, the TPE, and you're, I think, maybe working with fire. If you have to throw a first, I think about it, at least, which I don't think you're going to have to for Lonnie Walker. He's an expiring deal. They're going to take anything they can get for him if you're offering, I feel like. So it's like, I think if you can acquire Lonnie Walker, I think your bench, and I said this last night, or maybe it was on the podcast, I forget, but your bench goes from to like pretty solid. Like Tillman, Walker, Horford, Hauser, Brissett, Pritchard, like that's some serious depth there. You can attack teams at different angles. You can go size with Tillman and Brissett. You can go shooting with Pritchard, Hauser, and Walker. And Lonnie's like a bigger guard, so it's like, I remember, Finn, we had you on for a podcast, I want to say about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Yeah, it was December, mid-December. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's crazy that things started to heat up with him. And I like the idea of adding Lonnie Walker, but with the Dinwiddie and Schroeder swap, I'm not sure how easy it is to get Lonnie Walker now, just because of the fact that they lost 2 guards. They sent Dennis Smith Jr. and Dinwiddie to Toronto, which will
Right.
probably open some minutes up for Lonnie Walker. And if they do end up moving him, I think it's going to be one of those things where it's just like a bidding war last second. I hope, like for me, if it goes more than 2 second-round picks, I'm not doing it personally. I like the idea of using the TPE, but like at the end of the day, I think like I wouldn't be surprised if Brad just comes in and just gets somebody that we're not even talking about, right? I feel like that's
Right.
the most Brad Stevens thing ever.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's what Tillman was, right? Everyone was
Yep.
saying Olynyk, Drummond, all these
Right.
big men, and then there he comes with Tillman. And I feel like personally, I think Tillman was better than all of those guys in a scheme fit. I think what he brings what we need.
Well, here's the thing: if we don't use the 6.5 or whatever it is million trade exception from Grant, will we lose it, or does it carry into the offseason? When's the deadline that TPE has to be used?
I think we lose it.
I think we do lose it.
Yeah.
It's so
Like,
I
it's a
really
1 year thing. It's like an annual thing. So if we were to say like in a random moment of the year, say in September,
July
trade a
11th.
player, right?
July 11th. There it is.
It lasts
we have to
until
use it
July
by
11th.
So
Yeah. So basically, if we use it July 11th, or we create it July 11th, 2023, it expires
Yeah.
July 11th, 2024.
2024.
it
Okay.
would carry into the early
That's
part of the offseason.
It would, and the draft.
I mean-
it would carry into the draft. Which
So I
could be
wonder
something.
if
That's interesting.
Brad must be right now searching for it. Like he must want to use that to the right move for the right move,
Well,
right? Like,
you know what? Do you remember on draft night, Justin? Sorry to cut you off, but you remember how he kept trading back, acquiring
Correct.
second-round picks?
Correct.
I think Brad doesn't make a move just to make a move. I think every move
Right.
is a designed attack.
It's like
And
a
I think
ladder.
and I think Brad had this idea that, with the addition of Kristaps and the cap holds, right? Obviously, Drew Holiday was a last-minute thing, but I think he knew that obtaining second-round picks is like the ultimate flexibility at the trade deadline because you can just kind of obtain without subtracting. And I think that we still have 6 of those things, right? So I definitely think there's another move that is going to be made. I just don't know the magnitude in which it happens, right? Because I say magnitude, Lonnie Walker would be like a, right? Like, because there's no Derek White coming to Boston, right? So it's like, is it going to be a guy that's just going to sit on our bench? Or is it going to be a guy that we're going to see constantly in the rotation, which would be a high magnitude player, in my opinion? So I think it'll be interesting. But, I mean, Brad doesn't make a move just to make a move. Everything is a designed attack. In those second-round picks, in which he traded back, right? For Jordan, eventually picked Jordan Walsh. I think we see some of those second-round picks get unloaded within the next hour.
Yeah, and there's logic. There's logic behind what Brad Stevens does. Do you remember how, at the time, I'm not saying like us 5 specifically, but do you remember at the time, about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, when we got Derek White, and it was like everybody debated, like, what the F is he doing? The first-round pick? Like,
right,
what is Brad Stevens doing? It's like, well, Brad had the vision, and Brad's vision was correct, and Derek
He probably
White
wanted to take Walsh then.
What was that?
He probably wanted to take Walsh in the second round and knew that no one else was going to take him. He pulled a Bill Belichick.
Right, and that's what he did. That's what he did at the deadline, or that's what he did at the at the draft. And he was able to get Walsh. Walsh was on the list of guys that Brad wanted in the first round. He continued to be there in the early second round, the mid second round, and then finally we picked him. But go ahead, Finn. I know you were about to say something before me.
I was just gonna say, like from the Celtics perspective, or Brad Stevens, I think like for him in approaching contracts and trades, I think the way he looks at it is like he needs, if you want to get traded to the Celtics, you need to be an in-between guy. And what I mean like that is your contract. You need to be on like a really, really high value contract. And I think this is a perfect example. The trade yesterday was Xavier Tillman. If you look at his contract, he's really getting paid nothing. I think Sam Hauser isn't going to get traded just because of the value of that contract. He's literally getting paid nothing on the books. I think Payne Pritchard is a little bit more debatable, but still, I value him as like an in-between contract, one of those guys that has a lot of value for the dollar. And I think if Brad's making a trade, this is one of the things with Lonnie Walker. It's like, is it really worth trading 2 second-round picks rather, for him? I think if there's more certainty that we can re-sign him for a fair contract in the offseason, yeah, Brad would be all in. But I think that's something Brad looks at. Like, maybe we're going to get a point guard who I don't know. He's probably somebody we're not talking about, but he's getting
Right.
paid like $5 million a year for the next 3 years. I think that's something Brad likes.
Well, I think the question is if you are getting a player on an expiring, does he move the needle in terms of championship? Like, does he help you? Personally, I think Lonnie Walker would put you to a spot where come in playoff time, you feel comfortable in winning a championship. That the same thing with Tillman, right? He doesn't like make you a championship team, right? He's not like, oh, you got to Tillman, he's this guy, but it's more like he's going to help you in a championship run. So again, I don't know. It's interesting because we talk about all these names, and you're so right, man. It's going to be someone. It's going to be someone random if there is one, which I think there will be. But I think maybe if I was a GM, which again, Brad's far beyond me in his talent wise, right? But I think it would be like, does this guy? Obviously, there's contract stuff you got to worry about, but does this guy move the needle? Does this guy help us win a championship? Because one championship, I'd trade 30 second-round picks if I could get one championship.
Well, I don't know if there's gonna be a move that will like, oh man, like we're really gonna win the title now. I think when it comes to it, I think that there's that in I say this all the time. I think it's an assurance type guy like Tillman. And like Mike Muscala was last year, where Mike maybe he didn't get some playoff rotational minutes, but he certainly gave guys like Al Horford, Blake Griffin, 2 veterans, and then obviously Robert Williams, who was still in and out of the lineup in injury, gave those guys nights off, right? And I think the luxury you have with Tillman is he brings something that you don't have right now. You don't got that nitty gritty, you don't got that Marcus Smart type player, or that Blake Griffin, that veteran diving on the floor. You don't have that right now. You got that with Tillman. Not only did you get that with Tillman, but he's only 25 years old. So it's not like we got this veteran who's going to be retiring, and this is his one last thing. Call me crazy. This could be an Al Horford replacement. Al Horford's going to be 36 come April, boys. Come playoff time, Al Horford's going to be 38 years old. This could be an Al Horford replacement. Whether he retires this year, next year, the year after that, can we build Tillman into the Celtics system, and can we have veterans like an Al Horford, like a Kristaps Porzingis, to help develop Tillman in this Celtics in this Celtics franchise? So those are all aspects you have to look at as well with Tillman coming in.
Yeah, you talk contractually. You talk real quick, Seamus.
I don't think you're crazy at all, Justin. When you say this might be the Al Horford replacement, I believe that could very well be the case. Now, I don't expect Xavier Tillman to be a multi-time All-Star like Al Horford was, and somebody who is the level of Al Horford defensively when he was here in 2016, 17, 18, the first go-around of Al Horford, right? But this player the Celtics just acquired can certainly turn into a defensive cohort the Celtics can rely on later down the line in his career if they do in fact pay him a nice salary this summer. And I think that's going to determine upon the basis of how he plays the second half of the season coming in with the Celtics. And if he does well in that third big man spot, the Celtics could theoretically put him under a deal that's team friendly looking down the line when he becomes maybe a starter in a season or a season and a half. Who knows what happens in regards to Xavier Tillman and how he replaces Al Horford. But I think you're not crazy at all, Justin, on that at all.
And that contractually, you're right. But back to what Finn said, you got bird rights on him. You can sign him to what you want to sign him to.
Yep.
Teams are continuously calling in on Austin Reeves right now.
He's not getting moved. I doubt it.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
But I do want to go back to Justin's point about insurance. And I think the way I've been looking at insurance is a little bit different. I'm more so, I think I agree with Justin here. All right, so I feel like if you go on Twitter right now and you look at insurance, everyone's considering, okay, if someone goes down in the playoffs, yeah, these guys are going to be able to fill in and get minutes. But the way I look at it is it's all right, you got 15 games left in the season and you have a 7-game lead in the East. Can you play these guys so Tatum and Brown can play 25 minutes a night? Can you rely on Lonnie Walker and Xavier Tillman to play and get extended minutes just to hold the lead? I think it's less about playoffs and more about the end of the regular season. And I really do think Xavier Tillman and maybe a Sadiq Bey or Lonnie Walker, I guess that's more so. It's the dream right now. Could win you games at the at the end of the year and hold on to that lead.
Most
Yeah.
definitely. I
Daniel
think that
House
like
just got released from Detroit.
Detroit's just clean. It's funny. I think that like right now, Boston is in such an interesting spot. I also just saw a report saying that Boston. I know we touched on this. Boston's literally watching every Milwaukee move. They are monitoring, which I think is interesting. Because again, that's what you're supposed to do. But the report was that Boston's monitoring what Milwaukee's doing, and they're going to plan accordingly. The report also said that they believe that Milwaukee is going to make a move late in the deadline because Milwaukee's aware of this. Milwaukee doesn't wait. So I don't know if this Pat Bev deal is going to move anything for Brad in terms of his decision, but I definitely think it's something that. Do you think it moves the needle?
I think that was just a pawn move, just to see if the Celtics were going to jump on that one to make their big trade.
Because
that was the one. Nope, where they're literally going to be waiting for each other. I guarantee that.
Well, if there's a standoff,
Celtics
Boston wins it 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
So, why, if in the next 50 minutes the Celtics don't have a deal done, they have an open roster spot.
Kaida.
What will Boston do with this open roster spot? Will they convert Kate? I know you already got 4 big men. Will they convert Kaida to a big man and then sign a 2-way player, or will they go for somebody in the buyout market who fits under that? I know they can't go after anybody like contractually, but I thought I saw a report if it fits, the Celtics go after it. Or I mean, I wonder what the deal is with this Celtics open roster spot. Will they be going after somebody maybe in a deal where they get 2 players back, like a 2-for-1 type thing? I'm interested to see how Boston does this, because remember last year the Celtics had an open roster spot around the trade deadline as well.
I think Brad likes this team. I don't think Brad wants to like move around guys, right? So really, if there's a trade, I don't think a player, and again, it'll be a filler, right? Like you saw Lamar Stevens. It will be someone like Banton. It will be someone, I hate to say it, but maybe Brissett. But like, right, someone at the end of the bench who, I'm sorry.
Why does Brissett's name come up more than Svi, man?
Because he doesn't play, or Svi, you're right. But Svi before Brissett. But I think that's where the move is. If they don't, yeah, Svi can. I don't know why Svi. I'm surprised Svi's still here. But no hate though. But
I don't know how the hell he's still on the team. No hate.
But Brad, I think Brad really likes the roster that he has. I think the locker room really gets along. You've heard Holiday and Porzingis kind of talk about that. I don't think he wants to mess any of that up. Well, so I think if the roster spot's open, I think they just move Kaida up, and I think they like what they have.
How can I feel like okay? So like, first of all, people need to understand, like, you know, they sit here and like the grass isn't always greener, right? Where it's like, oh, Celtics need to make a trade. Why haven't they made a trade? It's like, do the Celtics need to make a trade when they've won 39 of their first 50 games?
Right.
Is it necessary? I'm sure.
I do think it's necessary. I think it was necessary to make a move because you can be
like a big time deal. That's not going to happen.
Right. Like, no, but I think you can be as good as any you can possibly be, and you still need to get better. There's still always room for improvement.
Ways to get better, correct.
So I think we were real quick. We're 38-12, top of the league. But I think there were clear weaknesses within this team that could have been exploited as time goes on that I think Brad's addressing.
But I'm saying, and it goes back to your point on Brad Stevens and how smart he is, don't just do a deal to do a deal.
Right.
You've got to have purpose behind it. It's kind of like when we go out and we see the All-Star team and we're like, oh, Derek White got snubbed. Oh, Trae Young got snubbed. Okay, well, who do you replace him with? Who's that player you're replacing him with? How is that going to happen, and why should that happen? That's the same thing that you should look at when there's these trades. Oh, why aren't the Celtics making trades? Well, who would you trade? How would you trade him, and why would you do it? Right? Like, don't just do a trade to do a trade. Don't just do a trade to bring in a new face or bring in a name that was once good. Right? Like, I feel like the Lakers in recent years were building 2K teams. They bought a bunch of has-beens, right? Like, like it just didn't work. They were going after the Carmelo Anthonys and the Dwight Howards, you know, and the Rondos. I know Rondo, you know, was a big part of their title in 2020, but I think you all get my point where they were buying the name, not the player that they once were. right? So I think that's something you have to look at in Boston as well. You can't just make a deal to make a deal, especially in this big of a season where you're title favorites. This is your best chance at winning a title in a while. This is even an even better roster than we had last year. And last year, at the moment, maybe not looking back at it, but at the moment, we thought we were set. The Malcolm Brogdon, Derek White, Marcus Smart. I can't believe there were moments last year. We look back at it now. I wanted to say this in the postgame show last night because we were talking about how valuable Derek White has been, especially this season, potential all-star player. There were moments last year when Derek White wasn't on the court in the clutch. Now he's like one of our most clutch players, and he's knocking down threes and everything like that. So it just goes to show you how far this team has come. But you cannot just make a deal to make a deal. You have to have purpose behind it, especially on a year like this where the Celtics are so close to getting over that hump, and they have their best chance to get over that hump. I have to head out because I'm currently in the middle of work, and I stepped out to join the show, but I just wanted to get that off my chest. There's 45 minutes in the trade deadline. Usually when something like this happens, where we either get offline or somebody leaves, something big happens. So maybe I'm bringing in good luck. But if I'm not, I'm okay with what the Celtics have right now. I still think there's chances to get better. But as we speak right now, I love the Tillman edition. I'm sure we'll be talking about it. And you can catch us live on postgame tomorrow night. Hopefully Tillman makes his debut tomorrow. If not, he should definitely make his debut before the All-Star game. But guys, take care of the rest of the show. It's going to be a great show, guys. Stick around the final hour of the trade deadline special. Trades fee, keep percent.
But again, so I do think that we're getting into the thick of it now. No moves for some time. It's going to be interesting to see where we go, but I don't know. When did the white trade was last minute, right? With the Muscala trade, those were both last minute, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
I think the Tice trade was really last second too.
Right. So I feel like it's gonna be 2:57, and we're gonna get news that there's a trade. But again, it's like, all right. Here's the question though: if they don't make a trade, how do we feel?
It's fine by me.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean,
you don't think it's necessary?
So
I mean, numbers don't lie, right? Like we are gross. No doubt about it.
Like, no doubt.
Like the talent's there. I one thing that concerns me is like the end of the season. You just want guys that can definitely get minutes and take some of the load off from the Jays and all the starting lineup. But I mean, at the end of the day, like this, I think there's 8 guys on this team that I trust in a playoff series. And when it really comes down to it, I think 8's all you need, maybe even 7.
Well, especially with the House. So Daniel House getting released. Report by Shams says multiple contending teams expected to pursue House in free agency. Boston expressed how they want a bigger wing. Maybe that's where Brad goes. It's a move we are financially capable of doing, which is not very, typical in the current second tax apron that we're in. There's not many guys in the buyout market you can go. So maybe we go for a guy like House, which, I wouldn't be opposed to. But I do think that if you go, I'm looking at the playoff roster with this team, right? The rotation, we have like 7 solid guys that I feel comfortable with right now, which is like, again, you're really going to only go 8 deep. So the Tillman move makes me feel a lot more comfortable with where we're at.
I just don't like that our main guard coming off the bench is Peyton Pritchard. Like, I wish there was Peyton Pritchard and someone. I mean, I know we have Delano Banton behind him, but he's been bouncing on and off the G League roster. So I don't know if we can rely on him with minutes if, Lord forbid, someone goes down at guard. But I'm really fine with where this team is sitting right now. I mean, they can call up Keita, and they will still have I think even if they do call up Keita, they still have that final roster spot.
Right. Well, something I do think that's important. Teams are making moves right now to compete with Boston, which is important to address as a Celtics fan, right? That you got to realize that teams are aware in which the lead Boston has over the league right now currently. Especially the East. I don't think the West teams are too worried about that right now, because quite frankly, the West is kind of giving us a hard time. But I think if you look at the East, I think every team, Knicks, Sixers, the Bucks, those are teams that are trying to make moves to catch the Celtics. Don't get it twisted. Boston doesn't need to make too many moves, if any, because they're ahead of the pack right now.
Be in cruise control, watching the rearview mirror.
Right, exactly. They have. I mean, right? What do they have? A 5.5 game lead over second place right now.
Yeah.
So without a trade, and I think they got better with Tillman already, man. I'm okay with.
Yeah,
I'm okay with rolling into the second half of the year with an open roster spot and this lineup we got. We just got to stay healthy.
Yeah, there's still 40 minutes left, so I'm definitely not ruling out the possibility of something happening because it feels this way every single year going into the deadline where it's like, oh, yeah, okay, we're just going to keep who we have. And in recent years, that made a lot of sense with Danny Ainge as the GM, and a lot of people, I believe unfairly, went at Danny Ainge at times and not making a move at the deadline in certain years when moves just were not apparent. I mean, you're taking massive risks. People wanted him to take massive risks in which would have led the Celtics to a more mediocre state today, right now, where we're now talking about Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis. You guys just talked about us being the best team in the league, everybody hunting us down. That's because Danny Ainge was so patient back when everyone wanted him to take risks. Now, I think there's more reason to take a risk nowadays than there was back then, per se, but I don't see a huge risk out there that the Celtics are going to take right now before the deadline in the next 40 minutes. Could they make another deal? I believe certainly, because the back end of the roster, the amount of second-round picks the Celtics do have in their arsenal, and the steps this team has for this season. I mean, look at what the Celtics have in front of them this season. The NBA title, the ownership of the Celtics. They're paying a massive tax bill right now, their biggest tax bill ever. Why wouldn't the Boston Celtics go all in this year if the ownership, they're paying over $20 million for this team? So in this next time frame right now, these next 40 minutes, I do expect the Celtics and Brad Stevens in the front office to be a little more aggressive than we've seen in the past. If we glide past this deadline and the roster looks how it does right now, the team is still elite. We don't have to worry. It's no big deal. It really isn't, because I believe this team right now, they're almost to 40 wins, almost there. But if Jason Tatum stepped up his game, we talked about it on post-game last night, we wouldn't need a player at this deadline. The only reason we talked about, we might need another big body guard or big body wing, because Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, we want to alleviate some pressure off of them when they come off and sit on the bench, come off the court and sit on the bench. But when they are in the game, if they are maximized at their potential and optimized at their game, this team doesn't need anything right now, because they're almost the first team to 40 wins, and they're going to likely be a top 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. They're going to have home court in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, and in the Eastern Conference, Finals, if they do grab the number 1 seed and stay healthy all the way to that point, they should be considered the favorite in the Eastern Conference to come out of the East and win, despite not making a move at the deadline, whether they do or not in the next 40 minutes. But if they do, that all of a sudden, I know Justin said there's not going to be a trade in which we look at it and go, oh, yes, this is the trade that puts us over the top for a championship. This is the title-winning trade. There's not going to be a deal like that, I agree, but there could be a deal out there, and I believe the Xavier Tillman deal was that yesterday to some extent, that really adds on to what the Celtics already have and adds more insurance if someone were to get hurt later on down the line. And that's only if. If is a big word, because people, they always worry, oh my God, Kristaps Porzingis, he's coming down the lane, he's floating in traffic and he's coming down.
Hey man, that's scary. That's scary.
But some other players, we've seen history of injuries. We've seen it on and off. Players are injured for non-freak reasons. It's usually because of, I don't want to say it's necessarily the player's fault, but sometimes it's due to conditioning. You just put your body through wear and tear over and over and over again, and you're not quite conditioned for that. And players, they become injured. That's been part of the Anthony Davis conversation the last couple of years. And I believe that Porzingis, personally, he hasn't shown me anything this season that tells me oh, this man's going to be, we're going to have injury concerns with him later on down the line. Robert Williams, unfortunately, for as much as I love Robert Williams, I just want to say that I love Robert Williams, there was a concern about his availability. And even in the 2022 Eastern Conference Finals, I pointed it out. Look, Robert Williams, he's valuable, but how valuable is he? Because he's not even on the court in the Eastern Conference Finals right now. That's a big deal. And I haven't seen that out of Kristaps Porzingis. Yes, he had some calf tightness earlier this year. He had some ankle injuries.
Well,
but
you know what,
outside
Seamus?
of those moments, I don't see Kristaps Porzingis and his conditioning or constant injuries being a problem for him at all. It's really the freak stuff, and I don't try to worry about that.
Right. I think the question with Kristaps goes, how's his body going to react to when you can't manage him? You know what I'm saying? Like in the playoffs when he's going. But again, the playoffs do a pretty good job. Honestly, I think they give the players too much rest. I hate waiting 2 days in between playoff games sometimes. So I think that's my only concern with Kristaps is I think they've done a great job managing him, quite frankly. I think, second nights of back-to-back, stuff like that. My only concern, and again, I hate to say it, with Tillman here now, I feel a little bit more comfortable in a playoff game if we're missing him. If it's just one, right? If he has to sit out for a game or something, I feel a lot more comfortable defensively with Tillman in the game than I do with Luke. And again, I've come to like Luke. Offensively, he's in the right spots, but he's just super one-dimensional. And it's like, it's not his fault, but it's like you can't do much with him, right? You're going to have him sit in the dunker spot, and he's going to be a roller. And then defensively, he doesn't have that inside-out, switchability that Tillman has.
Well, I believe Luke Cornett could be a player who's ultimately traded in the next 40 minutes or the next 35 minutes. Now, I wouldn't mind if he's still on the roster past the deadline at all. And you know I'm a big Luke Cornett fan. I mean, we have videos about us going back and forth about Luke Cornett out on our YouTube page right now. So it's clear that we're not Luke Cornett haters, but I do believe Luke Cornett could potentially be dealt at the deadline, looking at the big man rotation and how it's shaping up right now. Queta, there's one open roster spot available. I believe he could be converted to a standard deal. And under that circumstance, under that situation, 5 big men on the roster, I don't – that typically when you see that happen or you see an overload or an overlap at one rotational position, whether it's the wing, the big man spot, or the guard position, it's like, all right, somebody's probably going to be the odd man out here. Somebody likely isn't going to be here. And it could be Queta stays a two-way player, doesn't really play the second half of the season too much, which I know wouldn't thrill too many people. But say he does stay in the two-way spot, Luke Cornett slots into that 4th big man spot. That could be something the Celtics explore in that last roster spot available. There was just a report by Shams Charania that multiple contenders will be shooting for Daniel House and signing him in free agency after being waived by the Pistons, and he was traded to the Pistons from the Sixers. This is where I think the Sixers are just completely selling. Daniel House, Patrick Beverley, those are 2 rotational players you can use. They just send them away for essentially nothing valuable this season immediately. But there's somebody like that the Celtics could use on the roster and keep Cornett and keep the 4 big men right there and keep Queta in the two-way spot. That is potentially a scenario, but the Celtics could go another route, and if there are 5 big men on the roster, and they do plan to standardize Queta, Cornett could be a trade piece who's moved out along with maybe a Peyton Pritchard. Who knows?
That's what I'm thinking. Because I feel like 5 big men. Are you really going to roll with that just seems like it's not going to happen.
And Queta's really, he's reaching that level where it's like, okay, he might just be a roster guy. It really makes no sense as to why Jordan Walsh has a roster spot and Queta doesn't. I know it's because of the draft pick and how everything goes about, but if you really looked at who receives minutes or who's more NBA ready, it's Queta over Jordan Walsh. And I believe there is a case to have Queta on the roster right now. And if the Celtics believe they're going to go that route, I don't see how Cornett stays on the roster. I don't see how we take 5 big men into the second half of the season. I'm gonna try to
I agree. No, I think Luke's just gonna stay. I think there's just a certain level of locker room presence that Luke Cornett has. Right. And as crazy as that sounds, I really do think Brad and the guys on that team really value that. And I think like to me, I know a lot of people got Cato over Luke, but like for me, I trust Luke more. I think Luke's a better passer. I think he's more aware, and I think he's just got a better sense. And when I'm going with the way the Celtics are right now, I think I would trust Luke more in a playoff series. And my prediction is, all right, I don't think Luke's going to get traded, and I think realistically, if it honestly depends on the situation. If Brad likes somebody on the buyout market, they'll get the last roster spot. But if he doesn't find anyone he likes, I'm sure Cato will get the last roster spot. However, if there is somebody, Cato will probably just have to sit out the playoffs and just keep that two-way contract.
If you don't move Cato to a standard deal, I should really know this. Do you lose him, or is he still rostered? Like, what happened? Is he still a rostered Celtic? Come, like, will we have him next year? Like, how does that work? Could a team pick him up?
Well, I believe we'll have bird rights at the very least. We'll have bird rights on him, so we'll have the ability to sign him to a standard deal. Now, what becomes interesting is, I think the question is it less expensive for the Celtics to sign him now than in the summer if he becomes a free agent? Because in the summer, there might be more wheeling and dealing with other teams available for him, whereas now you just keep him in-house and you go, this is what we're trying to give you right now. We're trying to standardize you on this minimum. You never know. I personally think a trade's coming in the next 30 minutes because just looking at the back of the roster, how can you justify – you have $4 million you can trade away in Svi Mykhailiuk and Delano Benton, and there are undoubtedly players out there. Delon Wright brought him up the other day that you could swap with teams who are completely out of the running or just looking to ship away free agents this summer or expiring contracts rather. Going through all of the names in the NBA, there are a lot of players out there who could be dealt under that margin of you are around $6 million, $7 million, $5 million. You're expiring the team you're on. It's like, how much are they competing? It's like, are they going to try to save a little bit of money? The Celtics, they can add to their salary because, like I mentioned earlier, the ownership, they're paying over $20 million for this team. I mean, why not just add more? Why not go all in? This is a championship level season. You're paying for a championship. I think potentially there could be another name added to the Celtics roster in consolidation of Mykhailiuk and Banton and even potentially Cornette. Who knows? Peyton Pritchard, I will say, if there is a lot of people have brought his name up, I think there's less likelihood he's traded because, one, I do believe he's a savvy player. I think his IQ is high. And I know we went through the breakdown last night and we picked out a mistake from his game, but we saw how he was able to reconcile that mistake once he made it. And I do believe within the offense and even defensively, Peyton Pritchard, he knows where he's supposed to be. And some of his size is really his biggest limitation. And the poison pill provision, I believe, kind of sways the ability to move him to another team and the salary swapping that happens, because I don't think a team is looking at Pritchard going, yeah, let's add more salary to our books next season and more coming from the Celtics because the Celtics are going to have to ship out more salary with Pritchard. Let's add more salary to our books so that we can give the Celtics more. It doesn't really add up entirely with Pritchard for me. And I think looking at his entire deal into the future, it's really not that big of a deal. I know next year we're like, ooh, yeah, $7 million. Like, is he going to be a $7 million player next year? Who knows? Within the rotation, he could easily be the 9th or 10th guy next year. And he's a player we might move like we did Daniel Tice back in 2022. He was making $9 million on the roster, and it just didn't quite make sense for him to be on the roster under that amount of money. And what the Celtics could do, they moved him for Malcolm Brogdon, of course, along with many other players. Peyton Pritchard could be that player going into the future, maybe next summer, this upcoming summer, even the summer after that. But looking down the line, he's making $8.3 million in 27-28, 7.7 in 26-7, and 25-26, he's making 7.2. And that's all after next season. So, yes, he signed to some long-term money, and you do question, okay, 26, 27, could he be a $7 million player? Maybe he's not. But if he is, and if he's more than that, this is a deal where, oh my goodness, he's going to be hellaciously underpaid in the fourth year of it if he does become a consistent rotational player, which I don't consider him to be a developing player at this point in time, which I don't expect him to like develop into more than what we've already seen. But if he's still around and he's still in the rotation at these points in time, then you can still justify his salary. That's not a bad player to have on your roster.
Right. And I think something to consider is we don't know what $8 million is going to look like in 2027, right? We see how the numbers keep going up and all these contracts. Like, there's a chance $8 million is closer to, like, the vet's minimum at that point. Like, it's going to be really, really interesting. And
I
then
think
I was just going to say, this is kind of random, but adding to the books and whatnot, I'm looking at it now. I think a guy that is really kind of falling under the radar after he got traded, but Otto Porter Jr., I think there's a high chance that he gets bought out by Utah. And that's a guy that I would be more than comfortable with giving the last roster spot to.
I would love Otto Porter Jr. Again, it's just like I want a player that I can throw into a playoff game and be like, this is comfortable. Because right now, and again, Pritchard and Hauser have some experience in there, especially Pritchard. I mean, he played in some big games. Game 7 against Milwaukee, had a couple big shots at home. But I don't know how comfortable I am right now with those guys in the game. Honestly, I think I'm most comfortable with Cornette out of the three of them in the game, which is a wild thought considering 25 games ago I would have never thought to think that. I'm a big Hauser guy. I have been since, honestly, we signed him as an undrafted free agent. However, it's so hit or miss with him that he needs to be making his shots for me to feel comfortable with him in the game. And again, Porter Jr., Chris Dunn, DeLon Wright, Lonnie Walker, some of those names, I feel comfortable with those guys in a playoff game.
Chris Dunn, he's a dog.
Yeah, right. It's like you can throw him and Tillman, right? They're gonna cause some havoc, right? And I think that's like people like ask, like, all right, what do the Celtics need off the bench? I don't know how much scoring in the playoffs they're really gonna need. Like, how many touches is a bench guy gonna really get in the playoffs with this team? Like, realistically, right? Obviously, it helps to win a couple of regular season games, right? When you got a guy like, you want a guy scoring 15 off the bench, but come playoff time with a team as talented as this, like, how many touches could we possibly really get to our seventh man, right?
I want Hauser making like 1 or 2 threes during a playoff.
Right, you want
game.
Hauser scoring like 7 points, which is doable. So it's like, that's something you got to think about is in terms of how many mouths there are to feed. I want Holiday. I want the starting five to each be taking over 12 shots, and then Brown and Tatum each taking their 20 mark, and then you want like Kristaps up in the 15. So it's like I don't think there's honestly, I don't know if there's room for another scoring guard off the bench, which again is why I think a name like Otto Porter Jr. makes a lot of sense for the Celtics, because he's going to stand in that corner, he's going to play some good defense, and he's going to knock down the occasional catch and shoot three when he's open, which you're going to get if you're on the Celtics. We saw that in film breakdown last night.
Yeah, I think Otto Porter is an interesting look. What I am just like, I don't know how concerned I think I might be a little bit too concerned about this, but technically right now behind Derek White as shooting guard, I mean, I know you can slot Jaylen Brown up as a shooting guard small forward, but other than that, for guards, you just have Delano Banton. So that's my only concern, but other than that, I think this team is more than solid, and what everyone on this roster is flexible to play another position, and I think everyone on this roster, you could pick out any 5 players on this roster at once and put them on the court. They would be able to intertwine together and be able to make out a rotation.
Doubt. We got 22 minutes here left, guys. So theirs hasn't been traction at all. Like, there's no team
I've been checking my phone. No, I think it's all going to be announced after the 3 o'clock hour, which it usually is.
I would expect 15 minutes. Expect to see some news.
Yeah, bidding wars right now. It's definitely
wars.
bidding war season.
Right,
like the last
I agree.
257 to like 310, just gonna be nukes.
Right, I agree. I think that's when you're just gonna start people flying. Which again, it's like, here's the question: who's gonna get moved? Like who? Like I don't know. I mean, if the Bulls aren't moving, if the Lakers aren't moving, the Hawks haven't moved at all. Warriors haven't moved. Like those are four teams. If you asked me coming into the deadline, who are the four like biggest movers, I would have literally told you. I would have been dead wrong. I would have said Lakers, Hawks, Bulls, Warriors. I was wrong. So I don't know. There's still time left, but I mean, Golden State probably needs to make a move.
Yeah, how does Golden State not? I don't. That situation is so toxic right now to me. Just looking on the outside now, maybe on the inside, and maybe it's all. Well, we're all playing with Steph Curry. It's all fine, right? And all the media makes up all the drama that goes on behind the scenes. But I believe the Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga called out Steve Kerr in the media. Just went straight to Sean Sharani and went, I don't like Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr has 4 titles. As a coach, he has multiple titles as a player. Jonathan Kuminga, he's our age. He's our age. I don't know how that was justified whatsoever, and I'm surprised more of a deal wasn't made out of it. It feels like everybody was just kind of like, yeah, that was a little weird by Jonathan Kuminga. That's a little bold move, but it was like, that was a really bold move. That was a move that I think in the old days, and like nowadays, guys are getting paid. It's a big business. You can't really sit certain guys out, yada, yada. I think in the old days, that's a move that could potentially get you sat down for multiple weeks or just causes complete havoc.
Well, they can't afford to sit him down.
Since where it's like, all right, we're going to go about this. And now, who knows, he might be traded in the next 20 minutes.
You can't even again, it's like, the Warriors are a mess. I mean, they're a mess. And there's really in the West. In the West, it's like those top 7 seeds are so far ahead of 8, 9, 10, and honestly, where's Golden State? 11. They're 11 right now, or there might be 12 behind Houston.
Yeah, I think you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but I think the Warriors are closer to figuring it out than everybody thinks. Like, I'm just saying, like, I know Chris Paul's not healthy right now, and Draymond, his shenanigans, and he was suspended and whatnot,
Right.
But if everybody comes back healthy, you're telling me like the last 15, 20 games of the season, they can't just go on a run and get the 7th seed or the 6th seed? Like, I'm telling you, like,
I mean, they are who they are.
But I guess like relative to the standard in which we hold them to, it's like, what is that going to do for them? It's like they're going to go into the first round and they might win a series. Like last year, they barely won their first round series and were whooped by the Lakers the next series. And this season, they grabbed the 6 or 7 seed or the 8 seed. They might win a series. They might. I personally feel if they were to make the playoffs, they'd be a first round exit. And relative to where they've been, I think that's. Well, I think that's the conversation. Like if you were to see another young team right now, it's like, oh yeah, they could make a run, but where they've been before, like, oh, we expect championship from them. I think.
Well, the Warriors.
Shocking.
It's like
the
Warriors are the definition of just get in, because if you just get in, you got Steph Curry. Right, so it's like I don't think the title run I think is out of the question this year. I think this offseason they have some real big time moving to do.
But they might piss off someone in the play-in tournament that thought they had a chance all year.
Right, exactly. I think that you just got to let Steph Curry have a chance, and something they can just out experience you. Like you saw that with Sacramento. Sacramento was the way better team all year. Throughout 82 games, they're the better team, and honestly, through 7 games, they're the better team. But the Warriors just like out experienced them, right? In a game, like Curry just out. So I think like you look at the Warriors, and if they get in, they can. I think they could realistically make the second round. I doubt. I can't comfortably say conference finals. They don't deserve that. But I think they just got to get in.
Same for the Lakers, right? We all agree.
Right. Yeah. It's like if they just get in, it's like they have a shot.
Yep.
And it's like it'll be interesting because that's I was talking about this earlier in the year. It's an interesting dynamic because it's like you have these great teams like Oklahoma and Minnesota, New Orleans, right? These are really good young teams. How do they react? Because last year we saw some great young teams get whooped by the older teams. So how are they going to react, right? Like, how are the Pelicans going to react in a matchup against if they play the Lakers, or how are the Thunder, right? The Thunder are the 1 seed right now, guys. In the way it's looking, they're either playing Dallas, Sacramento, or LA or Golden State.
Or Phoenix. That I have a whole little script made out for the West playoff picture. I think they're gonna end up matched up with a Phoenix Suns type team that are gonna end up slotted in the 6th seed for no reason.
If I'm Phoenix, right? Think about this though. If I'm Phoenix, right? You're 5 games back from 4th, right? And 4th is a half game back from 1st. So the top 4 kind of solidified. Still a lot of season left, but I would think I would rather drop down, and you call me nuts. I think I would rather drop down and play the play-in game, right? Have 2 shots at making the playoffs and either get Minnesota or Oklahoma than match up against the Nuggets or the Clippers if they stay 3-4. So it's there's that dynamic where it's right? How good is Oklahoma and Minnesota? I think Minnesota might be fool's gold. Their defense is elite, but how far are those? I mean, you could see it. You could see a world where we got
our first move.
We got a big move, folks.
Here we go.
You want to break it?
Who's breaking it?
I'll break it. The Spurs are moving Doug McDermott to the Pacers.
Going back to Indy. There we go.
Doug McDermott back to Indy. Biggest move so far we've had in this trade deadline special. I guess we had Pat Bev to start.
Well, that might maybe unleash something. Future second round. I don't know. That's a good move for Indiana. I like that. Doug McDermott plays into their system. You got 15 minutes now. You got 15 minutes, right? 20, but
I think my phone's gonna start getting more notifications very quickly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey, did you guys talk about Gordon Hayward at all?
Not really. We haven't dived into it.
We have a lot to cover, honestly.
Ooh, yeah, the Gordon Hayward one is a really interesting one.
What do you think about it?
I think it's either going to go down as a huge hit or miss. I don't think there's any in between. If he can stay healthy and give you 15 off the bench and good efficiency and stuff, yeah, he definitely adds value. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's all right, what if he's got lingering injuries, issues, and then they struggle in their second round exit, and then he leaves in free agency and whatnot. So I don't know. I kind of think it's one of those things that time will tell, but I think it's worth the risk considering. I don't know. I don't think there was ever room for Trey Mann on that team. Micic, I didn't really see too much value there. And then a first-round pick, they got 100 of them, so who cares?
Right, might as well. And I feel when you think of – literally goes back to the conversation we just had. Experience, playoff matchups. He had some experience, right? He's been there. He's had some great runs with Utah. Had actually a couple – he had a couple good runs with Boston, second round, and then conference finals, obviously, in the bubble year. So I like that move. Expiring, too. So, contractually, it's not really if it misses, it misses. He's a free agent, and you don't really have to worry about paying him. And if it works, he's a free agent. And, I would be shocked if Hayward gets anything over $15 million a year on his next deal. You could get Hayward for cheap if he checks out. I don't know.
DeJounte Murray.
Hayward has a good agent.
Murray traded?
No, the Hawks are keeping DeJounte Murray.
So his injury was legitimate last night.
Yep. All right, so there'll be a play.
It was I don't know. It's off the bench at halftime.
It's why is everyone gunning for why? If I'm the Hawks, man, do you really think you're going to go into a playoff series against the Celtics, which looks like you're going to be fighting for the 8 seed, and you're going to really do some what?
It's the definition of insanity if they go in with the same team.
It's. Wow,
yeah,
I don't know.
The way I look at the NBA is you either want to be at the top, one of those teams competing, or you want to be at the bottom fighting for a draft pick. But if you're one of those teams that's the Bulls or the Nets right now, or the Hawks, and you're just in the middle, mediocrity in the middle of the pack is the worst spot to be in the NBA. So
yeah, no doubt.
If you're the Bulls or you're the Hawks, you either want to do moves to get you up to that contending level, or if you look at Chicago, I don't know, they're never going to get to the point where they're competing. So it makes no sense. They got to blow it up. You know what I mean?
It's if I'm Chicago, do you really think you're going to get – I don't even think they're going to get into the playoffs. I like Orlando and I like Miami a lot more.
Oh, Marcus Morris. That's a guy to look
Yeah.
out for the Celtics.
Yeah,
Spurs are buying him out.
Does he
Oh, yeah.
what's he making annually?
Oh, I
That's
think.
Let's see.
Oh, is he over the MLE?
I
Probably.
would be very upset if he was over the MLE.
Oh, that'd be brutal. I feel like just for the culture. You know what
I
I mean?
mean,
Like,
Yep, 17 mil.
Yeah,
Damn.
what is it, like
that would
11 and a
be-
half, 12 and a half?
12.6.
Oh, that's brutal.
That would have been a move I liked.
He got
Yeah.
moved 3 times today.
Poor
I
guy.
want to loop back around on Gordon Hayward real quick because you guys were just talking about him. This Gordon Hayward deal, this is exactly the deal the Oklahoma City Thunder needed to make, where you're giving up assets. You're not giving up too much. Finn, you said it. Trey Mann not playing consistently within the Thunder rotation. The 2 other players, Davis Bertans and Micic, basically just salary filler within the deal, and the first round pick going out. You said it too. They have 1 million of them, and there's no reason to hoard first round picks at this point in time. You're now trying to turn them into assets you can go out and add players with. So the Thunder did a great job in combining all of their assets for a player they can now compete with this season, because they are in ultra competitive mode. Last season, they made the 10th seed, they made the play-in tournament, won one play-in tournament game. Now, I was hoping they would make their way into the first round series against Denver, because I think Denver and OKC would have been amazing last year. We had Minnesota instead. Minnesota's been a breakout team as well. We had no idea Minnesota and OKC would be the 2 breakout teams, but I thought Oklahoma City's experience in breaking into the play-in tournament last year showed that they were ready to compete this season, and maybe not win the title, but make a deep playoff run, make a lot of noise. Maybe you make the semifinals. Maybe you go all the way to the conference finals. Of course, we've seen the Celtics do this in the past, all the way back in 17-18. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they're in their first and second years. We didn't expect to go all the way to the conference finals that season when Kyrie was hurt, when Gordon was hurt, yet that happened. And I believe the Thunder are in the same position now where they add Hayward to their roster. This certainly increases their chances at going far in the Western Conference, and even into the future. They could re-sign Hayward to a cheaper deal. He could fit in like a glove there, and if not, they get rid of the money on their books and they'll allocate it somewhere else. And you ultimately did not give up too much for this deal. So I love this particular trade for the Oklahoma City Thunder. As for the Charlotte Hornets, I do want to touch on them real quick. First round pick for Gordon Hayward. That's what they were looking for. In my mind, they were that. This is a good trade for the Hornets just because that first round pick. There was a scenario where they were going to buy out Hayward and get nothing for him. Now they get a first round pick. That's a good deal for the Hornets, but otherwise, I think teams do these type of deals way too late. I believe you would have gotten a lot more out of Hayward if you shipped him last deadline or last summer when the Hornets weren't competitive. It makes no sense as to why teams wait until, oh, this guy's expiring. Oh, we're 10-30 right now. There's no value here whatsoever. You're going to lose him for nothing. I do like the fact they got a first round pick, but
Grant's a movable contract too.
They should have got more.
I like Trey Mann too. Like Trey Mann's sneaky underrated. Like he's proven in the G that he can get some buckets in summer league and stuff. So like if he gets some tick.
Yeah, Bucks trade. Yeah, Robin Lopez.
We saw him cook the Celtics 2 years, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 22 season, I believe.
I think it was. Oh God, they've cooked us the past couple years, a couple times.
Okay, see, too many cooking moments.
Milwaukee. I don't know how much to look into this, but Milwaukee opens up a roster spot with Robin Lopez, sending him to the Kings.
Buyout market probably.
So, yeah, that'll be. I don't know.
What if the Spurs just kept all of the players they've bought out in the last 3 years? Because I swear it's like to be fair, Goran Dragic, I guess, was one of them. So that probably he's retired. Probably wouldn't have been a great one, but say Marcus Morris. Now it's like
7 minutes. Come on.
I know the Spurs are not in a competitive state, and I'm not saying that they should be in a state where they're adding right now, or they should keep Marcus Morris or do something of that nature. But I feel like we have these teams in the NBA that are just perpetually buying out players, whether you see it's San Antonio, Charlotte. We've seen Portland and Indiana in the past be a part of that. And these are some of the teams that just kind of swim around in mediocrity. Yes, the Spurs were a dynasty the last 15 years before the last 5 years, But ever since Tim Duncan exited the building, they've been not so great.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it?
no, you
Sorry,
go,
you
Rob.
go.
You go.
Okay, I was. This is so off topic, but it's just a thought that comes to mind. Is it me or is Pat Bev just like the dysfunctional team hopper? Because I feel like every team he's been traded, like the Lakers with the Russ, dysfunctional, gets traded. Then it goes to Chicago, dysfunctional. Then goes to Philly, not really dysfunctional. I guess he took a break. Now he's in Milwaukee. It's like super dysfunctional. He was with that Clippers team, right? Like with like Trez and like not dysfunctional. Actually, they were a pretty good team. I shouldn't say that, but like I feel like the past 2 years he has just jumped from dysfunctional team to dysfunctional. I feel bad for the guy.
Shout out Pat Bev. I guess.
Yeah,
I guess he
right?
has like I mean the numbers don't say he's great, but like I do think there's a level of value there, and I guess NBA teams they clearly value it too. So I mean,
someone's got to pay him more. He's not making enough.
I don't know if you guys follow his podcast, but like Roan and like the whole Philly scene, I kind of feel bad that.
Right. Yeah. I know.
That sucks,
the losing one. But yeah, that's just a random thought I had. I'm not gonna lie, but
so it's like
5 minutes here.
What Dinwiddie's getting waived? No, he's got to be. He's obviously over that Molly, right?
To avoid, I'm checking right now.
If
he's over that,
he's a Laker. I'm guaranteed he's a Laker.
Dinwiddie contract. He is, over 18.
But how can the Lakers sign him? The Lakers are paying a pretty penny, right? Or
Lakers, I think
because I saw they had interest in Kyle Lowry, and I know he's over the MLE. So
I think they're in the first apron. So we're in the second tax apron, which means 12.6.
Yeah.
The first apron is, I want to say, 18 million. So I could be wrong. You might want to fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's 18 or 19 million is the restriction.
Yeah, Dinwiddie is going to be a sleeper pickup.
Yeah, he would have been like that. Like if there was a Celtic or a player that would change like the Celtic bench, he would be one of them. 4 minutes. Phone isn't falling off the table just yet.
Yeah, I think it should be, if there is a move, it will be the next 5 minutes, right? You'll maybe 3:02 it might break, 3:03.
Oh, Jaden Springer, what the
Celtics.
Jaden
Springer.
Springer.
There we go.
What are our thoughts on Jaden Springer?
The other night, I texted my friend and I was like, "Yeah, here's who the Sixers have." I'm like, they sometimes play Springer too.
Right.
Well, now we're gonna sometimes play Springer too. Jaden.
I mean, I trust Brad, so. And we got maybe we got some of the Sixers plays and stuff. So.
I'm wondering, what are we, second round pick likely? I would say.
Yeah, that's it.
So that's funny.
A young player.
This is funny. Actually, Jaden Springer has been playing pretty well for him over the past couple games. But this is funny. Random memory. The last time the Celtics played the Sixers, I want to say they were missing Embiid. Embiid didn't play, right? Yeah. And I got a comment that said, we were doing the post-game show, someone said, "Oh, well, we were missing Embiid and Springer." And I remember thinking to myself, I said, Springer's like, come on now. And he's like, "Oh, no, Springer's really good." So to that Sixers fan, we just picked up a really good player.
Welcome, Jaden Springer. Welcome.
All right, but let's dive into this. Jaden Springer playing 12 minutes per game, scoring 4 points. I don't know. How do we feel?
Quote from Ian. Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, 6'4", 202.
Didn't he low-key cook Tatum in the preseason, like that one play? Or is that someone else? I feel like he blocked Tatum's dunk or something.
Oh, yeah, you might be right.
Or something.
Right. I mean, he's an athletic 6'4" guard. So it's like, there's some size. Is this insurance? I don't see this guy as a rotation player.
Yeah, I don't know.
21. He's 21 years old. Right, he's 21.
You know what? Maybe this is one of those things where it's like
he's younger than me.
He's going to be around next year.
As I talked about earlier, it's like Brad likes the in-between guys on good contract values. And I bet Brad thinks you can get him on an extension that's probably super team-friendly, and he can outplay, and the dollar, the value for the dollar will probably be extremely high. So I trust Brad with it.
Dan Greenberg
points against the Celtics in October.
Greenberg thinks that Brad gets Springer to replace Banton's spot, and there's still more to come.
Oh,
don't know if I believe that.
I think Jaden Springer and Banton are kind of redundant. You know what I mean? It's like
Right. So that's the thought. Maybe this is part one to don't. I mean, again, you got a minute. Don't know if that's true. Feel like it would be reported, but
this
maybe
is
a third
when,
team.
Let's note this: trades just have to be in the queue by this time. They don't have to be finalized or any of that matter. So teams can be putting them into the trade queue at this moment. It's like, okay, these aren't finalized or they're not reported right away because the entire structure's not out. Or there are a lot of situations too where the agents are in contact with the reporters, right? And they want their Bruce Brown, the Raptors keeping Bruce Brown. The agents and the reporters go back and forth, and the agents might want the report to be released in a certain way. LeBron James is the perfect example of this. LeBron James essentially reports when anything is happening with LeBron James. He knows exactly when it's coming out. He knows like his whole social media like everybody is in coordinates with when this news is coming out. Now, a lot of these players, some of them simply do not have that power. Like Micic, he probably wasn't in contact with Shams Charania, but some other players, maybe Patrick Beverley is one of them, bigger name in the league, longevity, more money under him, right? So I believe we're going to see a slew of moves here in the next couple of minutes because they only have to be in the queue and not finalized.
Yeah. They'll be announced at like 3:45 and stuff. Like it carries on like that. So 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really Greeny's idea of Banton to the Blazers for a heavily protected second round pick.
Wait, but that keeps that roster spot open.
Right.
Or wait, what are they doing with the second round pick though? That's the question.
That means there's more coming.
Yeah,
like
we have to get
this
something.
I think they're
Lonnie
just
Walker.
Yeah,
I think they're.
Yeah,
Rob at the buzzer. I don't know.
Oh,
I think they're dumping Banton
extreme.
because
All right. Well,
a heavily protected second round pick sounds like
I got to make a
like
post.
top 55 protected, and the Blazers we know they're probably not going to be, a top 5 team in the NBA. So we saw this in 2019, I believe, with Jabari Bird. We traded him for a top 55 protected pick to the Atlanta Hawks. We traded Jabari Bird to the Atlanta Hawks for a top 55 protected pick, and we shed Jabari Bird's salary. So I think Banton, that's probably a salary setter and a roster spot insurance keepers because we have that extra roster spot open, but then we trade for Springer with just a second round pick. No Drummond deal at the deadline for the Bulls. We trade Jaden Springer for a second round pick. That takes up the 15th roster spot. But we're definitely adding another name on the buyout market because if we're keeping an open roster spot, we're not just we're just rolling with 14 players the rest of the season. We could convert Keita still. We'll point that out, but I think the buyout market, we're going to have some names. You guys mentioned Otto Porter Jr. We'll see if there's another name I was just thinking of.
I'm liking
Daniel House earlier was reported as well. So those type of names, I believe the Celtics could be going after because those give you more help off the bench than say. I know I said Keita could be converted to a standard spot, but if you went out and got Otto Porter Jr. and kept Keita in the two-way spot, that's definitely more of an optimization of your roster than slotting in Keita and not signing a buyout player, which could happen. It could slot out where buyout players go elsewhere. They shoot to other destinations and the Celtics get nobody. But considering the Celtics record, who's at the top of the roster and the vibes in the locker room, this Celtics team, I was thinking of it last night. We don't really talk about it enough how much this team likes each other. We've seen teams in recent years, specifically 18-19, where it's like, ooh, this locker room isn't quite connected right now. This particular Celtics team is, and looking at the entire league, they may be one of the best teams when it comes to team chemistry. And for free agents, that's a huge sell.
Wow.
Absolutely massive.
I'm liking Delano or Jaden Springer a lot. I'm watching his
he's gonna
defensive
play
highlight. He's athletic, very athletic. So he's very complimentary to Pritchard off the bench.
I think Banton was one of those guys that was just too good for the G League and not good enough for the NBA. And on a team like the Celtics, that's just not going to cut it. And I think Jaden Springer is probably a step above that, where you probably do trust him a little bit more in games and stuff like that. So
Warriors
Oh,
are
Corey
trading Corey
Joseph.
Joseph to the Pacers.
In exchange for what?
I think that
Not.
could the Warriors just like sell for salary purposes, or could this be like a? Because when I hear Corey Joseph to the Pacers, it's like, why would you do that
Otto Porter
unless you're
Jr.
either
They want
one, salary, or number two, there's another deal coming.
Otto Porter
know?
Jr. I think that's the guy that they're gonna look get. He
The
was on
Warriors?
the
Well,
championship
he was there,
team.
yeah.
Like that wouldn't surprise me at all. I think there would definitely be some value there.
I don't understand why the 76ers traded a 21-year-old to us.
We also gave up a second round pick, so
that
we
makes
gave
no
up.
sense.
But it's like second-round pick. I'm totally down with giving up a second round. Now, it does depend which second round pick we're giving up. We always throw out these terms, second round pick, first round pick.
It's
Some
the Bulls.
First round picks are the number one overall pick. It's Victor Wembanyama. Other first round picks, it's like, okay, it's pick number 30. Who are we getting here? We're gonna have to shoot for the next Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, or DeJounte Murray with the 30th pick.
Can I ask you guys
And
something?
it's not guaranteed that's gonna happen. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Do we think there's room for Walsh now, or no?
I don't think this year. Maybe like
Not this year.
I think their goal is just to develop him in Maine. I think
He-
playoffs will be an underrated experience for him, just to
Right.
be on the bench and shadowing Jaylen Brown and whatnot. But like this year, or maybe like in the last 10 games, but really, I don't see it happening.
Yeah. So
He's just too raw.
Springer, I
Oh,
don't see
way
Springer
too-
playing at all.
no.
They got Springer and the Grant Williams TPE. Okay, so that all right. The
Ooh.
Celtics are done.
Yeah,
The
Celtics
Celtics are done. Okay.
Boo.
Unless it depends how much he makes, because if he's at like 1.8, then we still have like 4.4 which could technically fit Lonnie Walker in. But I'm pretty sure we'd be hearing a little bit more about that by now. So
Yeah. I agree.
I'm assuming we're done.
Yeah, I agree. I'm assuming that so that just means Boston's keeping a roster spot open for the buyout market. If that doesn't go well, you'll see Kaida get moved from Maine or the two-way deal to official roster spot. So again, Tillman though, I'm happy with that. I think
Tillman
we got
and
better.
Springer were two upgrades over Stevens and Banton.
I agree.
Are we grading? Can we give the Celtics a grade?
Let's do it. Let's give them a grade. What you got?
Like, just expectation wise, like I honestly at one point didn't even think they were gonna make a move. But based off what they did, I think like they kept it simple, but they definitely made some small upgrades. So I'm gonna give them an A. Like I don't think they did anything crazy, and they just did some small upgrades.
I'm gonna go with the B plus because I really, really, really like Xavier Tillman. That's an A move. The Springer is a little disappointing because I would have liked to see some guard help. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not high on Pritchard in the playoffs, but B plus, very strong. Be like an 89% B plus.
You took the number right out of my head. I was thinking 89%,
Like
88%. Like two technically upgrades. Tillman, huge. You'll be seeing him filling in at the bottom. But I also think there's one more player coming in the buyout market. And I think it's going to be a guard. And I'm still watching my phone because we don't even know who is going to be on the buyout market just of yet.
Yeah. Again, it's like I feel more comfortable knowing that the Celtics have because again, this is something that I've been saying. In the playoffs, you got two starting point guards in your starting lineup. One's playing the shooting guard. So you can like rotationally mix in and filter in White and Holiday back and forth. So you don't need to really give Pritchard much time playing the point in the playoffs, especially with Tillman here. I think the playoff rotation is White, Holiday, Brown, Tatum, Porzingis, Horford, Tillman, Hauser. That's the 8-man rotation I think you're going to see in the playoffs, and I think that is much better than Pritchard or Cornette being in there. So I like that. Good trade deadline, Seamus. What do you think?
I believe we didn't have to do anything at this trade deadline to necessarily compete with the rest of the teams. So could have stood pat and sat here and justified that move by the Celtics, but I don't think the resources the Celtics had available to themselves justified them staying pat entirely, because there were moves to be made. There were players to go out and get. And Jaden Springer, he's a 21-year-old, 6'4", 205-pound guard who I believe right now, he's not going to quite play into the rotation on a nightly basis, but he could contribute a little bit. And you're looking at this guy going, what is he going to look like in 3 years? What is he going to look like at age 24? You don't really know with these young players. Now, in terms of his contract, let me go look at his deal real quick because that does matter as well. I think contracts matter in terms of player value. So right now, we have him under contract until 2025. And then he hits restricted free agency in 2025. So next season we have him under contract for $4 million, and he's only 22 years old. The future, there could be a future which it could run into another Grant Williams situation where we're going, ooh, might be a $15 million player later on down the line. We don't want to pay him depending on how he develops here. But right now, I kind of picture that Grant Williams role for him just a little bit, because Grant Williams, he was contributing to the Celtics under his rookie deal. And there was going to be a point in time in which he became a veteran and his next deal comes around. Well, Jaden Springer, he's under his rookie deal right now. He can give you production under that deal, and maybe when the time comes around for him to be paid, that's not going to happen for the Celtics, and they're just looking for these next 2 years, that the last half of this season and then going into next year, for his production, because he is somewhat of an NBA-ready 21-year-old. He's not going to make a massive impact, but I believe he can give the Celtics some level of production for this season and even next. When he's only 21, the sky is the limit. He could turn into the Celtics' third star. He could be nothing for them, or I believe he's going to probably slot into that like 8th, 9th man, Grant Williams 2021, 2022 role.
Yep. Also, we got him from Philly, so, he's destined to be a star. But anyways,
Right.
Guys, I have class, so I have to head out, but thank you for having me on.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, man. It was a pleasure. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to switch around these.
You got it.
These.
So
I think so. Let's see.
There is a common trend, I think, with the Celtics deadline. Athletic, fast pace. You guys catch that, right? Tillman, athletic, likes to run, kind of, right? Big guy. Springer, bigger guard, athletic, likes to run. I think that was a trend, which is interesting, actually, guys, because quite frankly, I'm just gonna flick. Sorry, that was all right. There we go. Quite frankly, not really how the Bazula ball. Springer, not the best three-point shooter, not the worst, not the best. Tillman, same thing, can make it if you leave him open. You see games he'll go 2 for 2. You see games he goes 0 for 2. So I think an interesting deadline. And you know what's also interesting about this, guys? Brad did 2 things. He added for a win now mentality, right? With Tillman, right? Win now. But he also, I think Brad sees an opportunity here with the Celtics team that he likes the core a lot. And I think he's seeing opportunity to add guys who could potentially turn into more on cheap deals, right? It's like, do we really need an extra piece right now? Probably not. Okay. Who do you like better? Who can be better in the long run, right? Springer or Banton? He's like, oh, well, I like Springer. And so maybe he sees this guy being a rotational piece, right? Alongside 25-year-old Xavier Tillman and 19-year-old Jordan Walsh, right? So it's like, it's an interesting dynamic that you're seeing with Brad. And like, he understands that financially they're going to be kind of at a restriction, right? Moving forward. You're going to have to pay Derek White. You're going to have to pay Xavier Tillman. You're going to have to pay Drew Holiday. Those are all pieces of players you got to pay, right? Moving forward. So I think what he's doing is he's hoping that he's going to hit on one of these guys and they turn into a rotational piece in which you have them for 3 years making $3 million, $4 million, and they can eventually contribute to what I believe is a championship roster. So I do think that's what you saw out of Brad this deadline, was not only preparing for win now, but also trying to set up for the next 3 or 4 years, which eventually I think he believes that this is the core roster that will be here for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Jaden Springer, I think he's like a Aaron Nesmith type player. I mean,
that's a good comparison.
I'm going through the Philly fan pages right now, and they are absolutely heated that they lost him to the Boston Celtics, because they all were commenting under all of his posts that he's the future of Philly. Oh, that must be a stab to the heart for them.
That is absolutely. I don't understand how Philly let this happen. I can't. I can't. I really can't. Because, first of all, we're going to get this background. There we go. Philadelphia, how do you let a 21-year-old who's a bigger guard, kind of a could be considered a smaller wing, but a bigger guard, how do you let a 21-year-old bigger guard, smaller wing who's under contract for $4 million next year leave your clubhouse this season to your rival, the Boston Celtics? That makes absolutely no sense in my mind. Why they made this move? Daryl Morey, what is the thinking behind this? I understand, like, yes, okay, we're going to shed salary. There's probably some reason for this at the end of the day. But on the outside, the Celtics getting another piece they can compete with this season, whereas the the Sixers, they receive a second-round pick. We were trying to give away second-round picks. The hit rate of a second-round pick is so minimal, and we're trading this second-round pick for a player we know is somewhat valuable. Somewhat. He's not going to be this crazy all-star level player or anything like that, or a guy we're looking at going, this is going to be our sixth man. But he's only 21. Could that be something that happens later on down the line? Certainly. And the Sixers, to give up on this player, I don't understand it. I have no idea. And thank you, Philly. I'm like baffled that Philly did this move and traded Jaden Springer to the Celtics, but I'm over the moon that the Celtics received him from Philadelphia. This is like, it's like, oh, Jaden Springer, that's a nice addition for the Celtics. It's not like, whoa, oh my goodness, we got this player. It's not like over the summer, like, oh my goodness, we got Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday. It's not one of those moves. But the fact he came from Philadelphia almost does make it one of those moves from that standpoint alone. They just sold their house and part of it to the Celtics. What are they doing? What are they doing? Thank you, Philly.
I've been watching some Springer film on Twitter. This guy's a defensive freak for his age.
Pinning layups against
right. So I think, again, I don't know how much of a role he has this year. I mean, he was playing minutes in Philly over the past 10 games. He was playing right around 15 minutes a game, 17, 16 minutes a game. So I don't know how much of a role, if any, there is one for him. But one thing this brings off the bench, which no one really brings off the bench outside of Walsh, who isn't going to play. He's only 19. And obviously now Tillman and Horford, but is a defensive presence. I mean, Brissett kind of, but Brissett's just kind of like always just kind of throwing his body around, getting rebounds. He's not really a defensive player, but Springer's a defensive guard. You know, if you need a guy to be a high energy player and Pritchard's not having it, that's an option you could technically go to. Are we going to see it? Probably not. Could we see it? Yeah, it's a move we could see the Celtics make. You know, and it gives a dynamic approach, I think, for the Celtics bench here moving forward. But again, overall, the Celtics deadline was a success. They didn't lose much. They made 2 upgrades, right? I think Springer's better than Banton, and I think Tillman's better than Stevens. They obtained a second-round pick, and they kept a roster spot open for flexibility down the road. So would I have liked Lonnie Walker? For sure. You know, a little disappointed we didn't get Lonnie Walker. But again, I said this entering the deadline. I'll say it leaving the deadline. I have full trust in Brad Stevens. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. I trust him. I believe that whatever move he makes is going to be the smart move. And, you know, moving forward, I feel very happy and very comfortable with the position that the Celtics find themselves in moving forward to the deadline. But guys, I do also have to run. It was again, I gave you my thoughts. I'll be back live for post-game show. Thank you guys for joining me. Seamus and Franco are I believe, going to keep it going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll stick around for a little bit longer.
They're going to cover the rest of the stuff. But
yeah,
my time here. Thank you guys for joining me, though. I love all of you. It was a fun stream. Seamus, Franco, I'll catch you guys later. Peace, boys.
Yeah, we'll cover up the garbage, whatever garbage time comes in. we're here for it.
We're gonna run into some graphical errors real quick. Gotta go and fix this. But
let me go into the comments. Benton was traded. So Benton was traded for a heavily protected second, and I don't think losing what we got for Banton it is Jaden Springer. So I think Jaden Springer is going to be utilized and better than Banton was in Boston. I was always the biggest Banton and Lamar Stevens endorsers, trying to get them more minutes, because last year we were able to see both of those players contribute to Toronto, and Lamar Stevens was able to contribute in Cleveland. So I thought that was going to translate over to the Boston Celtics bench, but the Celtics had comfortability with Hauser, Pritchard, Cornette throughout the first half of the season. So taking that approach, and I think bringing in Springer is kind of more of a depth piece and kind of a future builder, because now not only do we have we didn't trade for just a player to fill in for just this year and then watch him leave during the offseason. We have him guaranteed for next year as well.
yeah, I believe these moves. It makes absolutely. To me, other teams, it's really the situations they're put in sometimes, because if you really look at other situations, it's like, oh, they need to trade players because of their cap situation, or they need to trade players because of their competitive state. And who reaps off these teams, the disadvantages of these teams? It's the good teams like the Boston Celtics. And you saw that happen today, where you shed salary with Banton, you shed a roster spot with Banton, you trade for Jaden Springer. I still can't configure why the Philadelphia 76ers gave up Jaden Springer, because he's on contract for the next 2 years. He plays a nice role on a team, or can at least, and they're trading him to the Boston Celtics. Messing with the graphics right now, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you guys see me looking down, I'm going to try to get the right graphics up on screen here. A lot of shifting of men here on the show today, so
yeah,
extra challenge in that regard.
I think we went from 5 to 2 today. So
we literally went from like I want to say 3. We went from like 3 to 4 to 5 to 3 to 5 or to 4, and now to 3 to 2 to now 2. So we're definitely on the move today, certainly. But here, let me get this going here, so we can move on. But Franco, you can move on to some other deals and talk about some other deals as well, because there's we talked a lot about the Celtics on here already, and some of the moves they just made. We reacted to the moves that came out about 20 minutes ago. The Celtics trading for Jaden Springer.
Yeah,
I believe he's going to fly in that Grant Williams role.
Yeah.
100%. I don't think he's going to be like, whoa, he's saving us in a game 7.
Marcus
but
Smart and
I
Grant
believe
Williams.
that
Those esque players. He's a Marcus Morris, Grant Williams player for this roster. Just that big, tough 4/5 that is going to bring that intensity that, honestly, Cornette, and all love to him, he can't bring that level of intensity down low and be able to match up with someone face to face while they're dribbling and stop them from driving. I'll take Cornette in the Cornette contest any day of the week in the fourth quarter in garbage time. But let's say we got who's a skilled finisher. I mean, I'll just use the name Giannis Antetokounmpo. I would rather have an Xavier Tillman who can keep his feet in front of him than a player like Luke Cornette. And we kind of went fast fire through all the trades that happened while we were live, but we can touch upon any of the ones that happened earlier. The Sixers, I think, are just getting ready for next year. Honest and truly, they're gonna try to salvage whatever run they can in hopes of Joel Embiid's health improving. But I think what they're gonna have to do is just stack their acorns for the summer.
I believe the Sixers, what they're going through right now. I think you see some teams kind of they go in a certain trajectory or a certain range before the deadline, and you see what happens is, as Franco pops off the screen here, and I'm the only one here. Oh no, here comes Franco back. What happens is with teams in their trajectory, it literally goes one way or the other. The Cavaliers, they've won 15 of the last 16 games, and the Sixers, they just lost Joel Embiid, and it's looked absolutely awful ever since losing him. And you have one squad who's looking, oh, well, look, we're not going to be a seller at the deadline. We're not going to look to shift around our pieces. We're going to stand pat because we like where we're going and where our trajectory is. Whereas the Philadelphia 76ers, they're like, ooh, Joel Embiid, I don't want to talk about this necessarily. I guess we can talk about it in depth because we have kind of unlimited time here. But Joel Embiid, he's getting meniscus surgery, and I don't know the full science behind his meniscus tear and what exactly it was, like whether it was a full tear, partial tear, whatever. But Joel Embiid, here we go, folks. Uh-oh. We don't have the background. My goodness. I promise everybody we'll have the correct graphics up in a moment here if we can find them. But here we go. Wait. We're gonna have so much more show, folks. This is just a little slow part right here. Hey, there we go. It
Beautiful.
looks nice. So we're on Joel Embiid, his meniscus tear. I believe that the path they took for that is interesting because right now they're selling. It's clear the Philadelphia 76ers are selling at this moment in time. And I believe, I don't know what the science was behind his knee injury, but it seems as if to me they took a path where they want him to recover sooner, which could jeopardize the long-term health of himself, which I never like to see for players because that's usually an organizational decision that's made where you kind of leave it up to the player, but at the same time you go, okay, well, we want you to play and we're paying you all this money, and they almost guilt trip the player into playing. I don't like to see that in sports whatsoever, and it does happen. It happens a lot in football, and in regards to Joel Embiid, it doesn't. I don't know what the exact timeline of recovery will be.
I've seen 4 weeks. That's the best wishes on ESPN, which I think will have him back around just before. I think he will be back around playoff time. So what Philly I think did was made their roster good enough to stay afloat while he is out with because I don't think they lost too much with Patrick Beverley and adding campaign and in replacement. And then
I'm still fiddling around with graphics here because it looks like our background went completely away.
Yeah.
Here we go. My goodness. Franco, you're going to have to take over the show for about one moment, okay? I'm going to get the correct graphics up on screen, and I do have to take care of something off of camera, but take over the show for one moment, Franco, for me. Thank you.
Yeah. So what were we talking about? We were talking about the Philadelphia 76ers. So if Joel Embiid is out until, let's say, April, May, I think they will still have a fighting chance. I mean, you look around the Eastern Conference, they're still ranked number 5 in the league. You got Indiana behind them, Miami Heat, Orlando, Atlanta, Chicago, and then Brooklyn and Toronto. So I would consider those 6 teams to be right on their coattails. And I think what we saw is a lot of teams stayed at the same level. We didn't see buyers, we didn't see sellers. Brooklyn kind of took more of a selling route than most of the other teams, but Toronto, you can still argue, put together a viable lineup with Kelly Olynyk now added to this roster, and that will give them some size down low behind Jakob Portal, and they are pretty strong at the wing position. So I think they'll be a team to be intrigued about going into the first round. What these teams are, I think the play-in tournament is going to be some teams that we've had experience with in the past. But it's going to be interesting to see how the Indiana Pacers and Orlando Magic mix into this playoff run, because these teams have most of these teams in the East have been a part of a tried and true formula of, hey, let's get that. I mean, let me correct myself. Indiana and Orlando have developed through the years, year after year, drafting, trading, developing. I mean, their whole starting lineup right now, other than Pascal Siakam, is home developed talent, and Aaron Neesmith, who came from Boston and got that bigger role in a smaller team and found success. So now he's their starting small forward, and so I, what I'm wondering is going to happen is what one of these teams are going to give up on this charade that's been happening for the past 4 or 5 years. And honestly, the landscape has been shifting. Let's check for some more trade reports. I think we are wrapping up on any slower leaks from Woj or Shams that were later in the day still sitting in the trade queue. So until then, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the buyout market. A few players that hit the buyout market. Joe Harris. He was a interesting player. Killian Hayes from Detroit. It's going to be interesting what situations they can find themselves into, especially with these tax aprons now. Boston would, as much as we were saying it earlier, Boston would love, love to be in the conversation on Spencer Dinwiddie to add to the bench, or a Joe Harris, or one of these higher name players. But I think it's really gonna be fine, not forcing that move, which there were a lot of opportunities for the Celtics to hop in and get a player that they felt as if would make somewhat of a impact for them. And who knows, that move might have caused them to lose out on, building a stronger roster and keeping the chemistry that they've developed for the past 4 or 5 years with the players like Pritchard, Hauser, Cornette. But if you look around the West, I'm trying to pull up a list of the NBA buyout market after today. Just 1 second. Because that is where the Celtics are going to be looking. I think most of the teams are going to. So Spencer Dinwiddie is number 1 ranked right now. His tax apron is going to force him to sign with any team above the first tax apron. Oh, and we just got an update on another waiving from Shams. Victor Oladipo has hit the market. And I think he is actually under that Celtics tax apron. So Victor Oladipo is a player that I am highlighting on this Celtics buyout market search for another guard who can fill in and play alongside Pritchard and Springer and Svi Mikhailo, because J.D. Davison hasn't become that player that the Celtics have been looking for. And Victor Oladipo, really interesting player to me. Watched him come up in the Oklahoma City Thunder team, really made his mark on the Pacers, and then moved forward with the Rockets, and now he was traded to Memphis for the for Steven Adams, who isn't even playing a single minute this year. And however, I think Victor Oladipo would be perfect. Can play next to any. It can fill in anywhere on the starting 3 and can fill in for either Holiday, White, Brown, or Tatum, vice versa. And he brings a defensive intensity, and he also brings a veteran level of experience that I think would be a huge addition to the Boston Celtics. So you guys, whoever's tuned in right now, witnessed firsthand me becoming the advocate for Victor Oladipo to join the Boston Celtics as the NBA buyout market it turns into a bidding war. And I think he is really interesting because he is one of the only players that falls into the Celtics second bracket. Sure, you could go for a Robin Lopez. I don't think there's many other players. If the Celtics were looking for more of a developmental project, or even a Seth Curry, who is just traded to Charlotte. I don't know if he's going to be sticking around in Charlotte for the Hornets. Hornets are in a very interesting situation with their lineup, with Hayward being shipped out, and they add Grant Williams to the roster in replacement for Brandon Miller. So right now, I would go. Sorry to stop talking for a second. So right now, either Seth Curry or Victor Oladipo are two interesting names. Killian Hayes was just released from the Detroit Pistons. Not sure if you want to take on a project player at this point in time in Boston. I mean, if he was looking for a position to get playing minutes, sure, main Celtic, but other than that, I am not seeing a role for him on to this team. And as buyout options become more relevant, Celtics still have time to make that move. And sticking with Keita and Luke Cornett are a big telltale sign for what this team is capable of, with Tillman and Horford and Porzingis, because what you can do with them is you can keep them on the court alongside a Keita or Luke Cornett as a kind of a two-tower down low defense, which we see a couple teams in the league still utilize. Indiana Pacers, Minnesota Timberwolves, still dominant down low in the paint, having two people who would be considered bigs in this league. I think you can keep Keita around on this roster with a player of Tillman coming around this team. So just waiting on. There he is.
Oh my goodness. You were awesome, Franco. You were absolutely amazing. In that time I was away, I had to deal with some off-camera issues, but we got those squared away. Thankfully, it took way longer than I thought it was going to, but I'm back and we're still here on this trade deadline special. My goodness.
My player on the buyout market right now, I was just going through the buyout options since the dust has settled. Victor Oladipo was just waived by the Memphis Grizzlies. He is under the second tax apron and is one of the only players who the Celtics could possibly add. What do you think of Victor Oladipo?
I don't see that being necessarily an ad. We saw him 2 years ago be a complete non-factor in the Eastern Conference Finals when the Celtics played the Heat and Victor Oladipo, and he was in that series for quite a bit of time, if no one remembers that, and he was just not a player the Celtics were concerned with that entire series long. And I even said before that series, he's going to be the X factor in the series with the Miami Heat in the Boston Celtics in that Eastern Conference Finals series. And it was just, it didn't culminate. It didn't really come to fruition that he ever made an impact for the Heat, and the Celtics were able to win that series in 7. And you think, well, if the Miami Heat, if they were able to go ahead and actually get something out of Victor Oladipo in that specific time period, you never know. We might not be a finals team. We may not have held the reputation we did in 2022 as the Eastern Conference champion, because Victor Oladipo, if he was healthy for the Miami Heat and playing, now his health is always a big issue. His knee certainly is not. Neither one of his knees seem to be all that healthy and intact to the point where you're relying on him consistently, which is unfortunate. But during that time period, he wasn't healthy. He wasn't all that impactful for the Heat, and the Celtics had no issues with him. So now being bought out by the Grizzlies next year could be a team that competes. You could have kept. I mean, he's an unrestricted free agent this offseason. That's why they bought him out. He could land on another roster somewhere and help them. But the Rockets and the Grizzlies, those are two teams trying to get into the mix a little bit. They're throwing around money, I understand. And Victor Oladipo is not a hugely impactful player, but I just don't see the Celtics going out and adding specifically Victor Oladipo. I see more Otto Porter Jr. I see more of Daniel House Jr. I think those two players would fit tremendously in with the Celtics bench. Those two guys will be available on the buyout market.
Seth Curry is on the buyout market.
Seth Curry, I'm not a massive fan of, just because of the Dallas Mavericks not really in the rotation with them, and they're not the greatest of teams, and they're struggling just a little bit. And I don't really see how Seth Curry, if he's not slotting into their rotation, he's not the greatest of defenders. And if he's not shooting the ball all that well, he's not hugely effective of an NBA player. And Seth Curry, if he's not making an impact in Dallas and they're trading him away to Charlotte and Charlotte's buying him out, I don't really see the value necessarily in adding Seth Curry. If he were to be added to the bench, it's not like it would be bad, because it's extra shooter to the bench, extra body. But we see what type of players the Celtics like to go out and get. It's big-bodied players, whether it's wings, bigs, or guards, that can defend and shoot. And that's really the name of the game. If you can defend and shoot, you have a spot in the NBA. Of course, there are other things that come along with playing the game of basketball as well. But if you can't defend, if you can't shoot, which we see some players do struggle with, talk about a player in Jalen Green. He has some star intangibles to him, cannot shoot the three ball whatsoever, and that's likely going to keep him from being a star if he never develops that within his game. So shooting some players don't have, and defending other players. Evan Fournier, he's on a $20 million contract right now. Tremendous offensive player. He's not a problem offensively. He's actually a nice offensive player to have on your roster. But defensively, Tom Thibodeau sat him on the bench because he's a complete negative. He's a complete zero. And Evan Fournier, he's not a player who can play in the NBA now. Now, yes, he could slot in with another team somewhere, but for the Knicks who are trying to contend and going, what are we doing on a nightly basis to make us better, right? What are we doing to make our rotation better? What are we doing within our routine?
I'm paying Evan Fournier $17 million to sit on my end of the bench.
Exactly. They're not playing Evan Fournier. So Evan Fournier is a player where, yes, he could slot into a bad team somewhere and make his money and maybe onto a bench, but he's not going to be a player a contending team looks to add, to build with. And that's the same with a lot of these other players in the buyout market and other names we talk about, because it's very underrated how many players in the NBA have flaws within their games that keep them from being more keep them from being a higher paid player, keep them from being slotted higher in a rotation, keep them from being a starter, whatever it keeps them from being a star. Sometimes there are always details within a player's games. There's so underrated across the league that a lot of players cannot defend, they cannot shoot. And you look at who the Celtics have and why they're such a good roster and what it takes to be an elite team in the NBA. You have to play multiple ways. You have to be versatile. You have to switch 1 through 5. You have to be able to do that in the league. And the Celtics, they can do that with their current roster. Yes, there are some positions and guys we bring off the bench where that's not possible. But with Xavier Tillman now on the roster, with Jaden Springer now on the roster, you think about Sam Hauser, Peyton Pritchard, and Luke Cornett coming off the bench. Well, now 2 of those guys, some of their minutes are going to be allocated towards Springer. Some of them are going to be allocated towards Tillman, bigger body, more versatile guys. And the Celtics can play multiple types of ways, but other teams around the league, that's why they're not as good as the Celtics, because they cannot. They either don't have the amount of talent, and if they don't have the amount of talent, they likely don't have the ability to play versatile like the Celtics do. They don't have the ability to go, oh, we have a 7'3" center here, but we also have Xavier Tillman off the bench, or we also have Al Horford, or we also have these big-bodied forwards we can play small ball with. All these other teams, they're left, it's like, ooh, geez, I'm picking on the Suns here. The Suns can play a myriad of ways, I will say, but say the Suns, they might be looking at it going, ooh, we might have to play Nurkic during some stretches, or the Trailblazers, especially. Let's look on the other side of that. DeAndre Ayton, it's like, how are we going to be able to take him out of the game and ever feel comfortable if we're the Trailblazers, if we're really trying to win ball games? They're not going to be able to do that. So that's where that versatility comes into play, where you have players on your roster you can flip and flop and play different ways. There are so many players around the league that cannot live up to that standard of playing both ends of the floor or having every detail within their game. And that's why we have the game of basketball, and that's why we have the pitfalls and the advantages of the game, and why we have elite players and not so elite players. But I think during this trade deadline, it's always an interesting conversation of who lands on rosters and who doesn't, and which teams are trying to do what and which teams actually pull off moves, because it does tell a story sometimes what type of moves are pulled off. Because you see some teams out there, you look at their moves and go, I look at the Suns moves. Okay, let's go to because there are so many trades to talk about. We could be on here for another 2 effing hours here. But there are so many trades to talk about, and one of them I want to talk about is the David Roddy trade, because I wonder, see, that's what I don't like about being on the show. I'm fiddling around with the graphics and the ticker right now. All right, here, guys. I'm just going to show you what I was fiddling around with on my phone the whole time here. This is all of the ticker that this is all the trades, right? Like, this is all the trades, but it's like, I can't fit them all into the ticker. Don't know which ones are which, right? But let's go through it right here without it being in the ticker, because I know it's not down there right now because I'm I'm fiddling with it. Can't get it out through the show. But let's talk about the Phoenix Suns real quick, because this deal, it's okay for them. It's all right. It's not the best in the world, but I think it kind of symbolizes the Suns' impatience, or just they received David Roddy. They received David Roddy and Royce O'Neal, who's going to add to their team. Okay, those two players will add to the Phoenix Suns this year. But then they send out Watanabe, Bates, Diop, Goodwin, Metu, 2 second-round picks, and that's a justifiable deal for Phoenix. But I just don't see it moving the needle for them, because I feel like they gave away a bunch of players and picks who look. Jordan Goodwin grew up 15 minutes away from me right here. So I'm a huge Jordan Goodwin fan, but not exactly the most productional player with the Suns. I mean, he's a back-end rotational player if we're just talking about it in terms of the logistics. Big fan of Jordan Goodwin. Been watching him since high school, but in the NBA right now, that's another player on the back end. Keita Bates-Diop, I loved him coming into the season. All of these players not really producing for the Phoenix Suns, where now you're bringing in 2 players who will slot into the rotation somewhere, Royce O'Neal and David Roddy. KD is not getting any younger. He's going to be 35 later on this year, and that's a move you make for the Suns. But I see the philosophy within Phoenix that I don't see within the Celtics. And I'm not picking on the Celtics right here. I'm saying the Celtics actually do have a philosophy in building, and the Phoenix Suns don't. The Phoenix Suns pretty much scraping for any name out there. It's like, oh,
yeah, the Phoenix Suns.
The Celtics, it's more coordinated and calculated.
I can't even
Jaden Springer. We're not scraping for all these names. Like, we calculated this a lot more than, can we get David Roddy? Can we get Royce O'Neal? Can we just send out all of our? That's how Phoenix has built their roster. And I just think when you see that multiple times in the NBA, like we had the last half decade and decade, it's like, okay, what's the plan here, Lakers? What's the plan here, Brooklyn? What's the plan here, Phoenix? Because you house all these star players. They take up massive amounts of money and want certain things to be their way. And all of a sudden you have this team that makes no sense.
Yeah, right. Like, before the season even started, I had no idea what Bradley Beal was doing in Phoenix. I had no idea why that trade was made. When it happened, I thought that a team like a Miami, somewhere where Bradley Beal could be a counterpart, not just thrown into a flurry of fire. And I thought it just seems like a very positionless basketball team. That's the way I would describe the Phoenix Suns roster. It's uncalculated. It seems like they really went into this offseason and grabbed whatever players they recognized on the free agency wheel, and it's like, oh, I remember playing with him in 2K once.
That's how Justin talked about him when he was on here earlier, which we got to thank all those guys for slipping out of work, slipping out of school for this program today. I mean, absolutely fantastic to all those guys earlier, and like being here, period. I mean, shout out Ben, shout out to Justin, shout out to Rob. All of them had other things to do today, and they all took time off of what they had to do today to come onto this program and contribute. So shout out to them. But Justin earlier was saying on the program that the Lakers, they built their roster like a 2K team a couple of years ago. I feel like Phoenix is going through the same thing right now, almost, with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal on the roster. Now, those 3 players, they do own a chance to win a championship this year, and it could play out for them. I think they're a little bit of an underrated team right now. People are kind of overlooking them because of they start the season under 500, around 500. They're teetering, but no Bradley Beal, no Booker, no Durant consistently, right? You had Booker in there consistently, but Bradley Beal wasn't around to start the season. Then Durant and Beal were kind of out. Booker was out a little bit in there. You didn't have those 3 together. Well, now all 3 of those guys are consistently playing together, and they're on a roll right now to where today's trade, I think it will do good for their squad, but I still see a random team that has pitfalls the Celtics don't have, because over time, I believe the way to build a team is to be patient. You have to be patient, and you have to maneuver within the edges, right? Because if you look at the Celtics, how they built their current roster, it didn't start with star players. It didn't start with we're going to go sign all these free agents and we're going to go make these big moves, right? It started with little moves back in 2021, because that was really the reset period for the Celtics. Coming off of 2020, we made the Eastern Conference Finals. 2020, 2021 was an absolutely horrendous year. We went 36-36. 2 years ago, we were talking about Evan Fournier, 3 years ago now, we were talking about Evan Fournier as the biggest addition to the Celtics roster at the deadline. We gave up 2 second-round picks for him. And in that season, it was just a complete mess because didn't have the talent, didn't have the versatility. It was right after COVID. Not too many people remember that teams were maneuvering very carefully because they didn't know what the salary books would look like after COVID. And in that time frame, the Celtics, they needed to hit the reset button. They needed to shift around some pieces. They shifted around Kemba Walker. Of course, they made a lot of moves. They traded for Josh Richardson. They made a lot of moves in between the fringes where that's where you have to build up to get to a star level player or to add on to your star level players. And I see teams like the Suns, the Nets, the Lakers, they don't see that future. They don't move in between the edges. They don't go, oh yeah, we need to acquire this second round pick or this certain salary to flip it over here, because amongst 21, 22, that range, and not into the finals, but before we turned the corner that season, the Celtics, leading up to that Derek White deal, they were flipping, and they were just holding assets, accumulating assets. And that was the name of the game at the time. And it wasn't for people that's a little weird, because in the NBA, like our circles, it's interesting to us, like, oh my God, we're making all these moves and our team is changing every other day. It's not the most stable or interesting situation to the casual fan, but that's what you need to do in order to build your squad up. And the Phoenix Suns, the Nets, the Lakers, it's like, no, we're signing star players and we're trading for who they want. We're trading for the guys who are going to help us right away. We're going to go out and get these guys. And I don't see the calculated measurements within some of these operations as I do say within the Celtics operation, where last year, every single year, I just believe that we are fans of one of the more competent teams in the entire NBA, because there are fans out there who are fans of non-competent teams. Or look at the Sixers right now. The Sixers are all right. They're good. They have Joel Embiid, but I would say they're quite dysfunctional and incompetent considering the last 5 years. They had Jimmy Butler back in 2019. Jimmy Butler has been awesome in Miami, multiple conference finals runs, multiple finals runs. Didn't re-sign him, re-signed Tobias Harris, essentially picked Ben Simmons over Jimmy Butler. And in that time frame, we're flipping stars all like it was like, oh, we need this star. And it's like, oh, wait, no, we need we're going with it. At first they had Butler and Tobias Harris they traded for in the same season. And then the next year, it's like, all right, we're getting rid of Butler. Now we have Simmons. He's emerging. And then after that, it's like, all right, now we got to go get Harden, because this only makes sense. At the time, it was the Sixers and the Nets. They were essentially facing irreconcilable situations where they flipped players in between the squads. And at that time frame, it's just incompetency by the Sixers. I don't see that within the Celtics, where they're just frantically making moves. You're always seeing moves be made by the Celtics that make sense for their roster in the moment and do not sacrifice something down the line for themselves. And I just can't give Brad Stevens and even Danny Ainge back in the day. I know a lot of people might have been like, oh, Danny Ainge. And I think there were a couple of moments in which Danny Ainge could have been slightly more aggressive, but I think he was patient. He was patient enough for where the Celtics needed to go. And you see where we're at today. That was due to Danny Ainge's patience, because imagine if he fell in to the Jaylen Brown and the trade for
Kawhi or
trade for Miles Turner or trade for Kawhi, any of these for over the year, right? Like over the years where we're like, okay, we're trading for a big salary player. We talked about Jeremy Grant. Like, what would we do? Would we be as an elite team paying Jeremy Grant $20 million right now? Like, there's just no way. I love Jeremy Grant, but on that deal, on that contract, in this situation, that's where you need patience for sure.
And I think that's where the Celtics are seeing the most payoff for what they're going through, because I have absolutely no concern for what's coming up in the future. I mean, we look down the road. If we looked, I don't know if I can pull up the future contract, but if as we look down the road, this team doesn't reach a point that it's like, okay, this team has exactly this amount of time that they need to win a championship, and then everyone is either retired or moved out of here. I mean, we got Holiday, and Porzingis for another 2 years, so there's a 2-year window with them, and then we'll see what happens with Jason Tatum. He's probably going to get a matching year contract to Jaylen Brown, and we'll see how they go upon building that future.
Yeah, and going ahead for the Celtics and their team right now, I just think this team, if we walked past the deadline and did nothing, it would have been rationalized and completely fine. But they did exactly what they needed to do. They added Jaden Springer. They added Xavier Tillman. They added big bodies who can contribute to the roster right away. And even later on down the line, Jaden Springer is a guy you could move as a valuable piece next season under his contract before he's a restricted free agent. And even when he becomes a restricted free agent, he's a restricted free agent. I just have no idea why Philadelphia made this move. Do they know something about Jaden Springer that we don't? Because this seems like a no-brainer for the Celtics. Yeah. Yes, it's not Lonnie Walker. It's not DeLon Wright. It's not somebody who's coming in as a complete veteran and adding to your bench, but he is a young player who could develop into something more than what he is right now. And what he is right now is somewhat of a productional player at only 21 years old. He's younger than me, Franco. He's younger than me. Right. I mean, I don't, I guess.
Let me see when his birthday is.
September 25th, 2002. I'll say that.
So Jaden Springer has 2 months of life on me.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a couple months on him. I have a couple months on him, but look, it's like we're young. Look at our program. This is why I love Celtics Talk Weekly. I'm going to go in on Celtics Talk Weekly real quick. This is why I love Celtics Talk Weekly, because look how young we are right now. Look how old others are out there. I don't mean to pick on Gary here, but Gary, he's been doing it a while. He just came on here. All the young guys are on here, but he's been doing it a while. You see the experience that Gary has. It's like, what will we look like at Gary's age? Because this is not a basketball thing where we are just going to retire at 30. We're going to keep conversing about basketball for as long as we want to appear on camera and make the effort to do so. And that's where I see the Celtics Talk Weekly developing. We're all the same age as Jaden Springer, and that's where I correlate this with the Celtics. If you have this player on your roster, there's a lot more that can be tapped into than what we see right now, and what we see right now can contribute to the roster too. So this is just an amazing trade for the Celtics from the standpoint of you took him from the Sixers, you got a young guy, and you got a young guy too that's not a complete zero of a young guy. He's not a young guy we received and went, oh, this guy's just going to sit at the end of the bench. He's going to be a Jordan Walsh. He's going to develop. No, Jaden Springer is going to play a couple minutes. He's going to play in that Sam Hauser, Peyton Pritchard moment of the game, the Luke Cornett late third quarter moments of the game where the Celtics typically falter and fall off. I believe having Tillman and Jaden Springer off the bench in those situations should certainly help the Celtics a lot more than we've seen the past first half of the season. And what a deadline. What a deadline. I'm it's not the most gaudy deadline. I'm gonna go out and say that. Okay. It's not the most gaudy deadline by any matter whatsoever. Now across the league, sure. But for the Celtics, right? We're Celtics Talk Weekly here. For the Celtics, the deadline is not a gaudy deadline. It's not, wow, we got Porzingis, we got Holiday. We didn't get those guys at the deadline, but those gaudy type of moves, right? And I didn't expect us to be gaudy either. No one expected us to go out and ship. The way we would have been gaudy is shipping Al Horford for somebody crazy who makes like $20 million. I didn't see that move coming anywhere. We've talked about it so many times on this broadcast that Al Horford is a keeper on this Celtics team. You weren't going to move his salary. That's really your only big salary. Outside of that, the other guys on the roster, you did have some flexibility to move around and add. And the Celtics, that's what they did. They added to their rotation. They added some level of future flexibility within themselves. I'm not saying they did that at all, really, but
they still have that one player.
You have some flexibility there.
Yeah, and they still have that one player, that one spot open on the buyout market.
Exactly. And I will go back and say about Keita real quick. I was really looking at Keita getting that last roster spot and the Celtics potentially dealing out Cornet for a name. But I think this kind of works in a better sense if they go out and purchase a player on the buyout market, keep Cornet on the roster, and keep Keita in that two-way spot, because all of a sudden you keep Keita in the two-way spot, so he's still around. It's not as if you lose Keita or anything. He's still around. You still have Cornet as your fourth big guy. He could be your third big guy still. Xavier Tillman could slot in. Maybe Cornet and him battle for some minutes in there. I do expect Tillman to be over
win
Cornet.
That battle. Yeah.
But then now you add a buyout player into that fourth slot. And what I was thinking was we add Keita into that slot and we were to trade Cornet for a player similar to who we're likely going to add
on the buyout market.
Like, I think the optimization of what the Celtics are doing right now is actually better than what I was thinking to start this, because really, if you look at it from what I was thinking, it would lead to another two-way player. That's your extra player. But now it's like your extra two-way player is Keita, who you know can be a standard player, maybe even into the future. I think Keita's time likely is next year. Right now, converting him to a standard deal with so many bigs, I don't see that anymore. We started out the show that way, but I don't see that anymore.
Yeah. Davison, Walsh, and Keita, if those are our three centerpieces down in or up in Maine for us, as I should say, that is a huge team that will be perfect for a summer league next year, and we will be heading into next year with, let's say, a Svi Mikhailov leaves or an O'Shea Brissett leaves for another contract. We will already have rotational players we feel comfortable with because we watched them develop for an extra year.
I believe moving into the future too with the Celtics, with this particular move, it just gives them more assets down the line too. Jaden Springer, this is where I'm kind of talking about flexibility, because I touched on this earlier, but I don't think I quite made my point clear. Jaden Springer is somebody who, the flexibility of his contract, it's not like the Celtics are gaining flexibility from a cap perspective next year. I think they're gaining it from an asset perspective, because there could be a time which you could dangle Jaden Springer in the back end of a deal for somebody else. You never know. The Celtics are likely at a point in time where they're not looking to – we're not going to see another Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis deal soon unless something really falls off with Drew Holiday, Derek White. Porzingis is a keeper. You have to somehow keep Porzingis around until he just looks like complete ass. I mean, that's really what you have to do with Kristaps Porzingis right now. Having a 7'3" center on your roster who can shoot threes and be the most efficient low post scorer in the entire NBA, that is adding an elite level to the Celtics at this current point in time. And my goodness, that water bottle is like, it's like 8 gallons. Bring that water bottle back on screen. This is like an 8-gallon. Oh my goodness! It's like an 8-gallon water bottle. Oh my goodness! I just like see it pop up on screen. I'm like, is he holding this water bottle up? I'm like, no, I think it's just massive. I think it's just a massive water bottle. Oh my goodness! But I don't even know what I was talking about right now. Jaden Springer, I think next year. I think Kristaps Porzingis being on the roster, you have to keep him. You have to keep him around for as long as he is elite and in his prime, because having that player on your roster, I believe, makes you a relevant team. If you're the Boston Celtics in the NBA, and if you were any team in the NBA, if you have a player like that on your roster, it's not game over for the other team, but it certainly makes you way more relevant than some of the mediocre teams we see. Like, look at the Bulls. They don't have a player like that. Look at the Wizards. They don't have a player like that. Look at every other team, the Nets, any other team in complete mediocrity or the bottom of the standing. There's no way they have a player like Kristaps Porzingis, and that is why Kristaps Porzingis has to stay with the Celtics roster, and why I believe partially the Celtics, they're not going to be making deals in the future where they're necessarily adding guys into the back end like Jaden Springer, but that does become an option if something were to fall in another way, because it always does. It always does in the NBA. We always forget that the NBA is a very volatile landscape. Right now, the Knicks, I believe the Knicks and the Clippers, looking at the beginning of this season, we didn't think anything of those teams. We really didn't. We looked at the Knicks and went, meh. When the Clippers went, meh. And then they traded for Harden. You go, not going to work. Just straight up not going to work. It's not, no way. Well, now the Knicks and the Clippers, if you really judge the last month and every team relative to each other, they're the two best teams in the NBA right now, the Knicks and the Clippers. Yet in December, who was it? It was the Timberwolves and the Celtics. So things change, things develop. I think by the end of the season, we'll have more teams where we consider like, oh, wow, look at the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I think we'll be more of what we expected. I think the teams like I honestly think teams like the Thunder and Timberwolves are going to come back down to earth, and we're going to see the teams like the Suns and Nuggets come back to life. And it's actually very interesting looking at the West Coast that there are almost 4 teams tied for the number 1 spot over there.
That is the most interesting storyline no one is talking about right now, because top 4 teams in the West being shifted in that sense, there's a huge difference between being the 1 seed and the 4 seed. There just is. Now, in terms of games right now, there isn't in terms of the margin, right? But philosophically in the playoffs, when you're going and playing home court away, right? Being 1 and being 4, that is a huge difference, because all of a sudden 4, you don't have home court in the second round series. You don't have home court potentially in the conference finals unless you face 5, 6, or 7, which could happen. We saw last year 7 and 8 seed did make the conference finals. The 8 seed even made the finals last year in the Miami Heat. But that was a very rare occasion. It had not happened in 20 years, over 20 years. And so likely if you fall into that 4 slot in the West, I think we're going to see one of those 4 teams personally drop out somewhere in the season. Somebody's going to get hurt. Some team's going to go on a little bit of a rough patch. I think the Cavaliers, they're not in this top 4 in the West, but say they've been a team as of late going, woo, look at our roster from 15 to 16. But then you look at their schedule, they're facing the Pistons, the Nets. It's like, okay, what's really going on here? Same could happen for teams out West. We're looking at it going, wow, they're tied for the 1st seed right now, but then they go through a gauntlet of a schedule. They lose 4 games out of, say, 8. They go 4-4, and all of a sudden they're at 4, and they're not quite in the race for the 1st seed. You could see that happen. I believe that will happen to one team out of the top 4. But if it does stay consistent, which these 4 teams, I don't know which team would necessarily drop out. That's the interesting part, is that you expect this to be a race, but you do expect somebody to kind of slot in at 4 there and someone put themselves up at 1. And I don't really see the separation in these teams right now. I see some separation in Minnesota. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I see some separation in Minnesota personally, but they did just acquire Monte Morris. I think their offense just isn't as good as, say, the Clippers, the Thunder, or the Nuggets, but I think their defense is better than all 3 teams. So we'll have to see how they slot in. It's going to be a gauntlet and a race down the stretch in the Western Conference, and one of the more interesting races we've seen. We've seen other years be, oh yeah, there are races right in the middle for the 4 seed, for the 3 seed, for the 5 seed, for the play-in tournament, obviously now newly implemented the last 3 years. However, the 1st seed's a big deal. If you grab the number 1 seed, you have home court advantage all throughout your conference play. And if you're the 4th seed, you're all of a sudden second round, you're on the road against the number 1 seed, and conference finals, you're on the road too. So and being 2-3, you can avoid that. And also being the 3, you could end up facing the 4 in the conference finals and having home court advantage that way. So in this scenario right now for the NBA and for the Western Conference, this is great. This is great to have 4 top elite teams we feel comfortable calling elite, because last year, even the last couple of years, we've gone, there's like one or two elite teams, right? There's one or two elite teams at the top of the West. We were really looking at the East back in 2022. We looked at the East and went, whoo, that's quite the East. You have the Heat, you have the Sixers, you have the Bucks, you have the Celtics. That's pretty well a gauntlet. And even at the time, too, you had the Nets. Those were 5 teams in the East you had to go through. Now, the East, you look at it and go, okay, they're getting a little bit thin, but then you look back out West and go, whoo, damn. Clippers, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, the Nuggets. The Nuggets are currently the 4th seed. Actually, I think after last night, Clippers like slotted down to 4. They're all tied essentially right now, but the Nuggets, you would expect them to be a top 2 seed coming into this season. You would look at the rest of the rosters and go, wow, the Denver Nuggets coming off a championship. Yes, they lost Bruce Brown. They lost Jeff Green. They're replacing him with Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and Hunter Tyson and Julian Strother off the bench. But you'd expect them to get a top 2 seed because that 2-man game with Jokic and Murray and the rest of the players still on the roster, KCP, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon still around. And that's still an efficient team. Yet right now in the West, the way it's going, they could be a 4 seed, and that could completely take them off the path of being a championship team, because last year they were the number 1 seed, had home court advantage throughout the playoffs, and did face lesser competition on their way to the finals. They're the only team ever to not face a top 3 seed and win the finals last year. The Denver Nuggets are. And this season, although we expected them to be a 3 seed, or a top 3 seed rather, a top 2 seed, they may, in fact, be a 4th seed. And knowing the history, they went through the 8 seed, they went through the 4 seed, they went through the 7 seed, and then they went through the East 8 seed last year. You never know. The Nuggets, I do believe they're an elite team. Don't get me wrong. Jokic is surely elite. They're the defending champions. They deserve all of it. But in terms of dynasty, in terms of repeating, they're not unbeatable like the Warriors. They're not just going to run through the West, and seeding could have a very, very big factor in that. And right now, the story is quite interesting out West.
Yeah, I think it's going to be almost. I think, when was it? I think it was like 2 weeks ago. We were talking about how the Eastern Conference was almost looking like it was scripted standings wise.
Yeah.
I think
you said that, and then I think Rob made a post about it.
Yeah, Rob turned it into a post. I think that we're gonna see the same thing out West. I mean, it's almost gonna be too good to see, like, I don't know, like a Minnesota Dallas Mavericks 4-5, or a OKC versus the Phoenix Suns 3-6. Hell, who knows? LA versus LA 1-8 would be. There's just so many possibilities with what this NBA Finals is going to look like, and I don't think it's. I think what we're going to see this year is that the teams that actually invested and built their rosters to succeed in the playoffs are actually going to reap the benefits for the first time this year.
I think this season, if the Celtics don't make the finals, it's like, what a failure. What a failure. Like right now, the season is going great and guys are going to get paid. So I'm not going to say that's a failure at all, because that is really the main. Like, if you really look at the NBA night to night, like they give us something to root for. They give us something to talk about, because otherwise it's just a business structure in which guys are making money every single night and working every single night, and we're just entertained by it. At the end of the year, everybody's going to get their checks, right? So it's not going to be a failure. It's not going to be a failure when Kristaps Porzingis leaves the Boston Celtics practice facility at the end of the season, which hopefully comes back and works out over summer, right? But it's not going to be a failure if he walks away with this $40 million. But for the team, for all the fans out there, right, if this team doesn't make the finals, I believe it's a complete failure of a season, because the landscape right now, I think the Celtics, it's like, who should be in the finals? It's not definitive. It's not definitive right now, but if you're looking at the entire pack, it's like the Celtics should be not a ride-in, but they should be there. They should be there. There should be a team we're thinking like they could be on our screen come finals time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we all are scared of the Miami Heat, like just because of the.
I don't know. They don't have Udonis Haslem anymore. They might not. They might be compromised.
Yeah, they give the Boston Celtics fans the great googly wooglies. Oh me, the Miami Heat are coming to town. I think that was like that is completely mental, and I think if the Celtics think it, they could beat the living breaks off the Miami Heat in a 7-game series.
The only problem with the 7-game series in the Miami Heat, as I'm posting this Delano Bannon trade right now, like an hour after it happened, the only problem with that is like talent-wise and even versatility, right? It favors the Boston Celtics. But
100%.
the problem is the scheming and the coaching. It's the scheming and the coaching. Eric Spoelstra, despite playing with less, might get more out of his players than Joe Mazzulla. That just might that might be the case this playoff. And can you hear that, Franco?
What do we got? Some snow getting off the windows, or?
No. We got. Oh, actually, it's quite warm where I am. I don't know about where you guys up in Massachusetts right now.
We're warm.
I'm down in Jason Tatum City. I'm down in St. Louis. It's pretty warm here today. It's actually quite nice, but I got some renovation going on, so I don't know if that could be heard in the background. But what were we just talking about? Totally got off track here. I was making a
well, we were saying that the Boston Celtics are nearly what teams could beat the Boston Celtics, especially after today. I think Milwaukee is a team that could give Celtics some problems. I mean, Chris Middleton is out with an injury right now, so hopefully he comes back for them, and we don't have to deal with that excuse. But I think the Los Angeles Clippers are probably the team that match up the best to compete with the Boston Celtics, because I almost look at it as the new stars versus the old stars. Like, it's like 2017. I think this roster looks exactly like what the Boston Celtics kind of do right now. I think that the Clippers, the Tatum versus Kawhi matchup, Jaylen Brown versus Paul George matchup, Derek White versus James Harden, and then Jrue Holiday matched up with Russell Westbrook. I think that is probably one of the only teams that can match up. And one of the things that I will give the Los Angeles Clippers a little bit more credit of is they have. I am almost confident to say that the Clippers have a little bit more depth than the Boston Celtics do, without a doubt, because their bench compared to ours is. Let me just pull them up. They got Bones Highland, Terrence Mann, Norman Powell, PJ Tucker, and Mason Plumlee coming off their bench compared to what we have in Pritchard, Hauser, Brissett, now Tillman, and Horford.
Yeah, and just going through here, looking at social media and some reactions, because my goodness, my mentions are blown up right now. My goodness. Okay, So the Celtics. Sorry, guys. Well, we got to go through more moves here. Which moves did we not talk about on this trade deadline special? Because I feel like it was a complete. It's one of those messy days of just like you don't know what.
I think we touched on everything, but nothing at the same time.
Well, Philadelphia. Let's talk about this. They're selling, but then they also at the same time bought. They bought Buddy.
I think they're staying afloat. That's what I would take it as. I think Buddy Hield is acting as a buoy for them, and is going to help them win a couple of games. And let's say Joel Embiid is back up to health by I don't know April, May. You will probably be in like the fifth through 5 through 8 seed with Embiid out until then, and when you get back, you'll have a solid roster that can compete for that season. And I wouldn't call the 76ers a complete lost case for this year at all. And I think they could accomplish winning, taking round 1 from someone if they find their health again.
I do not like the story that just came out about Haywood Highsmith, but I don't even want to talk about it. But oh my god,
What happened to him?
So apparently, according to TMZ, I'll just read the tweet here. Police documents reveal that Haywood Highsmith was driving at an estimated 45 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone.
Okay.
Not terrible, right? Okay, so the second part, though, when he hit a pedestrian from behind, the pedestrian appeared to be pushing a stalled car that did not have its lights on, leading to Highsmith being unable to stop in time. And the pedestrian was unfortunately, he is still alive, but severely injured. And that story sucks, but I did not like to just see that come up on my timeline about Haywood Highsmith.
Yeah.
They're all
that's a rough situation.
Go out to everybody involved in that situation. But other NBA news, I want to talk about the Sixers real quick because they're expected to pursue Paul George this summer. Should he be unable to sign an extension per Chris Haynes? Buddy Hield's a great shooter, great offensive player. Defensively, he can't defend. I don't know what GMs or what teams are looking at when they make some of these moves because what? Buddy Hield can't defend. You can't play him in a playoff series against the Celtics later on down the line. Yes, you can use him. Yes, you can use him as an offensive piece, and he's going to be just fine in their rotation and give him some moments where he hits a big three down the stretch. But for the long haul, this man is not the greatest of defenders in the world, not the lengthiest defenders, not the biggest defenders. It's why Indiana, partially why, it's not the entire reason, but it's partially why Indiana was not a great defensive team. Buddy Hield was well within the frame of that being him being a part of that, right? And Buddy Hield now being with the Sixers, traded to the Sixers. What are you guys doing? What are the Sixers honestly doing with this move? I guess they are upgrading some of their pieces.
Yeah.
Yes, Morris, Patrick Beverly, they're out the door. They're really swapping around salary to make this work. But Buddy Hield, to me, this is one of those moves where you're frantically making a move to add to your roster without calculating a move later on down the line. Because the Sixers, yes, they might be calculating some Paul George potentiality later on down the line with cap space, but this Buddy Hield move, I don't see what it really does for them either short term or long term. It's just one of those moves that it just confuses me.
Yeah, I think if and when Embiid comes back, their starting lineup would be Maxey, Buddy Hield, Kelly Oubre, Tobias Harris, and Joel Embiid, with supporting cast members off the bench. But until then, it's Mo Bamba and Paul Reed switching in and out for the starting center position. I think it's going to be Paul Reed probably most of the night, starting over Mo Bamba. But I think it's still a fine team. They're I think not. I don't think any team took that drastic of a jump, other than possibly the Knicks, who were able to add more depth, and I don't consider them to be the threat to take down the Boston Celtics this year. But if and when that superstar for the past 2010, how long have been the Knicks been crying for a superstar to land in the Big Apple? Since Melo?
Yeah, they have one right now in Jalen Brunson, and Julius Randle is a pretty established star as well, I would say.
I'm talking just like that.
Nice.
Paint on the outside of the Madison Square Garden. We have, as we were talking about, I think it was yesterday, like that LeBron James, like franchise-based player. Then I think that New York is set to actually work off of what they've built so far. But they have built a very strong basis. All they need is that one player to be like, all right, it's finally time for someone to.
But do they need that though? But did they need that? I think they already got that. I think they already got that with Jalen Brunson. That was that one player who went, I'm coming here. I'm coming here and I'm going to build something, because now I think Jalen Brunson's your certified guy, and I think Julius Randle next to him, and I can see a perspective where it's like, okay, you need another star here, but at the same time, what they have available to them on their roster, could I see their roster turning into a championship level squad by the end of this season already? Yes, I certainly could, without the addition of another star. But I think, yeah, you could see another name added later on down the line. I think Julius Randle, I know there's a lot of continuity there, it seems to be, with him right now, and people do like him, but there have been moments in the past where it's like, all right, is Julius Randle, are they going to try to ship him out? Are they going to keep him? What's exactly going to happen here? And Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle, I think, are the two-star prongs right now for them. And after that, it's OG Anunoby. He's sitting right there, and he's playing very, very productive minutes for them. And they even have a guy like Mitchell Robinson, who's almost like a Robert Williams type of player for them. I know he's hurt for the rest of the season, but that's kind of on par with Robert Williams as well. Mitchell Robinson missing the rest of the season due to injury, but all of what the Knicks have on their roster right now, I believe they do have the establishment there to go out and make a run even this season without adding another star in the future.
Yeah, this year I will give them the run. Next year, with whoever decides to make New York their little trifecta over there, because I think this roster, don't get me wrong, the players that you listed are fantastic, but what I think is you could add just one person. Like I don't even have a select player in mind, but one player has that established name. I know Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, great players, still contribute in New York, but I think New York is like in need of that one player that the casual New Yorker walking down the streets of New York is like, oh, there's whatchamacallit up on the big sign or in the advertisements and stuff like that. But I think that will come with next year, and what they have right now is extremely appealing to anyone that would want to do that.
Yeah, I believe the Knicks, they have a situation in place where stars now should want to flock to that situation, but at the same time, almost look at it and go, some of these stars, maybe missed the boat. Maybe they waited a little bit too long because now Jalen Brunson's there. He's taking up a massive salary, and there will be some room for other players to be added because it's New York. It's New York's market. They've been going and gunning after stars for years, and one of the biggest walls in between stars actually signing in New York during free agency and leaving is competency within front office and team and coaching, whether it's the coaches putting together the rotations. We've seen some highly incompetent coaches coach for the New York Knicks over the years. And then the front office, whether it's putting the roster together or the ownership all the way up at the top. Knicks have all right ownership because they do own Madison Square Garden. There's a lot going on for the Knicks in regards to their ownership, but it's a little bit too involved when it comes to basketball operations. There's a little bit too much there's a little bit too much of instability when it comes to routine. It seems that with the Knicks throughout the years, we've heard stories about James Dolan joining the team on the plane and playing his guitar, like things like that just not quite the best environment, maybe with ownership, right? But right now, you do look at the Knicks and go, okay, the ownership has certainly not been in the spotlight the same way it was back when we were in high school and back when we were children, right? And they do have a star with Jalen Brunson. A star player isn't going to go there now and be by himself. He's going to be with Jalen Brunson.
Exactly.
Be there with Julius Randle. That's the massive selling point. But just the overall competency. They have a good head coach. They have good players. They have a competent front office, and ownership does not appear to be in this weird state of intervening the way it was, say, 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. So I do believe the New York Knicks are on a path where the Celtics and the Knicks could potentially be rivals for the back half of this decade. And I'm actually excited for that because as much as I don't like the Knicks when the Celtics face them, I mean, I absolutely want the Celtics to whoop the Knicks every single time. And the moment we face the Knicks at MSG, it's one of the more annoying times on social media.
The side talk TV. Way outside. Oh.
And with all of that, I want the Celtics to beat the Knicks. Okay, I do. But I also want the Knicks to be competitive and not in a state where we walk into MSG and go, oh, cool, so we're going to win 117-97 tonight, and we're just going to walk out of here. Crowd's going to be a good vibe, good venue, good Madison Square Garden venue, and we're going to leave. I don't want to see us do that anymore. I don't want to see us go into Madison Square Garden and pick up a guaranteed win and dip. I want to see us go in there and compete and pick up a much fought for win, rather, a hard fought for.
But boys, it's fun to make fun of the Knicks. It's fun to make fun of the Knicks for that reason, that we get to walk in there and they get to claim, like for the past couple of years, all the New York fans always try to throw the bricks at Boston, like, screw you guys, like, you guys are assholes, you guys suck, Boston's full of bricks, and we're like, whatever, what have you guys won? We just don't care about New York. Like, we wish we did, but we just haven't felt intimidated by a New York team ever. I've never had a New York team, like, I'm now talking like fully around sports. Like, sure, Yankees can have that great roster right now, and Red Sox are playing with the entire the AAA league, but like, I still just don't care enough to be like, well, the Yankees are going to be so much better than the Red Sox. I just don't see it.
I personally, with baseball, let's not go into baseball too much, but
yeah,
Yankees will buy their whole team. Their team will bat.
Exactly.
Will bat 250 throughout the season, and they will miss the playoffs. And meanwhile, the Red Sox will somehow find players where they're producing at Tristan Casas levels or producing at Masataka Yoshida levels like they were last season. Even James Paxton, you could trade it in. Man, I'm talking about the MLB trade deadline now. It feels like the MLB trade deadline just happened, and now we're already at the trade deadline. I don't know how we already got ahead in time like that, but that's what we should do. We should try to hit the MLB trade deadline this year. definitely on a program. That should be our goal for this summer. But
Red
more
Sox
NBA
talk.
trade deadline items here. I do want to. Oh wait, Gallo listed out. So what? Is he going to be bought out? I have no idea.
Probably.
More. I was going to put all the trades on the ticker down below. That's really what I was frantically working on before we came in here. And then when Justin was talking while we were in here, funny story for the back end of the stream right now. When Justin was talking in here and he left, I was just getting ready to shift everything around. And then he's like, see ya. And I'm like, oh, geez, there's going to be 4 people, not 5 right now. And so I've been messing around with these tickers and these graphics like the entirety of our show, but I still think we had a nice show here. But I was going to put all the trades down on the ticker, and one of them that we saw earlier, the Raptors traded Dennis Schroeder and Thaddeus Young to the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Spencer Dinwiddie. We didn't talk about this one on this program, and we can shift over to some of the Raptors moves because they also traded for another Celtics player. So they trade away one Celtics player in Dennis Schroeder, and they trade for another Celtics player in Kelly Olynyk. And they also received a Baji in that trade. And the Raptors, if I'm not mistaken, they gave out Kira Lewis Jr., Otto Porter Jr., and a 2024 first-round pick. That's not insignificant, or the first-round pick to give out for Kelly Olynyk. I think the Jazz, that's what they wanted for him. Kira Lewis, not a pushover, I will say.
No.
Lewis is not a pushover because Kira Lewis, I saw him play in New Orleans. He played the back end of the game, was in garbage time, was not in their rotation whatsoever, but he's a faster guard, gets downhill well, can defend a little bit, has some length, not the biggest of guards, but I do believe that Kira Lewis, maybe they get a little bit of a run out of him. You see the Jazz, the Jazz are pretty good at bringing in players, giving them a run.
Danny has his eye.
Value out of them.
Yeah, Danny has a good eye. Danny,
1,000%. I'm a little confused on what happened with Nickeil Alexander-Walker because no one remembers that trade, but the Jazz acquired Alexander Walker when the Pelicans, and I don't even remember I think it was the Pelicans and the Blazers, they were throwing him around everywhere. And the Utah Jazz go, here, I'm going to pick up this guy. Eventually, they trade him to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and now you see the Timberwolves, they're getting quite a nice deal out of him. But the Utah Jazz completely, they're that team that, and Danny Ainge is that GM that does find talent out in the rough, and they do give him opportunity to go out and succeed and create value for themselves because there has to be some sort of level of creation of value for each player. We think all these players have trade value, but some of them really have zero. Really, right here. Zero trade value right here. Some of the back end of the Celtics roster we talked about, no trade value. And in certain situations, when you get guys out on court, you put them into a specific role. They're working on a nightly basis. You realize, oh, this guy all of a sudden has value. And the Utah Jazz do that well with a lot of their young players. And in this trade, they get Kira Lewis. Maybe he can turn into something. I like to see him in this Utah Jazz situation. Now, he's not going to get a full run with other guards on the roster, such as Chris Dunn, such as Colin Sexton. But I still like that he's likely going to get more of an opportunity with the Jazz than he did the Pelicans and the Raptors. And they also receive in this deal Otto Porter Jr. He's expected to be bought out. Now, I personally have not heard a report on this. I've only heard it from others on this program. So I will say Otto Porter could stay with the Jazz. I don't know if that was officially reported. I heard it from others on this program that he's likely going to be bought out, maybe potentially.
most likely.
And that could be a target for the Celtics. So they get him in the deal. It's a salary filler. They trade away Kelly Olynyk. And we were talking about the Raptors on the other end. They get rid of Dennis Schroeder, bring in Dinwiddie, waive Dinwiddie, but they also bring in Olynyk. The Raptors, Franco, if we're shifting our attention over there for a second, and wait, let me disclaim this real quick. Actually, not disclaim. Let me put this out there. Drew Holiday, elbow, not on injury report for Friday. So Drew Holiday back in, not a serious elbow issue. I know I said to you guys that I think it happened versus the Nuggets or the Timberwolves, but we do have Jason Tatum with a non-COVID related illness questionable on the injury report for tomorrow versus the Washington Wizards. We're playing the Wizards, folks. I'm just going to go ahead and say it now. I'm going to break the news. Jason Tatum is not playing against the Wizards. That team is so awful. Drew Holiday back in the lineup, though. So some Celtics news right here just to break this. But I want to turn our attention because we do talk about the Celtics a lot. We're on post-game. If anybody's on here, go check out our post-game segments. We even had a whole trade deadline talk before this. But the Raptors, what are they doing? I think personally, just looking at it from my personal view, and I think others can make this assumption and conclusion too, Masai Ujiri may have bought himself some years with that Raptors championship in 2019 and the Kawhi trade because, oh my goodness, the Toronto Raptors are legitimately one of the more dysfunctional squads when it comes to trading away players, acquiring players, shifting around salaries. It right now, it doesn't make any sense. Franco, why did they not trade Fred VanVleet last year? Why did they not trade OG Anunoby before this year? Why are they selling right now Dennis Schroeder, receiving Spencer Dinwiddie, and buying Kelly Olynyk? They're likely gonna buy out Kelly Olynyk too. Is that what's gonna happen? What is even going on?
I think they are literally. So, what was the starting lineup I had drawn out? Let me just make it real quick. So, Bruce Brown, Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, and then you still have Gary Trent rotting in hell on the bottom of their bench, even though probably hated the past 3 or 4 years of his life since they won the championship. Chris Boucher and Jakob Poeltl. So Kelly Olynyk is going to squeeze in as.
What are they doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna.
Oh nope.
Why don't they get something for Schroeder? How about that? He's under a $13 million.
I almost forgot Emmanuel quickly.
I am not impressed with what the Raptors have done whatsoever. I'm just going to go out and say it right now because my goodness, how do you let this happen if you're the Toronto Raptors? Now, yes, Dennis Schroeder, he has a $13 million salary next year, and Kelly Olynyk is an expiring. So you could look at it and go, the Raptors are trying to get off money this summer, but this is a consistent theme with the Toronto Raptors. Consistent theme, right? They don't have, they're not getting value out of the players they have. They're not. They didn't get value out of Fred VanVleet. They got some value out of OG Anunoby. Yes, they got some value out of Pascal Siakam. But now you have Dennis Schroeder, Kelly Olynyk. They simply traded Dennis Schroeder to get his money off the books for this summer. For Kelly Olynyk. But this is what this means. This is what this means. They traded assets for Kelly Olynyk, right? They traded assets for Kelly Olynyk, who's going to be expiring, who they're going to have to pay this summer. They're going to have bird rights. Okay, they're going to have bird rights. They're going to have to pay him this summer. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent, could walk somewhere else, could completely walk elsewhere. They bring him in. They trade Dennis Schroeder as $13 million under his deal next year. For next season, he's under $11 million right now for Dinwiddie, and then they waive Dinwiddie. But what is the point of all of this, Toronto? What is the point of all of this? Are you saying that in this move, you're banking on you're going to be able to pay Kelly Olynyk this summer? Because they moved around all these assets for nothing. They moved around all of these assets for Kelly Olynyk to be an unrestricted free agent this summer. And yes, they do have bird rights, but what if a team comes around and is like, we want to pay Kelly Olynyk $10 million again per year? It's likely not going to happen. What if another team comes around and does that and the Raptors go, not feeling it. We don't want to pay him that much, right? That can always happen. That can always happen. You could always have the Trailblazers or the Hawks or a random team with cap space come out of nowhere and go, hey, we're going to be incompetent and sign Kelly Olynyk. We could have that happen. And right now they could be trading away all these assets for, cap space. Trading away assets for cap space is never a good idea. Never. Unless you're the Brooklyn Nets in 2019 and Tari and Prince, we're trading you away and we're bringing in KD and Kyrie. They might have actually been receiving Tari and Prince. I don't know which way he was being sent, but you get that sense of if you have assets, you need to utilize them for more value. You can't go backwards for more value because more oftentimes than not, I know that sounds all right for teams. More oftentimes than not, they shoot themselves in the foot by doing that. They do. Most teams do. You saw the Knicks in 2019 with Kristaps Porzingis. That trade ended up being a complete disaster for them. And even today, there was some random graphic out there about a month ago about how the Kristaps Porzingis trade led all the way to OG Anunoby. But if you really sift through it, it's like this big rationalization piece. But if you really sift through it, it's like, oh, geez. They got nothing for Porzingis. They got nothing. Like, yeah, sure, you can connect all these picks and all of this to Anunoby 5 years later, but looking at it, they got absolutely nothing for Porzingis. That was their best player at the time. He was their franchise player. He was only in his third year, and they didn't want to pay him the next summer. And he was like, I'm going to take the qualifying offer, which teams or players typically do not do. After they're coming off of their rookie contract, they typically sign their extension because that's financially, it's more economically viable for the player. Will they make more money signing in the extension than taking a $4 million qualifying offer and taking risk of signing another deal next season? But that time period, they traded Porzingis away for cap space, essentially. That's what happened. That is what happened. They traded away our guy today. Our guy, Kristaps Porzingis, who we look at and go, this is the X factor of the Celtics. Without Kristaps Porzingis, they're not an elite team. With Kristaps Porzingis, this team could legitimately win the NBA Finals and take home banner 18. That same Kristaps Porzingis, the New York Knicks traded away for cap space because they thought they had the chance to land KD and Kyrie during the summer of 2019. And what happened? Incompetency stepped in. They didn't. The Brooklyn Nets, who had more connections to KD and Kyrie and getting them more deals, advertisements, just getting them more connections in the Brooklyn area, New York in general, that whole operation of what they could do and how much control they would also have there, the two-star players, those guys ended up going to Brooklyn, and the New York Knicks were left on the outside going, wow, we just traded away Kristaps Porzingis for cap space, in which we're now using on Nerlens Noel. We're using on Taj Gibson. They did use a little bit of that on Julius Randle, so a little bit of a win there, I will say, for the Knicks. But eventually they had to sign him to a max extension later on down the line. I still will say he's not the most optimal star player by any means. But that was a situation where a team trades a player, really talented, away, and assets in general. Not forget the player, just an asset, right? Just assets. The Knicks traded away assets for cap space, for flexibility of we can sign players, we can bring players in here, right? From other players who are free from their deals, players who are free out into the world to do whatever they want. They're not in contract with anywhere outside of their advertisements, right? We're going to bring these guys in. I don't like to see a team do that whatsoever because you're taking a massive risk. You are trading away real things for theoretical things later on down the line. And we've seen how the Celtics built their current roster. They did it by drafting well, accumulating assets, and flipping them at the correct moments for more value. They did not go backwards and accumulate more cap space to make these giant moves or different moves in which could change the roster around. No, the Celtics stayed patient, and now they are where they are today. And they have the Knicks. The Knicks should still have Kristaps Porzingis. Let's just throw it out there. He was supposed to be there for 15, 20 years, and they traded him for cap space because they thought they were getting KD and Kyrie. I mean, for real, the Raptors, and this is why I was bringing it up. The Raptors just did this with Kelly Olynyk. They're essentially banking on Kelly Olynyk to re-sign with them this summer. Otherwise, I don't, or they're using that cap space elsewhere, and I don't see how using that cap space on other players is going to be more valuable than having some of the players that they could have moved in deals for guys you could be patiently waiting for become available later on in the summer or even next trade deadline. The Raptors are not close to contention, and right now they're top 5 paid players. Let's just go through real quick because this is absolutely ridiculous. RJ Barrett, Bruce Brown, Jakob Poeltl, Gary Trent Jr., and Kelly Olynyk. What are you doing? Like, what are they doing? Like, this is a roster you can make moves. Maybe if you want to look at it in that way, you go, their entire starting 5 is available. Their entire roster. You can move Barrett, Brown, Poeltl, all those guys, Trent, all of these guys. Well, Gary Trent, he's actually. Why was he not moved today? I don't understand that. 18 point.
Yeah, no, I think the
18.5 million they're sitting on. They're sitting on 8 point. They could have moved that salary for something. Like, you got to, this is where teams have to pick a direction. Because if you're the Raptors, you have to pick and decide, are we going nowhere right now or are we going somewhere? And if we're going nowhere, we go this way. If we're going somewhere, we go this way. We're not sitting in between the middle right here and going, yeah, we're going to be fine with the number 9 seed. And we're going to kind of add Kelly Olynyk, but we're also going to get rid of Dennis Schroeder over here. It doesn't make any sense what they're doing unless I will say this. Unless this summer they turn into a fire sale team and really tank off the mountain. Because Barrett, Brown, Poeltl, Trent, and Olynyk, first of all, that is just mid. That's the 11 seed. That is the 12 seed. I'm sorry to say that is their ceiling. Their ceiling is really the 8th seed, the 7th seed. That is not a good team whatsoever. And this is a team you could theoretically trade later on in time away for a better team. You look at $23 million for Barrett. He's under a long-term deal. He's probably the Raptors. I don't know. I personally think the Raptors might be a lot more incompetent than we think because they literally just traded away OG Anunoby for RJ Barrett. And RJ Barrett, he has a terrible there's a terrible contract under him. $29 million 3 years from now. Not really sure if you're going to be. Can you really come on, Franco? Do you really see some team looking at $29 million of RJ Barrett 3 years from now going, yeah, we like that, we championship level squad, we want that on a roster? No way. Just no way. No way.
I mean, he is 23 years old, which is
that is true. A lot younger than we think.
Wait, what? Is he younger than Jason Tatum somehow?
Should be. He was drafted 2 years after him, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm having brain blockage. I thought for some reason that Zion and RJ's class was before JT's.
Oh, definitely not.
No. Oh man, I was just having a brain fart. But yeah, he's 23 years old. He still got time to look at what he's going to become. I don't think he's going to become anything more. I don't think All-Star. Is it too early to rule out an All-Star?
No, because we've seen other players like DeJounte Murray. We've seen other players like look, Mike Conley, DeJounte Murray, D'Angelo Russell, Drew Holiday. All of these guys are all-stars either once early in their career and maybe never again, or once late in their career and maybe during portions of their career they could have been and they just didn't make it. But yeah, you could see this guy make the All-Star team at age 36. He could be a player that just sticks around and is consistently consistent, and never know. You could find him on an All-Star roster later on down the line. But I think right now, as a top 3 player on a team, right? Like, if you're like, here's our star trio, right? Here's our star trio. RJ Barrett's not one of those guys. And the problem with this contract is he's making $29 million in 3 years. Now, 3 years from now, $29 million could be the new $20 million per se. So you could be looking at it going, okay, you could slot into a team better with that contract later on in time, but I still don't like that number for his name at all. And they traded away OG Anunoby, kind of a knee-jerk move because they didn't trade OG Anunoby away during the summer, didn't trade him away during last deadline, even though his name was in the news the entire time. And then they come to this trade deadline. They trade him away in December before the deadline for Quickly, who's a nice ad, we'll say that. RJ Barrett picks. And it's, to me, it's a nice deal. It's a deal that made sense for both teams. If you really look at the salary swapping and the player swapping and what happened, but just think the Toronto Raptors consistently back themselves into a corner when it comes to wheeling and dealing and being in certain situations where you can capitalize from other teams or you're not capitalizing from other teams. Toronto's been one of the worst teams in the NBA the last basically since their championship run. That 2019-20 season, they were good. Everybody, you know what? I don't know how many people remember, but they were the number 2 seed that season. They were the number 2 seed behind the Milwaukee Bucks in the bubble year, right? And that's an interesting conversation because we won the first 2 games in the bubble against the Raptors. If those games would have been played in actual arenas in front of fans, those 2 games would have been at Toronto. I'm not so certain that we would have won both games at Toronto if those games are played in front of fans instead of the bubble, but that's what happened. But that season, the Raptors were good in the bubble in that season, but afterwards it's become incompetency over and over and over again. Anytime they've been trying to consistently sell now for 3 seasons. In 2021, they were trying to sell. Who did they try to sell to the Blazers? It was Norman Powell. I literally just had his name and he escaped me and it came back. Norman Powell, they traded that. Do we remember that? They were trying to trade Norman Powell. They were trying to sell Norman Powell. Kyle Lowry, they were trying to sell. Never traded Kyle Lowry until the signing trade with the Miami Heat later in the offseason. But what Raptors make up your mind. The roster they're holding right now, where they have RJ Barrett under contract for $29 million in 3 seasons, and they have Pirtle, they have Olynyk unrestricted, and because they don't. This is my thing. If they don't re-sign Olynyk, they traded away these assets today for cap space. And what is that doing for you, Toronto? What does that honestly do? You're not guaranteed to get a player out on the market. You could be at a position where it's all dried up. We're going to go sign Derrick Rose and Nerlens Noel like the Knicks in 2019. Not saying those players specifically now, but players to those levels as they were in 2019. Also have Bruce Brown out there. Next year, the Bruce Brown contract for the Raptors, I'm fine with, because you do have some flexibility relative to Siakam's deal and Bruce Brown's deal. You have more flexibility with Bruce Brown's deal because Siakam's deal isn't expiring, whereas Bruce Brown, there's a team option on his deal next year. So the Raptors could look at it and go, we're just going to get rid of Bruce Brown, right? We don't want Bruce Brown on the roster. We want the cap space, right, this summer, and we think we're going to get somebody better. They could let his $23 million go and himself go. Or they pick up his option. Maybe they trade him away elsewhere, or they keep him on the roster. That's likely the scenario, is they pick up his option and keep him on the roster for trade bait, because they're going to be next season likely in the same point of selling, I would say, if not this offseason. This team has no direction to themselves right now. I think they made some pretty confusing moves in my mind today, just swapping assets down the road. So it just doesn't make any sense why, on one hand, the Bruce Brown, you can look at it and go, okay, they're attaining another asset down the road, which is great rationalization of this, while also getting Bruce Brown for Siakam. Well, Olynyk, you traded away an asset down the road to acquire Olynyk, and he's an unrestricted free agent. So what? I don't understand what the like. This is definitely an in between team right now. Where on one side you have a trade that's like, okay, we're gonna start going more in this direction. We're gonna start going down. Then another trade you kind of suggest, oh no, we're gonna try to lift this up. That's been the Raptors the whole time. This has been the Raptors since 2021. They have been in the state of, oh, are we going to tank? Not quite. We're going to sell a little bit, but we're going to try to add a little bit here. And I just think we've gotten to a point where I think we need to acknowledge Masai Ujiri. Does he really know how to build a basketball team? Because even the Kawhi Leonard trade, that Raptors team was good, and he traded for Kawhi Leonard, who was only a 1-year guarantee before, I believe, most people, even with the Toronto championship. Even after that happened, he went to the Los Angeles Clippers, and people believed before that happened, or even during the run, that he was still going to Los Angeles Clippers. So they had one chance at the Kawhi Leonard championship, and yes, they hit it. They hit gold. Jackpot. That could have been a terrible move. You move DeMar DeRozan for a guy you lose next season, and you don't do anything. That could have been a terrible move. Masai Ujiri could be gone by now. Instead, they hit the jackpot, and now we have 3 years of, I believe, what is seen as mediocrity and incompetency.
Oh, they should. I think they really are going to have to. What they had to do this year is try to survive for the rest of the season. I don't think really, as much as tanking should be an option, I think one thing that would save this Toronto Raptors team is a high draft pick. Getting a top 10 player who somehow pans out for him. That is one of the things that would have worked for the Toronto Raptors, but they're just going to be stuck with a middle round late lottery pick.
They're still in this stage where, they're in an early stage with this, because I'm not gonna sit back and say that this is happening yet, but I like to put out the warning for this for other teams. When you have a developing star player, which Scotty Barnes, he made the All-Star team this season. Now he's not the most advanced All-Star in the world. He's still pretty young All-Star. He can add to his game, but still an All-Star this season, and still a player you look at, you're building around right now. That is what they're doing. But the Raptors at this point, it's like, okay, the third year Scotty Barnes, he's an all-star. You're looking at a scenario where they're almost going to tear it down again. Really, right now they're semi-adding. They're not adding entirely. They're not going all the way in, but they're not going all the way out. And you're looking at it going, well, they're not in the best position to go all the way in here, and they're not, like, they likely should be looking to go more out, and they just have not been able to, the way they have made trades the last couple of years. You start wondering, okay, Scotty Barnes, you're from Florida. You're not from the North. You're not from the cold weather. You're not from Canada. You're straight up not from Canada. I've heard from multiple NBA players that, yes, Toronto, it's a cool environment. Sure, you like to go there and visit every now and then, but living there constantly as an NBA player all season in the cold, and you're out of the country, your family likely cannot come and visit you with the same ease they can in an American city. All these extra factors, right? Every time they go and play a game, essentially, they're giving out their passport, right? All these extra factors now start to seep into Scotty Barnes going, oh, I don't know. Look at the Orlando Magic. I know they could have landed there. Toronto picked me before I was able to get to the Magic's pick. They got Suggs. Hey, what if I join them in free agency? Now we got Boncaro, myself, Jalen Suggs. All of a sudden, the Magic are a complete gauntlet of a team. Gotta mention Franz Wagner as well. Huge part of that team as well. In the future, that could happen. The Toronto Raptors need to be aware of that Scotty Barnes, at this point in his career, he's third-year All-Star. No, he's not the most advanced All-Star. No, he's not going to be Joel Embiid, Giannis, or could he be a Tatum? Maybe. I don't know. I don't see the same smoothness in the offensive skill level personally as Tatum. But Scotty Barnes can be an All-Star, like your second, third best All-Star on a championship level team. And if you're the Raptors, you run the risk of losing him now with these type of moves where you're going in between. You're going, we're going to sell Schroeder, the future asset, and we're going to get back Kelly Olynyk, who we're going to either trade him for cap space. We traded away actual assets for cap space, or we're trying to keep Kelly Olynyk, and just this in-between type of state right here. Scotty Barnes and other star players, and especially players who are in Toronto, don't want to deal with that kind of situation. And I think right now we're not – I think I am. Maybe I am. Maybe everyone else. Maybe everyone else out there. And we haven't really seen any other discussion outside of our own today, but there are a lot of people not paying attention to how incompetent the Raptors currently are, and it doesn't look like that on the surface because there are some all right names there and they made some okay moves, but there's no direction. The roster's awful. There's no clear time or move inside or real thought of what they're trying to do in the future and where they're trying to go, because they're not close to a championship, nor are they close to being at the complete bottom of the league. So what are the Raptors doing? We've spent about 30 minutes on the Raptors now, but I think as an opponent to the Celtics, who've been good in the past, won the championship, they do deserve some time, because right now we're seeing in 2024 at the deadline, this is the downfall of the Toronto Raptors right now. This is part of it, and these are the in-between moves and the fringes and the edges, right? Not too many people pay attention to, but in the long run will play a huge factor in a team looking like the Celtics this year or looking like the Pistons this year.
Yeah. I don't think there's really – I think there's four – the East is kind of different than the West in a sense that there's three of the worst teams in the West are completely out of any conversations. They're looking forward to what pick they're going to be getting. Pistons, Washington, Hornets. Let's look at what's happened in those situations. Wizards have just lost their talent over time. Bradley Beal left.
They were awful.
They never looked. Yeah, they were awful itself. They never decided to build around them. You look at the Hornets. LaMelo Ball has had absolutely, other than a few people, they haven't brought in any. They haven't made any efforts to surround LaMelo Ball with a winning team.
Dude, this LaMelo Ball situation is getting ugly. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just the whole Hornets situation. Like, the roster itself is disgusting, not in a good sense. And
at least they got Trey Mann in a first-round pick for Hayward.
Yeah.
I wasn't a massive fan when I saw, like, oh, that's really all you got for Hayward after having him on the roster for 3 years and doing nothing. It really made me think, like, okay, why not just trade him last year? Because that's what you get. Like, you're downgrading in that deal. Like, you're downgrading, but we're like, oh, they at least got something for him. And that's where it's like in the short term, it's like, yeah, they got something for Hayward. But they didn't. Because in the long term, you're downgrading from what is sort of an all-star level player. He can play up to that level on some nights for an effing first-round pick and Trey Mann. It's like, yeah, you got something for Hayward, and he wasn't just bought out for nothing. But what you got versus what you had in Hayward and what you could have traded him for, if you realize that, oh, this isn't going to work out, right? We're going to have to get ahead. We're going to be proactive with this. I mean, look, they got nothing. They didn't get the value. They didn't get value out of him. They got a first-round pick, and they got Trey Mann. It's like you had an all-star level player nearly on your roster, and you got a first-round pick and Trey Mann. Sure, in the short term, good. Long term, terrible. But I completely agree. The Hornets are awful right now, and we should move on to them. I don't know if you're shifting gears to that necessarily, but oof.
Yeah, I'm just going down the entire list of winners and losers for today, kind of in a sense, to summarize everything, because we've almost hit on every team that's made a move. I'm looking through it. So, yeah, I think there were definitely winners and losers today. let's go to wrap up. Let's go through the 3 winners and losers today.
Well, I'm going to wait. Can I give you a quick news update real quick?
Go ahead.
This one's breaking news. It's not about a trade.
Oh, just
breaking. New York Knicks forward OG Anunoby had surgery to remove a loose bone fragment in his right elbow and will miss a minimum of 3 weeks. Sources tell ESPN.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. So,
wow, the Knicks. So the Knicks all of a sudden they're a team, but then they're injured.
Yeah, you win at what cost, New York? Oh man,
they had like 1 week where it's like, OG, Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, we got everybody, and then it's like, oh, Julius Randle falls on his shoulder late in the fourth quarter, late in a game that was over. That's a theme with Tom Thibodeau's coaching career, playing players way past their minute marks. And Julius Randle, latest victim of that, playing late in the fourth quarter against the Miami Heat when the game was over, dislocates his shoulder, out multiple weeks, and now OG Anunoby, loose bone fragment. That they make it sound so like, oh, this is such a minor thing. He'll be back in 3 weeks, whatever. It's like he had a bone fragment somewhere, like loose in his elbow, just like shifting around inside of his body, and they had to go in and cut his arm open and get rid of it. It's like, hey man, a guy shoots a basketball like this. It's like, I don't. Some of these surgeries, I believe, sometimes when players come back, we expect them. Oh, they're just going to come back and be OG Anunoby. They're going to come back and be Robert Williams. They're going to come back and be whoever. But it takes some time. It takes a little bit of a ramp up, and it certainly to rehab those kind of injuries where you're cutting into your body and getting rid of something, whether it's part of a ligament or part of a bone or any of that.
Never feels good.
Your body has to respond in those situations. I don't like to hear the story for the Knicks because they were just hitting their stride. And we were just talking about earlier, the Celtics, they found a new rivalry in the Knicks again. We saw a little bit, couple years with KG, Rondo, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Melo and Amari, but not in everything in between, right? Since the 90s all the way to that point, and then since that point, been nothing in between the Celtics and Knicks. We'd love to see that rivalry back, but the Knicks, the Knicks are snake bitten. The Knicks are snake bitten from all night. They have a good roster now. They have a good team. They have a team that I'm one man.
They have Bojan Bogdanovic. Yeah, they have Bojan Bogdanovic filling in at least for OG Anunoby now. So that's one positive they can pull from today.
It's almost, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you here, but it almost feels like the 17-18 season for them, not in the same sense with the Celtics, but it's like, okay, we're injured, but we kind of have the pieces to compete here, and we're going to go as far as we can take ourselves this year, but next year is really going to be it. Sorry, go ahead, Frank. Yeah,
this is definitely a precursor season to what's coming for the New York Knicks. Even Josh Hart is such a key player for them. They have Dante DiVincenzo. They have these key players who are going to fill in these roles, and they're almost. That is actually the best comparison for the New York Knicks I've heard. Is the 17-18 Knicks is like the precursor season to where everything finally looked like it was starting to get into place. But hopefully they don't have a Kyrie Irving show up to their team and have that happen in New York.
I don't see that happening with the Knicks unless it's Julius Randle. Could be Julius Randle. You never know. I mean,
Julius Randle could pull the self-destruct button.
There have been some in between with Julius Randle, but you look at some of the names you mentioned in here, and I just want to point out, I'm just looking at some 3-point percentages right now to make my point, because I think Josh Hart's only a 30% 3-point shooter, but Dante DiVincenzo is at 41% right now. Those guys, look what they do. They defend, and they can shoot or score the ball. Josh Hart is not a statue on the offensive end of the floor necessarily. He can attack, aggressively drive the lane, and finish. Now, he gets himself into trouble on the 3-point line. He's shooting 30%, obviously, but Dante DiVincenzo, he's a shooter. He's somebody who can drive aggressively, defensive, stalwart on that team. And so the Knicks, they understand. they understand how to build. There's certainly a level of understanding of how to build within their organization right now that I think is going to pay off even into the future. And right now, it's so unfortunate to see some of the injuries fall towards their squad because they are a snake-bitten franchise that cannot seem to ever get over the hump or I don't want to say get out of their own way because some situations haven't been their fault like this one right now where it's just everyone's injured, but they've just never been quite able to have all the pieces aligned together, right? But we were talking about the Hornets, talked about the Gordon Hayward situation, what happened there, Kyle Lowry likely being bought out. That Hornets team is a mess, and I think this show is just a great opportunity to talk about all these other teams because we never really get to talk about other teams during the trade or not during the trade deadline, during post games, unless we're facing other teams. And even then we try to keep it fairly Celtics and the relativity of the other team and not all of the other team. But the Charlotte Hornets, we haven't seen them since November. And we actually lost a game to them in November. That was awful. But today, Miles Bridges, his name was out there a little bit. PJ Washington, they trade him to Dallas. I think that's going to be a little bit of an underrated move. I think Dallas, they're going to get something out of PJ Washington. I think he's more of a versatile player than Grant Williams. I know I'm a Grant Williams fan. I've supported Grant Williams, but I'm not a dumb basketball fan, folks. I know when other players are a little better than some players, and that Grant Williams isn't the best player in the world. And some of the moments on Dallas this season, not exactly the best player at his salary number, because the salary number does matter a lot. But PJ Washington goes to Dallas. I think he's going to be optimized there a lot more than he was in Charlotte. In Charlotte, his career has been in the mud the entire time. And no one's paid attention to PJ Washington. He's had nice moments in his career. He's not quite a star player, but I think he's a really nice rotational player and starter you can add on to a potential championship level squad and slot in there and feel comfortable with because he does have an offensive game and defensively he brings it too. He's very versatile on that end of the floor. And I think Dallas did make a nice add here with the acquisition of PJ Washington for Grant Williams. And in that deal, they also sent out, let me get the deal in front of me real quick. So it was Grant Williams for, you might have the deal in front of me or in front of yourself before me, Franco. I might not even have it on here now that I'm looking
at the Grant Williams trade.
Yeah, I might have it on the list because
Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and 2027 first round pick.
Okay, you found it. I couldn't find the rest of the details. So yeah, Seth Curry and a 2027 first round pick. Those assets, the first round pick is what the Charlotte Hornets were looking for PJ Washington, the future first round pick.
That's Curry's probably a buyout.
Yeah, and Seth Curry, he's either going to be a buyout or he's just going to chill on the roster for the rest of the season. The Hornets, they have to be looking to go the other way at some point because, right, I don't know what they're doing. This is another LaMelo Ball. He's in his fourth year. Okay, fourth year LaMelo Ball. Yes, he's under an extension, but this is you look at the trajectory of star players, and the Celtics did this perfectly. And there was some embarrassment of riches for the Celtics to start out with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. But with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, the Celtics were competitive, and then they built their roster up to when Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown were really hitting their primes, and now they're in their 7th and 8th years, the team is becoming more competitive and becoming a championship-level squad. Well, you look at the Raptors, you look at the Hornets, right? Raptors, Scotty Barnes, Hornets, LaMelo Ball. These players are in years 3 and 4, and the Raptors and Hornets don't look anywhere near contention whatsoever. We saw this situation happen with Anthony Davis in New Orleans. He was there 7-8 years. By the time his rookie extension came around, nothing was happening. By the time his extension was over, nothing was happening. And what happened? They traded him away to the Lakers at the last moment when it was essentially forced. It wasn't necessarily the last moment. He had another year under his deal, but it was a forced trade to the Los Angeles Lakers. And now we have LaMelo Ball and Scotty Barnes. Those are going to be your two disgruntled stars right there. I mean, in the future, I don't see how they stay on their given teams right now, knowing the two situations they're in and what the trajectory is, because neither the Raptors or the Hornets look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. And these players moving into years 5, 6, 7, they're not going to be wanting to deal with a team that's perpetually at the bottom of the standings. They're going to be wanting to compete. And at some point, all of the bling, all the Lambos, all the speeding out of the arena, all of whatever LaMelo puts out, or whatever, all these players at a young age, they have all these new things, all this new money, all these new extensions that they sign. All that's not going to matter. They're all going to be paid. They're all going to have enough money to cover themselves, their family, and 8 other families for the rest of time. And in that scenario, in that situation, these players are going to want to win. We see it with the Celtics right now. These players want to fucking win. Uh-oh.
We reached 4 hours.
4-hour broadcast. We knew it was going to happen at some point, but these players want to win, right? And Scotty Barnes, LaMelo Ball on these squads, they're not anywhere near winning. They're not anywhere near it. And I don't think they're players either that are going to go to the front office and go, we need to win right now. We need to get players in here, because there have been players in time that are like that. LeBron James, look, he's Exhibit A. He's the ultimate example. He might be the greatest player of all time. Let's just throw it out there. He's top 2 easily. He is somebody who is forcing the issue. He is the leader in the ball club. You know, when you walk into a LeBron James squad, that you're going to be answering to LeBron James, or you're going to be like, okay, LeBron James is here. Scotty Barnes and LaMelo, you go to Toronto, you go to Charlotte, they don't give me those vibes. They don't. Yes, they're young players. Okay, they're completely young players. They could turn into that over time. I think Scotty Barnes more so, but you go there and it's like, okay, these are kids.
LaMelo is in his city. Well, he's turned Charlotte into his city. Gets to pull out of the Charlotte arena every night. Doesn't matter if he won or lost. He's pulling out in either a new Phantom, whatever car he wants to break out. And that's literally what he lived for, is to pull out of the arena. That's what LaMelo Ball lived for in Charlotte, is to pull out of the arena and get a couple of fans to dap him up as he's pulling out. Yo, LaMelo! What car is he driving today? Oh, that's a sick fit, LaMelo. Oh, awesome, dude. Like, hum diddly dee. That's literally what they live for, is the hum diddly dees and
you
the
could see it on the bench. It was a 20-point game against the Knicks a couple of weeks ago. And what do we see on the bench? This is telling too. It's not just some, we saw it on TV and we're going to make a big deal. No, it's telling when your team is down 20, you are 10-31. And you're cracking jokes on the bench like it's just the club. Like you're just sitting over there like, oh, we're all having fun. Like we're going out, we're having fun. Like, oh yeah, it's
yo, where do you want to go?
Like,
where do you want to go for dinner after
this?
Yeah, they're worried about where they're going out for dinner after the game. That's what Charlotte is. I think Michael Jordan. Didn't Michael Jordan get rid of his ownership in Charlotte?
I believe so.
I guarantee that's the reason why, because that's not what an NBA basketball team is supposed to be.
The Charlotte Hornets, they're the most incompetent squad.
Like Brandon, like it goes back to the NBA draft when they had the second pick. Why did they take Brandon Miller when?
Actually, let me get onto this Brandon Miller point real quick. I like Brandon disservice to him. They are currently doing a disservice to him. I don't see how Brandon Miller, people compare him to Paul George. They compare him to Jason Tatum, but people forget Paul George and Jason Tatum were able to develop as playmakers in environments where their coaches let them handle the ball. They did. That's what happened. They let them progressively handle the ball too. When you saw Pacers with Paul George, they were competitive in his early portion of his career, and they let him take over the reins. And then Tatum, the Celtics were competitive in the early portion of his career. They let him gradually take over the reins. Well, in Charlotte, it's great that these guys are getting reps every single night, but there's no establishment in like, oh, we're going to play this way. Here's how the pecking order goes, right? There's no establishment in terms of that. And if there's none of that, well, what happens is you have guys like LaMelo Ball in the roster who are just high usage, take it to the rim. I'm shooting every time down the floor. The possessions are going all through me. Ball's not really moving around. And all of a sudden, Brandon Miller, he's not going to gain that level of experience Paul George and Jason Tatum experienced at the beginning of their careers when they were allowed to be playmakers on good teams and progressively brought along in that sense. Now, Brandon Miller, it's like, here you go. We're throwing you to the Wolves, and you're going to be playing next to LaMelo, and we have no idea how we're really wanting to play here because we're 10-30, and go ahead and go figure it out, guy. Go ahead and figure it out. I don't think he's going to develop into the playmaker people think he's going to be later in his career. I see special traits within his game that's going to make him a special player and somebody who's going to be a high-level starter for a while. But I just the situation he's in general right now, I really worry that it's going to stunt the development of Brandon Miller and where he could go. And I could see it turning into a Brandon Ingram situation where you look at Brandon Ingram's early portion of his career, second overall pick on the Lakers. He's with awful Lakers squads the first couple of years of his career. Now, there were some players to come out of those squads who ended up being good elsewhere under actual establishment. But the Lakers, this is why, other than being a Celtics fan, I was so irked over their championship in 2020. They didn't build throughout the decade from their 2010 championship to the 2020 championship. They didn't build at all. That time in between was completely incompetent, completely dysfunctional, and Brandon Ingram was brought up in that system. And what happened to his career? He's not exactly the most up here star level player. He's somewhere in the middle of stars, and he's on the New Orleans Pelicans where they're a perpetual 9 or 10 seed in the Western Conference. And I think Brandon Miller, if he was put into the correct situation like Tatum, like Paul George, you could see him flourish into a player like that who is all NBA every single season and somebody who's just completely undeniable. Yet I believe he's likely going to have more of a career trajectory where he's like Brandon Ingram. You consider him, he's this nice star player, but he doesn't have these other intangibles to his game because he's never been on an actual winning squad. He's never been in a situation where his coaches have uplifted his game in terms of playmaking, in terms of adding another level to his game defensively or going to the rim or drawing free throws or fouls. I don't see that development in Charlotte and the system they have in place right now. I don't see how Brandon Miller ascends to where Tatum and Paul George goes because of the establishment. I see the talent. I see it. His block last night, they played the Raptors last night. His block on RJ Barrett was ridiculous. Jumped out of the building for that block. Chase down block, full court sprint, jumped out of the building. You go, that is the elite defensive versatility right there. Can guard multiple positions, can get up in the air, and can get down real quick and move side to side. That's going to be the skill that keeps him in the league for a long time and keeps him paid. But as the 1A superstar like a Tatum, like a Paul George, Brandon Miller with the current Charlotte Hornets establishment, I believe it's stunting that path for him. And it's early. It's certainly early in his career. Don't get me wrong. It's only his rookie season. But the Charlotte situation, it's unfair to the people involved. And I think LaMelo Ball, I'm not saying it's unfair to him necessarily because
he couldn't care.
Right. Like, he's having a great time. He is part of the problem. But it's like LaMelo I feel for and I don't feel for. On one sense, it's like, okay, he's part of the problem. On another sense, it's like, okay, well, he's never been brought along in the NBA and shown like this is what you need to do on a nightly basis to actually play on a winning team or be a winning team. Like right now, they have phenomenal talent on their roster. There's no establishment. There's no veteran players to bring them along. The coaching staff in place. It's a retread coaching staff. I hate to trash on coaching staffs and people with job occupations, which pay the money and keep their families fed. But the Charlotte Hornets coaching staff, Steve Clifford, I respect Steve Clifford. I really do. He's a respected head coach around the league. But what data has he given us as a head coach with the Orlando Magic and with the Hornets before? The Hornets had him before, went to the Magic, didn't succeed there. Now he's with the Hornets again. And what point in the data did Steve Clifford show us, I'm an elite head coach who's going to uplift our talent. I'm going to scheme well against other head coaches in the league and give us a win on this night? You don't see it. It's unfortunate. I think Steve Clifford's a great head coach in terms of bringing I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say I don't have a point on why Steve Clifford is a great coach. He perpetually has terrible teams. His players are never developed, and I somehow still has a job. I don't understand. I know he's respected. I know there are certain levels of personalities and people that get them into certain positions, but Steve Clifford for me with the Hornets, that's part of why they're a mess. It makes no sense why they don't have someone else as their head coach right now. And it's Steve Clifford, who was already there. Before James Borrego. Ugh. Some of these, I don't know if you can tell, Franco, but some of these NBA squads absolutely
piss you off.
Eat at me. Just eat at me like pet peeve. Like, what are you like? What? Like, I personally like winning. Like, that's just who doesn't? Who doesn't like winning? Sometimes you have to lose to win, and I understand that. And especially in the NBA, we see it, and you sometimes have to go a little bit one way to go another way. And I kind of touched on it earlier that you shouldn't go all the way one way to go the other way or trade it for nothing, right? But you sometimes have to be bad to be good. You have to be 36-36 to be good. But at some point in time, you have to put the awful losing behind you when you do have star talent, you do have picks on your team. The Charlotte Hornets have talent on their team at the top with their players, but there's no establishment within the head coaching staff, within the rest of their roster, within their front office. None of it at all. And that's just where we're at with the Charlotte Hornets, unfortunately. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm reading our group chat right now because I feel like every time I read, I just go completely silent. Right?
Yeah, they're talking. They're talking Springer. I think we've been in this chat. So I think we started this live before they left for work, and now I think they all are getting off of work.
Really?
So yeah, I think this live has been going throughout their entire workday.
Wait. Let's try to get somebody in here. Anyone want to hop on live right now? We can sit in here forever. Like,
yeah, this is what I've been saying. We should do these just have the chat open. But as I do say that, I am remembering that I had to be somewhere at 6.
That's hilarious. It's like, man, we should sit in here a lot longer. And then you're like, actually,
now that I remember it, I was supposed to. Yeah, I do gotta be there at 6. Gotta be a good boy. But hopefully someone hops in, and if I'm not back, we could rip another live with some concepts drawn up. But I think we accomplished a lot today in this live. 100%.
4-hour live, I think so. It's like 4 post games worth of content we're giving out to everybody today. I wasn't on live to start the screen, and I was like, oh my god, I'm not on live to start the screen. I was getting graphics prepared behind the scenes, and the shifting. This is why sports is so hard sometimes, because we don't necessarily account for all the shifting in game plan sometimes, because in a game you could have a player, we're attacking Joel Embiid with this guy and this guy, and we're doing this. Oh, all of a sudden this guy pulled his hamstring, he has a calf tightness, he has an ankle injury. It's like, oh, he's now all of a sudden done. And we're not going to be able to play that way tonight. And essentially that's what happened with the show here today. It was like we had so many guys in and out, and it was like, oh geez, we don't have this graphic ready. But it worked out. It really worked out well. And let me just making sure the graphics are ready for if you were to dip out here, Franco. But there we go.
I'm probably gonna hop out of here in just 1 second. You're gonna keep the live going. Are you gonna keep the live going until someone hops in, or?
Maybe if somebody hops in, I'll keep it going for sure. If I might talk on here for a couple more minutes and then pop off because it has been a 4-hour live. Certainly our longest live ever. I think potentially our most watched stream ever as well. We had 18, 22 consistent viewers at the beginning, and thank you all for watching. I know a lot of you are not here still, but thank you all for watching because
if anyone is still here for the past 4 hours, I will write a personal hand letter kudos to you.
Jaylen Brown liked a photo of Miles Bridges' assault. Okay.
Huh. Right.
Okay.
I thought that was gonna go towards Jaylen Brown like the picture of the Celtics Talk Weekly, but no, like.
Not that cool.
Nope, not that cool yet. But thank you for everyone for tuning in, and I will either hop in later or we'll be back here tomorrow for post game.
Oh yes, thank you, Franco. Thank you. See you later. Oh, there he goes. All right, folks. I'm the captain now. I'm the captain of the show now. So we had a lot of guys on today. 5 guys. We had Finn in here earlier, Celtics Insider. If you guys don't know him, go check out his page. Over 100,000 followers. I pointed out the other day, Finn, you have more followers than our G League team. He has more followers than our entire main Celtics team has on their Instagram account. So don't forget to go check out at Celtic Insider and also at Celtics Rising and at Celtics Talk Weekly as well. Justin was in here earlier. Celtics Rising, Celtics Talk Weekly is, of course, our programs page. Me, Robin, Justin, and Ian, and Franco, and David, we all work on that together. And our pages today and all the guys who came in here. Ian wasn't present, but Franco, you guys just saw pop off. Go hit up Boston Sports Hour. They were phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal on this broadcast throughout the afternoon. And I'm so glad that everyone took the time to come in here and give a take and talk about the trade deadline, because that really means a lot to our program. That everyone, it could have easily been a day where everyone has school, everyone has work, right? And guys can't make it. It's totally understandable. But these guys, I really want to reiterate, took the time out of their day, out of other activities, right, to come in here and produce for our program. And I cannot thank them enough. They were absolutely incredible today. But now they're all gone. They're all back at work. They're all back at school. They're all back to their occupations. Even Franco had to take off. But me, I'm still here right now. I'm still here talking deadline because there's still more to talk about, I'm sure. I know I've talked about a lot. We've talked about a lot on here, and I can still keep talking about this trade deadline as we move on because there are still more moves to talk about. I guess we did touch on Xavier Tillman earlier a lot. Touched on the Delano Banton deal a little bit. We touched basically in the moment of the Jaden Springer, Delano Banton, Xavier Tillman. We were really focused in on that when that happened, and that was discussed earlier in this long live about 2 hours ago. We discussed all those trades. Me and Franco, we came in here, talked a lot about the Raptors, talked a lot about the Hornets. That's back in there. Grant Williams, you kind of talked about him a little bit. I guess I would talk about Grant Williams right now. His career is in limbo. I want to touch on Grant Williams. Let's hit him next because he was traded today, and I think we can talk about Grant Williams at the back end of this, and he relates to the Celtics, of course. Grant Williams, limbo career right now. A career completely in limbo. His contract this summer, great that he got paid, because you're looking at it right now and you're going, Grant Williams, if he's not careful, where is he going to slot into the NBA? Where is he going to slot into the NBA? Because right now he's under a $10 million plus deal. So he's not under his rookie deal anymore. He's not this nice, savvy, good, valuable player the Celtics have available to them, right? He's not under that deal anymore. He's under a bigger contract. And the Dallas Mavericks essentially just said, we can't do it anymore. We cannot go further with Grant Williams this season. And they're competing for the title this season. Don't kid yourself. They're not in mediocrity. They're not tanking. They're not going anywhere. They have Luka, of course. They have Luka and Kyrie. They're competing for the title this season, the Dallas Mavericks are. The defense is absolutely awful. And Grant Williams, seeing him play with their team offensively, doesn't bring a whole lot of offensive firepower. He's somebody who stands in the corner, can drive, make a good decision, make a good pass every now and then, but he's not somebody who's super versatile with the ball on the offensive end of the floor, who's going to give you a ton of options. And even Celtics fans have a rift against Grant Williams and his time in Boston because oftentimes he might make the correct play, but fundamentally the layup wouldn't be there or the floater wouldn't be there, or he might dribble off his foot. He might do something like that. I know Dallas Mavericks fans have seen that as well this season. So Grant Williams, offensively, not great for the Mavericks. They're a great offensive team, doesn't bring too much on that end. And defensively, they're almost last in defense. They're almost last in defense, and he's not helping them along. He's not a super versatile defender. He's somewhat of a versatile defender, can defend on the perimeter, can defend certain big guys, but he's not the quickest of players in the world. He's more of a big body and can move his feet as a big body. Not the quickest of players in the world, and not somebody who with tremendous length. So the athleticism and the length, with that not being there, the speedy quickness, Grant Williams all of a sudden becomes a player where you go, yeah, how much is this guy really adding to our roster being a locker room guy, or this guy who is sitting on the bench and uplifting the morale of all of our other players? How valuable is he in our locker room when you could have that player with another guy somewhere out in the league and him actually produce for you on court the way the Dallas Mavericks believed, hey, Grant Williams, I believe he'll produce for us, but he didn't. He didn't outside the first week or two with the Dallas Mavericks, and now they're trading him to the Charlotte Hornets, where he goes home to Charlotte. He's from North Carolina, Grant Williams is, and that will be a little bit of a homecoming for him. Could stay on the Charlotte Hornets team, and I do believe, we were talking about the Hornets earlier, it gives them a little bit of an establishment they don't have, because Grant Williams, I don't think he's going to come in there and bring in the locker room culture, and I don't know, this might actually be a worse situation than I'm trying to optimistically paint it right now, but he could come in there and be a somewhat of an established voice in that locker room where there are none. There are a lot of young players. There are a lot of players who just do not know the ropes of the NBA, right? And he could come in there and be that type of player and that voice that uplifts other talents in the locker room, the talents we were talking about earlier. LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, these are all-star level talents the Charlotte Hornets have on their roster. But right now, the other pieces in place, they're a complete dysfunctional mess. And Grant Williams, he may stay in Charlotte for the time being, for the future, and they may use him. They may consider Grant Williams to be a piece for them. But considering it was a 2-for-1 deal, PJ Washington coming over to Dallas, Grant Williams over to Charlotte, where is this going for Grant Williams? Where is he going to be an established figure in Charlotte, or is this going somewhere where he's just constantly used as a trade piece or constantly used as a player where, oh, we don't really want your on-court value, but we want your contract? Or we when he gets to the end of his deal, is he somebody who's bought out or waived and he's not? There are a lot of guys in the past, we see guys who are bought out or waived or sit on rosters. Like, they might not join another team. They might not be a talent that teams actually want around a clubhouse. They look at them and go, you're a fine NBA player, but you don't really fit into our young rotation. You don't fit into the voice of the locker room, right? Or you don't really fit into these categories, nor do you fit into our competitive team or where we're going. And all of a sudden, that's how guys fall out of the league. They don't fit into a certain place. And there are only so many roster spots amongst the NBA. What, it's 30 times 15, and then another 3 on the end for two-way deals. So 18 roster spots per team. There's only 30 teams. Grant Williams, he's owning one of those roster spots right now. He owns one of those roster spots for the Charlotte Hornets. But after what just happened with the contending team, a contending team just went, ooh, signing this summer went a little bit wrong, right? Not producing for us. We're going to go ahead and swap you in a 2-for-1 here to an awful team in the NBA. I don't know where Grant Williams' career is going right now. It's a little bit in limbo. It's a little bit in that stage where you go, ooh, I don't really know what's going to happen with him in the future, whether he's going to find an established home or just be constantly bouncing around, which I would think it's probably somewhere in the latter in between. You never know. He could be a player that drops out of the NBA sooner than we picture or sooner than we think. That's a little bit of a drastic perspective at looking at it. But Grant Williams, being traded today, that is not something that you want happen. That is not something you want to see happen to yourself right after you sign a big deal with the team, because the team believed in you, and then all of a sudden halfway through they didn't. And how many other teams are going to believe in Grant Williams? I want to talk about Jordan Goodwin too. I talked about him a little bit earlier, but he was traded from the Suns today. I was enjoying this season with Jordan Goodwin on the Suns next to Bradley Beal, two St. Louis guys, really. Jordan Goodwin went to St. Louis and went to Althoff Catholic High School over in Belleville, Illinois, was a Saluki, and was playing with Bradley Beal, who's from Chaminade, same high school as Jason Tatum. Both of those guys are more. Chaminade is in Creve Coeur. Neither of those guys are likely from Creve Coeur at all. I know Tatum is not. I wouldn't say this. I'm not really sure exactly where Bradley Beal's from, but those St. Louis guys, they were together on the same team in Phoenix. Goodwin and Beal. And Goodwin used as a salary chip in a deal to attain David Roddy and Royce O'Neal. And now Goodwin is going to be playing in Memphis, which is 4 hours south of St. Louis. So I'm hoping the Memphis Grizzlies. He might be with the Nets. I don't know. This was a pre-team deal that wasn't exactly given. Now the rest of this deal, I guess this is a good transition over to the Suns, okay? Because we talked about the Suns earlier a little bit, where we're just going through and we're going, David Roddy, it's just kind of one of those throw together moves where it's like, okay, we have all these back end players, throw them together, let's go get somebody, without it really feeling like, all right, we're making a calculated move here. We're the Phoenix Suns making a calculated move. We're making this move not only for right now, but we're making this move for a future. The David Roddy move, it's a move for right now, but in the future, that's the thing the Celtics have been able to do, and that's why they're an elite team right now, even with the front office and their standards. On one hand, the Boston Celtics, they make moves for the now, but they also can make moves for the future simultaneously. They've made moves in the past to win now, but also those moves have subsequently led to more opportunities in the future. Look at Malcolm Brogdon. We traded for Malcolm Brogdon. He helped us last season. He was the sixth man of the year. And look at him. He literally was the best player off the bench in the entire NBA, right? Well, Malcolm Brogdon, this season, looking at it, all of a sudden becomes a trade piece we include in a deal for Kristaps Porzingis. So that's a calculated move where the Celtics, in the moment, we have Malcolm Brogdon. We're calculating this for now, but also in the future, we understand that there may be another deal later on down the line where we can use Malcolm Brogdon, or if that doesn't turn out, we can re-sign him, or there are so many stipulations put in place that teams can calculate for later on down the line. The Suns, it doesn't feel like they have that structure in place to really calculate that sense. Feels like a lot of the moves that are made, and a lot of these other teams too, go, we're doing this for right now. And there's not a thought of like, okay, so what's going to happen during the summer with this deal, or what's going to happen in the next 2 years. And I know there is a lot of that thought in front offices, and I'm not saying that front offices are completely incompetent and don't pay attention to that, but there are some front offices that pay attention to it way more than others. And it's clear on a day like this, at the NBA trade deadline, when you have certain teams pulling the trigger on moves that just for their future, it's like, I don't really know what this does for them, while they also gave away a ton of assets. And I'm going to look at the salary sheet here real quick for the Grizzlies, because they are on the other end of this deal with Roddy. Roddy's 6'4", seems way bigger than 6'4". He's a 6'4", kind of bigger guard. I'm not a massive fan of David Roddy. They traded who did they trade away from? They traded Grayson Allen essentially away for David Roddy. They traded the Grizzlies. I had this all laced up in November, where the Grizzlies essentially, if you really look at the Grizzlies' moves the last couple of years, yes, this season they're missing a bunch of players off their roster, and that's why they're god awful. But they made some awful moves. Grayson Allen for Sam Merrill, that one great. They essentially traded this one's just, I don't know how this happens, but they essentially traded Grayson Allen for Sam Merrill because they didn't want to pay Grayson Allen, and they then turned around and paid. I don't remember whatever. We're going too far on the Memphis Grizzlies here, but essentially the Memphis Grizzlies have made some awful trades in the last couple of years. Like that Grayson Allen deal, it's like they're going to ship him away. They shipped away DeAnthony Melton for Danny Green. They've done certain moves like that where you look at it and go, okay, how did your roster get better? How'd you get better for the future? David Roddy, this is Phoenix. I can understand why they pulled the trigger on David Roddy here just a little bit. It does seem like a move where they move a ton of just a little bit of capital for just a nice move for Phoenix. David Roddy, $2.8 million team option and then 4.8. A lot of control there. Really young player, 22 years old. Not a ton being added to the roster right now. It's like a little bit. Him and Royce O'Neal will add a little bit to the Suns. The only part I don't like about it is just it's like what does this do for the future for the Suns? Like what are you actually doing later on down the line? I guess just revert the Suns point because I think the Suns are amongst the teams in which kind of go ahead and make the moves in which they see in front of them, and it's like, okay, we have KD right now, we have Kevin Durant, we have Bradley Beal, we have Devin Booker. We need to win right now, but these moves, I think sometimes you can, if you're patient, it's like when is the correct time to pull the trigger on a move? And this is where it's like the Suns, they can't be patient because they have Durant at 34 years old. But then again, it's like, well, the most optimal way to build in the NBA is to be patient. And I think the David Roddy acquisition is nice for the Suns because $2.7 million this year, he makes absolutely nothing. And then the two team options under his rookie deal the next 2 seasons, those are 2 legitimate years you have with David Roddy where you just control his salary and he's developing as an NBA player on your squad within your franchise. In Memphis, he's not the most impressive player, but there's certainly something there with him being a potential rotation player down the line. I almost compare him to Grant Williams in a way where he does have these pitfalls within his game where it's not the smoothest in the world, but he's a big physical body. He's very agile for his size. I was surprised to see he was only 6'4". He seems like he's a 6'7" type of player. And I think David Roddy can be a player in the NBA, but under this deal, the Suns have him under a nice contract the next 2 years, and they can move him. They can move him again if they really wanted to. Not really as a salary filler because of that $2 million salary, that $4 million in the next 2-3 years, but you could add him onto the back end of a deal as a sweetener somewhere else. And I do like that move a little bit for the Phoenix Suns. When I first saw it, I went, could you get it? I guess my thing was like, could you get something more than David Roddy at this deadline and Royce O'Neal with every single player you gave away? You gave up Bates Diop, you gave up Watanabe, you gave up Jordan Goodwin. All of these players, the Suns, they weren't exactly producing for them at a high level, but the Suns got rid of all these players and they welcomed in David Roddy. That was my problem. I should say this. The acquisition of David Roddy in itself, him and his contract is not the problem, but it's really, you sent out 3 players for one, and the one you got back was just kind of meh. It's like, where is this really sending you? And Royce O'Neal too. It's really sitting behind the camera. It's hard to say what the market looked like. This is where it's hard to kind of rationalize and analyze some of these trades and situations because you're sitting there going, oh, could they have gotten more out of this? But maybe the market, maybe they couldn't. Maybe that was just something in which they could not get past, where in the market, a player out there available to themselves, maybe David Roddy was the best player. Surprised no team dipped their toe into Jake LaRavia. I believe he was a name on the market in recent days, or rather in recent weeks. Jake LaRavia hasn't exactly panned out, but I almost I like his size. Couple of talk about this. Couple of lottery picks waived today from the last couple of years. James Bouknight just came out that he's being waived. 2021 lottery pick by the Charlotte Hornets. We just talked about how incompetent their squad is. That is a big draft pick for the Charlotte Hornets. That's a lottery pick. That's a pick you can add onto your squad next to LaMelo Ball. They already had him that year. And what do? They go with James Bouknight out of UConn. And by 2024, he's gone. Waived. Not even traded. Waived. James Bouknight waived off the Charlotte Hornets roster, and Detroit Pistons too. Another 2020. Bouknight is 2021, but Killian Hayes, 2020 lottery pick, waived from the Detroit Pistons earlier today. Both of these guys, lottery picks, doesn't seem like that long ago. Didn't make it to the end of their rookie deals and are now waived for teams to make space for other roster spots and guys slotting in for trades. That's quite the downfall for some of these players. Or James Bouknight rather, and Killian Hayes. They came into the league. Clearly, they were not ready as players, prospects, and I still believe that Killian Hayes specifically could land in a situation where he develops a little bit, because there's a little bit of something in his game. It does not have an elite game by any measure. It does not have a game where you can slot into a rotation and feel comfortable playing him on a nightly basis, but does have something where you can look at it and go, okay, he's lower 20s. He's still develop. You can still develop this talent. There's still some defensive intangibles there. Offensively, it's not pretty, but there is some passing ability. I could see a team landing Killian Hayes, coaching him up a bit. Maybe he's a nice player we look at in a couple of years and go, oh, nice Killian Hayes. He's not the all-star guard we all expected him to be, but he's a nice little bench piece to this team. We look at it like which player just – oh, man, this player was just in my mind. Oh, Dante Exum this year. Dante Exum, look at the Mavericks lineup. Dante Exum's playing straight up over Seth Curry, who they traded today. I saw them in New Orleans earlier this year. Dante Exum played that game over Seth Curry. Dante Exum's been playing consistently over him, and now he's just part of their rotation. Not too many people expected that of Dante Exum with the Utah Jazz many years ago when he was going through many injuries, and he wasn't necessarily looking like the player everyone thought he would be or the prospect everyone thought he was going to be when he came into the NBA while out on the floor with the Utah Jazz. Yet late into his career, another team picks him up. He's rehabbed through all these injuries. He's gone through multiple different situations, seen different NBA squads. He hasn't been under one roof, right? It's really easy for a player to be under one roof and see what's under that roof and never see anything else what goes around in the NBA. And that's why we talk about teams like the Charlotte Hornets being complete dumpster fire in their establishment right now. And even in recent years, the Houston Rockets, that's what the Houston Rockets needed to do. But you have these teams that are not established in these players that go to different teams, right? Dante Exum of the world, you think about. Well, I think Killian Hayes could be amongst that group as well. You could see him on a squad later on in time where he falls into a rotation and goes, oh, that's nice for him late in his career. James Bouknight, I have less confidence for because offensively, defensively, I think Killian Hayes has more tools within his game. James Bouknight is just pure scorer coming out of college, and there's been nothing developmental within his game, whether it's playmaking, handling the ball, whether it's defensively. Nothing has developed in his game at all, and I would say that he's likely a player we see overseas, somewhere else, not in the NBA, maybe even in the G League in the next couple of years, whereas Killian Hayes, I think there's a chance he makes a roster and does carve himself out a place as he continues to try to grow an NBA career, because he's still very young. And let's face it too, he was thrown into a situation in Detroit that was a complete and utter mess. And now when he was inserted into Detroit, they were a mess. And yet somehow now, 3 years later, they're even more of a mess. And it's not Killian Hayes' fault. Certainly isn't Killian Hayes' fault. So him going to another situation potentially now, I believe that could be good for him, and it could unleash something within his game that we did not see beforehand while he's going through a 28-game losing streak with the Detroit Pistons. So those two players are waived earlier. Victor Oladipo waived. This might be the end of Victor Oladipo's career. this might be the last notification we get about Victor Oladipo until his retirement. That's sad. The last notification, the Grizzlies have waived Victor Oladipo. Sources tell The Athletic and at Stadium via Shams Charania. That could be the last notification until Oladipo's career is done, because Oladipo, I talked about with Franco earlier, the effectiveness in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2022 was not there whatsoever. Was not. And that was 2 years ago on a contending team, and the Heat needed him that series. They needed him to be a little bit of an X factor, and they didn't have him. And they almost won that series too. Almost came one Jimmy Butler shot away from beating the Celtics in that series. And they needed Victor Oladipo. They needed him. And he wasn't there. He was not hurt, but he wasn't effective. And now the Grizzlies, they trade for him. They trade the Steven Adams deal, him swapped in between. So that was a trade that happened actually a week ago. Steven Adams swapped for Victor Oladipo. Now in 2018, you'd be going, whoa, that's a crazy deal, right? But today it's like you're moving salary around entirely. The Grizzlies traded for Oladipo because they wanted to get rid of salary for next year. And Adams, the Rockets traded for Adams to enhance salary next year for assets. This is what made me confused about the Toronto Raptors earlier, that they're somehow trying to get off money a little bit with Kelly Olynyk, but they're trying to hope that he comes back, but they're also giving away a future asset and Dennis Schroeder, who you could trade still as an expiring next year or even into the summer. Well, Steven Adams is that expiring next year, or who you could trade this summer if you're the Houston Rockets wanting to go out and make a deal next season and really bolster your roster. Because this season, I think the Houston Rockets already, there were 15 games in, they've pretty much done what they've needed to do this season. Their season, although it's still going, it'll still conclude in a certain way, whether it's not in the playoffs, in the play-in tournament, or in the playoffs. This is a successful season for the Houston Rockets because they've created a new culture within their building. They've proved to fans and themselves that they can put up wins consistently on the board, and that they have the establishment in place to now go out and add to the roster to become a playoff team. The Houston Rockets are on that path all of a sudden. And Steven Adams this summer, he provides an asset to them. He provides an asset for next season for them to potentially move and get something else. They don't want Victor Oladipo's money to go expired because they don't want free cap space. They don't want just, we have $9 million extra in cap space. Well, what's that going to do if you're signing a guy like, we're going to sign, I keep bringing up Nerlens Noel's name because I hate to pick on Nerlens Noel because I love Nerlens Noel back in the day, but it always feels like he's the name that I always revert to at the Knicks, where they could have had Kristaps. They get rid of Kristaps because they want KD and Kyrie, and who do they end up with? Nerlens Noel. So that's why I always reverted back to Nerlens Noel. But it's like the Houston Rockets don't want to end up with cap space and with players who are like, we're $9 million, $10 million, we could sign a player, right? They want assets they can gather together and trade for somebody, because it's not a guarantee that somebody's going to sign in Houston as a free agent, or it's not going to be a guarantee that the free agent class going to be leaning towards Houston, where you might have two names who are coveted. Well, those two names go elsewhere, and all the rest of the names you go, not really feeling them at all. And Houston now has the Steven Adams salary on their contract, on their books. They have his contract on their books, and now they can deal that during the summer or during next trade deadline when it's an expiring deal. And Steven Adams, he could add to their roster next year if he comes back from his knee surgery. I highly doubt he'll play a big role in Houston. I don't really see Houston turning into a championship squad or a playoff squad if they're playing Steven Adams. In fact, if they do, go ahead and play Adams, it's like, could this go the other way? Could this really go the other way? Who knows? But Houston acquiring Adams was good for them, and on the other side, Victor Oladipo in Memphis being waived, that could be the last transaction we see out of Oladipo until his retirement, because I'm not really sure which team. He was on a contending team who needed him in a contending moment, wasn't there 2 years ago. Now he's been on two squads where you could justify, he's sitting on the bench, he's coaching up guys on the bench. Well, Grizzlies Rockets. He was just waived by the Grizzlies, so now they're attaining a roster spot for him. I should mention that as well, but I don't really see where he slots in. A bad team's not going to sign him, and a good team's not going to sign him. So who is going to sign Victor Oladipo right now? It might be somebody in the EuroLeague. It might be retirement. Who knows? And that is just a sad conclusion potentially of Victor Oladipo's NBA career, because we know what kind of talent he had in 2018, suffered an absolutely horrific injury in January of 2019 that completely derailed his entire NBA career, set him out for essentially 3 seasons. I mean, really 3 seasons he was gone, in and out. He was either playing, he played 30 games here, played 8 games here, but really 3 seasons he was taken out of the mix. And when that happens to a player, there's definitely a time frame a player can miss and come back comfortably, and a time frame a player can miss and it's just that's it. Greg Oden, gone for 2 seasons after knee problems. After that, it wasn't the same. Andre Roberson misses multiple seasons, comes back with the Nets. Not the same. Missed 3 seasons. Well, Victor Oladipo, it's unfortunately the exact similar story. 3 seasons, in and out of the lineup, pretty well gone most of the time, and now he's to a point where Memphis Grizzlies waive Victor Oladipo, and this is probably the last we'll hear of him until either a retirement tweet or some random overseas team signs him. Let's see, we got – nope, that's injury news. Almost read out injury news right here. This is kind of an underrated part of this day as well. I have injury news coming to me over my notifications, and there are some moments where I'm like, what? It's like, wait, nope, injury. It's like, oh, wait. It's like Jaylen Brown not on injury report. It's like, oh, we're good. Corey Joseph, second-round pick to the Warriors for cash. Corey Joseph, they're essentially shedding his contract. So the Warriors don't do much at all. Didn't really talk about them today. Outside of Jonathan Kuminga earlier, they weren't that aggressive at all this trade deadline. There wasn't with the Warriors. I don't want to say there wasn't a ton to do, because you could certainly move around some assets if you were them, but it's like, were you really going to move Klay Thompson? Were you really going to get rid of Andrew Wiggins, a knee jerk, just because he's not playing well the last month and a half after he won the finals for you 2 years ago? I really don't see how the Warriors were going to make a deal that made them better right now with Steph Curry. And I even kind of agree with Finn earlier, is that they're closer to figuring it out than being a complete dumpster fire. I think what makes them, and I kind of explained it too earlier, where it's like, okay, the reason they're seen as this mess right now is because they've been held to the championship standard. We know what type of team they are. We know they're a team that should be in the semifinals, should be in the conference finals, maybe even the finals. Yet right now they're in the 11th seed. They're in the 10th seed. They're floating around the back end of the play, and a spot that wouldn't exist 3 seasons ago. They'd be way out of the playoffs right now. Now they're at least in that play-in scenario, but they would have been way out of the playoffs. Well, the Warriors, they have Steph Curry. That's all you need. Okay, when you're the Bucks, you have Giannis. When you're the Sixers, you have Joel Embiid. When you're the Celtics, you have Tatum and Brown that kind of go as your tandem, right? Well, everything around that, that one player that exists, the one player, there's Joel, Giannis, right? You can build around those players. You can. And Steph Curry is that player. He's a LeBron level of player. He's a Giannis. He's a Joel Embiid. He's up there with all of those guys. Don't forget about Steph Curry, folks. He's still in his prime. Even though this Warriors team is awful, he's still very much in his prime this season. If you have that player, you're close. You're somewhat close. There's a couple of moves that maybe could be out there this summer. I really believe it's going to be this summer, where you're going to see Klay Thompson. He's not going to be a Warrior anymore. You see Draymond Green might not be a Warrior anymore. I think he's more justifiable as a Warrior in today's NBA, because I think he actually fits into today's model better than he actually did 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I think he's more justifiable and can still play a nice role on the Warriors defensively and offensively as a playmaker. He's still an elite player. There's some locker room stuff, but when you're a champion, when you're Draymond Green, when you're expected to be a certain way in the locker room, I'm not exactly saying that his personality is a problem at all, because people have suggested that, and that's why he should be moved. Oh, this is this is a situation where you have to move on now. It's not. It's not. Draymond Green, he's in that building. He's certainly more deep into the building than we can understand on the outside looking in. We didn't win a championship with the Warriors. And I think he has a chance to stay around. I think Klay Thompson, he's washed. He's not. You can't. It's Draymond Green. It's like, okay, he's still a playmaker, still great defensive player, could still win a Defensive Player of the Year award if he played an entire year and played at a high intensity. Klay Thompson, he's done. He's done. There's no other. I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not, because everyone loves Klay and they want to be nice about him. They want to go, oh, Klay, it's, maybe come along, whatever, man. He's done. He can't move the same way. If you look at his base, because we go through film breakdown, all right? We go through film breakdown a lot, and we talk about a lot of the detail here on Celtics Talk Weekly. If you go through Klay Thompson's film, look at the base of his feet and look at the movement of him on the floor. Just look at old film too. It's not the same. It's simply not the same. He almost looks like an old man out there. He's still in his athletic prime, I understand, as a 30-year-old, but he's not where he once was at all athletically. Defensively, anyone can beat him off the dribble. Offensively, he cannot get to a spot. He cannot get open. And even when he's shooting, it's an underrated aspect when you're shooting. It's like, oh, this guy, I might be open right now, but this guy's collapsing on me. I got to get this shot off right now. Well, Klay Thompson, he's not rising as quickly. His verticality isn't as quick. He's not jumping as high as he once did. He tore his ACL. He tore his Achilles. Of course he's not jumping as high as he once did. And that is playing a massive factor in his game. That's why you're seeing all these crazy air balls, these crazy, oh my gosh, he just hit the side of the backboard. He hit the glass. It's because his feet and his legs, his knees, his ass, his base, it can't move around. It can't shift from side to side. It can't go up and down verticality the way it used to. His body can simply not respond to his brain right now. And that is just something we have to look at and go, he's done. He's done. He's being paid $40+ million. He's going to ride out the back end of his contract. But after that, he's on the last contract in the NBA right now, ever. Unless teams bring him around, like, of course, they could slot him into the back end of a bench. Could he play out the rest of end of his deal with the Warriors and then slot in like Andre Iguodala, or slot in like Udonis Haslem in Miami? Udonis Haslem, that was a ridiculous situation. He was essentially not playing for them for 7 years as a back end of the bench guy, just an assistant coach they gave a roster spot to. Could that happen with Klay Thompson? Sure. I don't see it within his personality to be that type of player, because right now I think you wouldn't be seeing some of the other young players come out and openly challenge the Warriors if they were trying to bring these other young players along. And that's what I think is unique about Udonis Haslem and other players who've stayed on rosters. And like Ish Smith right now in Charlotte, he's their only voice, unfortunately, the only establishment there, but he's able to stay on a roster because he's able to coach up the young guys, whereas other guys, they almost challenge these guys. They're very competitive, and that's why you see Kuminga. That's why you saw Jordan Poole challenge Warriors like Draymond Green, challenge Steve Kerr as the head coach, because these guys, they're leaving them on the outside. It's like, we're the dynasty, and you have to join us. We're not bringing you along here, and that's kind of it's like, yeah, the Warriors are great, but in that sense, they've been awful. Like, all the young players, they've been awful in that sense. And getting off my point here a little bit with the Warriors, but Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, I don't really see it, like just how the environment the Warriors has been. James Wiseman, Kuminga, Jordan Poole, none of those players should be legit NBA players. None of them right now we're looking at and going, wow, they are going somewhere. No, they're James Wiseman, his career stunted in Detroit. Jordan Poole, his career stunted in Washington. And actually, no, they're on the same pool. Oh wait, sorry, that was Marvin Bagley. Almost slipped up there. Almost said that James Wiseman was traded to the Wizards, but it was Marvin Bagley. But their careers are stunted on awful teams right now. Jonathan Kuminga, his career, you could say, stunted this season, because this is a year where Jonathan Kuminga, you expect him to handle the ball more and grow into more, not a star level player, but more into a player where you're playing him consistently within your rotation, and he's starting and getting an opportunity. Well, the Warriors, it's not that. It's not that. None of these players have reached their potential whatsoever. And I think some of the personalities, including Klay Thompson, who we see at these interviews, just look completely beside himself on why he can't perform. That's why some of these guys have not been developed. These personalities within the group, they're ultra competitive. They want to keep their spot. They want to keep their spot on the throne. And they're not about bringing around these other young guys. And that's why I think Klay Thompson right now on his current deal, once it runs out, I don't see another team looking at Klay Thompson going, yeah, we want Klay Thompson, because shooting-wise, defensively, he's not the Klay Thompson of old at all. You're not getting 2018 Klay Thompson. You're just simply not. He's not a trade chip anymore. If the Warriors were to move him this year, everybody was talking, could the Warriors move Klay Thompson and trade him for something? No, because you're getting rid of a first-round pick with Klay Thompson, with his salary, and getting rid of his salary. You're not getting anything back for Klay Thompson. So Klay Thompson, I don't think he's going to be signed by another team out there because of the talent and also the personality behind him. Like, yeah, chill Klay. We all like Klay in the media, but I think in the locker room and what we've seen out of some of the Warriors young guys is quite alarming. And when it comes to the development of other young players and bringing other young players along, I don't see the upside in acquiring Klay Thompson for any other team in the NBA past the Golden State Warriors. And the Warriors, they're at a point where they can't play him. They can't. This is why they're bad. I don't understand, like, what's up with the Warriors? Klay Thompson is not an all-star player. We can't look at the Warriors and go, huh? They have Klay Thompson, Curry, and Draymond. What's good? Klay Thompson is a part of the problem. He's a net negative. He's a net negative. But I do believe, saying this about the Warriors and going on and rambling about this team entirely, that, come on, they're still pretty close to competing because they have Steph Curry. And if they make that tough decision with Klay Thompson, that you need to sit down, you need to be moved elsewhere. This summer, you're going to be off our books, or you're going to be on a restructured contract, something, right? If they don't make that decision with Klay Thompson specifically, they're not going to reach their potential with Steph Curry. But if they do, I believe this team, I believe I'm in agreement with Finn that they're not completely far away. But at this point in time, from where they've been, it does seem like that this season, just because of the 11th seed, them winning the championship 2 years ago, the moves they made. I personally believe the Chris Paul trade was absolutely awful for them. You're trading a 24-year-old guard. I know everybody, Jordan Poole, he was booed last night. He's 0-5. I don't care about Jordan Poole's performances right now. The NBA is embarrassing him. It's not the other teams. It's the situation he's in. The Washington Wizards own an embarrassing situation. Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma are their top two players and their stars, and they're letting them do whatever they want on any given night. That's just not going to work. It's not going to work whatsoever. And I just lost my point here because I thought about the Wizards. Sometimes I think I'm like, well, maybe I should rewind within the segment and just see what I was talking about so I can go back and reiterate my point. Because I usually have our broadcasts up on screen somewhere around me so I can check. But Jordan Poole, his career's a mess. His career's an absolute mess. I totally forgot my point on this though. My goodness. But the Golden State Warriors, oh yes, it was the Chris Paul trade. Jordan Poole is 24, complete mess in Washington. The Warriors traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Chris Paul is 37. Al Horford traded to the Celtics in 2021 for Kemba Walker, who's in his 30s and owned knee issues, specifically knee soreness and knee, I want to call it arthritis, but tendonitis, right? It was constant tendonitis, right? Whatever there was. The Celtics, that makes sense for them acquiring a 35-plus-year-old. He was already in the building. We're trading him for a player who's currently out of the league right now, although Kemba Walker was seen as an all-star at the time. The Warriors, Chris Paul can't defend. And offensively, he doesn't have the same explosion to get around bigs and beat big guys off the dribble and that quick downhill explosive speed that he had early in his career, which made him so effective passing the ball, getting downhill, finishing at the rim, and also creating his own shot. That same level of play isn't there anymore. Even from the last, we thought he was washed in 28. I shouldn't say we thought he was washed in 2018, but we thought it's like, all right, Chris Paul, big contract. We're getting to that point, right? Didn't happen necessarily, but even from that point, it's been a downfall for Chris Paul. 2018, he wasn't optimized from where he was in 2010, and from now, he's not 6 years later. Can't defend offensively. He's still a pretty savvy player, but he's not the same level at all. And the Warriors are banking, oh, we're just going to have a bunch of IQs in here and we're going to make it work. It's not how it works. It's just not how it works, because you could have 5 great IQs on the court, but if they don't have the ability like we're seeing right now, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, both of those guys, they to me do not have the ability to consistently produce at what a championship level team, similar to say what the Celtics are going through right now, they don't have that talent and production out of what they need. They simply do not. The Warriors do not have the production currently out of Klay Thompson and Chris Paul they currently need to win a championship at all. They simply do not. Their names, it's like, oh, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, they're IQs, yes, but the production on court as versatile defenders, as versatile offensive players who can handle the ball and create for themselves, they're not those level. It's just simply not that anymore. We're about to cross the 5-hour mark here of the stream, and I believe I'm going to get off here soon, because I'm realizing, I'm like, man, I'm missing the sunlight. I'm missing the sunlight of this day, but I think we got through a lot of deals, and I think, well, let's just pull this up real quick. Man. All right, so Grant Williams not a Dallas Maverick anymore. Oh, we're back. We had to get one more graphical error in here before we hopped off of this broadcast, but I think that's going to be it for me tonight here on the Celtics Talk Weekly show, the program. Longest broadcast on Celtics Talk Weekly ever. Our guys, like I said before, my individual rant, everyone, there were 5 guys are here earlier, or 4 guys, or 3 guys, or at different times. Go check them out. Celtics Rising was here, Celtics Insider, Boston Sports Hour, Franco, Justin, Finn, Rob. They were all here with me earlier in time. We were talking trade deadline as it live went down, but came on here, my individual segment here at the end, just kind of touching on some things, Warriors, Hornets, just a couple of extra things. The Celtics, quite a few former Celtics moved at the deadline today. Gordon Hayward moved, Marcus Morris moved, Dennis Schroeder moved, Terry Rozier moved. So going through all those names again, we have Terry Rozier moves to the Miami Heat. Gordon Hayward moves to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Dennis Schroeder moves to the Brooklyn Nets, and Grant Williams moves to the Charlotte Hornets. Out of all the players we see today, a lot of Celtics names out there. There might even be another one. Obviously, Lamar Stevens gone off the Celtics roster as well. 2 new Celtics, Jaden Springer and Xavier Tillman, join the Boston crew, and we're gonna be talking about those guys a lot. This is what's nice about the trade deadline. You welcome in new names to your squad. You're gonna be talking about for the foreseeable future. Who knows? Maybe the next half of this season. Well, certainly the next half of this season, the next 30 or so games left in the season, but maybe even into the future. I think about this with Derek White all the time nowadays, where that Derek White deal, we were on here live, we're talking about Derek White, and at the time, it's like, oh yeah, Derek White, we get Derek White. But look at where we are now, 3 years later, two years later after Derek White. We've made the finals. We made another Eastern Conference Finals with him, and he's still on the roster. We've been vying for an all-star spot for Derek White this season. And look, that's what can happen at the trade deadline. You can add a player like that where you're collectively gaining experiences with him as his career moves along with your team. And that's what Derek White has done with the Celtics. And I'm super excited to see Xavier Tillman and Jaden Springer do the exact same in Boston, as we've seen so many other players do in the past. But for me tonight on the Celtics Talk Weekly NBA Trade Deadline Special, longest stream ever on Celtics Talk Weekly. I don't know. It's the moment. We're at the end. We're at the end of the show. I can't believe we made it. We talked about so much NBA. But that is it for me tonight on the Celtics Talk Weekly show. We will be on here for postgame tomorrow night when we're playing the Washington Wizards. Don't expect too many viewers for that one, quite honestly, but I still think we're going to have a tremendous show and everyone will be in here with me. So don't forget to join us tomorrow on the Celtics Talk Weekly post-game show when the Celtics take on the Washington Wizards. Maybe some new names available for the Celtics. But today, the NBA trade deadline, our Christmas, fantastic. Great day. Great day at Celtics Talk Weekly and everyone who produced for us today. And, well, that's just about all I got for you guys. And like I always say, go Celtics. Wait, no. Thank you all for listening. Go Celtics, and don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Thank you all. See ya.